Twitter. You found him right here, live on Kill Tony. Year and a half in the game from San Diego, going hard every week at the age of 41. Brian Riley. I love stories like that. He's fucking doing it for the love of the game. He's got a real job, could be doing anything, bartending, meeting people at night, and he's still taking chances. Yeah, so many people did this thing. Very good observation, Pat. Back to the bucket we go. We know this young lady. She's been doing this show since we started almost 3 years ago. I just pulled her name out of the bucket. It's Sarah Kenny.
You guys know that saying, liar, liar, fire? The way that it came about is because if you get caught in a really big lie, what you should do is set yourself on fire. Because nobody will even remember that you lied. Like, they'll just be thinking about how you're on fire. It's like a super good distraction. So Hillary Clinton, you know, she gets a lot of flack from the media, and a lot of her fans attribute it to the fact that she's a woman. They're like, oh, well, they're just being sexist. Which is really encouraging for me as a comedian, because if my joke fails, I can be like, well, it's just I'm a woman. You guys are all just really sexist. That's why you did that. And, you know, I'm not going to vote for someone just because she has a vagina. But I would vote for Hillary Clinton if she had 2 vaginas. That's pretty sweet. So this guy asked me if I wanted to go clubbing. And I was like, you know what? I'm a little bit old to be killing wheels.
Some adorable jokes in there. Some really cute jokes. Little cutie jokes in that one. Who's got the little cutie jokes? That first joke, you could almost have an example, like have a lie. Like as an example, blah, 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 blah. Like you can go more into that one. But that was great. I like that. What was the second to last one before the clubbing one? Right, yeah. So, like, what would that be? How do you picture her 2 vaginas? When you say it, you 2 pussies, 1 for Bill. Right.
But are they side by side, or are they what?
I don't know. Maybe those details are funny, because the idea of like 2 pussies kind of funny. Right.
Where is the other one?
It's so kind of funny that you just mentioned the premise, and you get a chuckle off of it, and then you move on right afterwards. You say that would be unique, and then you move on. And yeah, we know that, but it seems like that's a bigger setup to something else. I mean, Pat, you know, hit it immediately. You know, 1 for Bill, 1 for something. Like you gotta, if you're gonna go with a premise like that, you know, you can really drag it out and figure out what would she do with these 2.
Maybe like a ringtone, yeah, like 1 for your husband.
Well, I mean, there's 1 for Bill, and then the other one's for Bill, because he loves fucking everything. I mean, you know, 1's for Bill, 1's for Trump, because they have chemistry. Like, I wonder if they fuck. Okie dokie. This is a show that teaches you that young comedians can go for it at any time, and doesn't always work. Sometimes it's the people that get pulled out of the bucket. Sometimes maybe there's something in that, like,
I just have to address, sometimes you get too mean, Tony, and then like, the audience doesn't know.
Look at this.
I don't know.
Before the show, Tony tells everyone, don't be mean, guys. It's not that kind of show.
That's not true. That is not true.
He does that.
I'm just saying, like, we haven't hit a groove with this audience, like, yet. Like, I don't know what's happening, but, like, we gotta clear the air and, like, get this thing on board, you know what I'm
You think
saying?
it's because how many people by
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, you're stopping me here, huh? Is that what's going on?
I'm just
Stopping
saying.
me?
I'm sorry.
Shut down Mike 5.
No.
Shut it down.
I'm sorry.
Shut it down.
Tony, I'm sorry.
Shut it down. Now you want to play power games?
No, I don't.
Who's being mean now?
You are, Tony, you are.
Turn up their microphone. Turn it back up. We didn't actually ever turn anything down.
No, I didn't.
Sarah Kennedy, your dad got shot?
accurate.
Sarah, let's talk about your life for a second. You've been doing stand-up in Los Angeles for how long?
So 2.5 years in LA, and then I did a year in Chicago.
Dion has level 3 excitement for Chicago.
He doesn't have a Chicago song, though.
Like you respond to that, not even like you've been there, like you had a good deep dish once before, Dion.
That one slice.
Oh yeah, do you guys have a song about Chicago, you pieces of shit? You got one about Kansas, huh? You should, by the way, Jeremiah. It's an all horns band. You don't have any Chicago shit?
Next week.
So you did it in Chicago. You've done it in LA. I love
But
Chicago.
I recently I did a show in Iceland.
Oh really?
Yeah, it was actually pretty cool. They're like.
I bet it was.
First of all.
It's back on! And they're back. Look at that. Just like a spark plug. Reagan and Watkins are back to, absolute confidence over there.
I thought you were going to say absolute mediocrity.
I was just thinking that. Sarah, so Iceland, what was that like?
Well, if you really want stage time, there's only like 5 comedians in the whole country. So it's like not.
You didn't use quotes with the comedians, so they're actually like people that actually
They
do
consider
comedy.
themselves comedians.
I bet that
Trying. Like,
I bet that seal clubbing joke must really annihilate that, right? You're like, oh, we have those.
I actually didn't do that one there. I kind of wish I would have.
Wow, jeez.
You guys know how much a polar bear weighs? Enough to break the ice.
It's
Iceman.
Oh God! Wow. Wow, that's bad on so many levels.
Hang on.
Was that your impression of a Native American?
Yes, it was. Absolutely.
Wow, that voice is like the most racist thing I've ever heard.
Right along. I have a question for the panel right here.
Hey guys, panel, did you guys see the clubbing seals joke coming from a mile away? Seriously said it.
Really? Okay, well that's good to know. I didn't know that was.
Like, yeah, this guy asked me to go club. So I
You knew it was gonna be a killing field joke?
I thought he punched.
Just the only reason.
Actually, I kind of like that better.
Yeah, I thought she was
That's
getting
pretty
punched.
good. You're like, somebody's getting punched.
So, yeah, somebody getting punched.
Whether it be a seal or me.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's good to know.
Let's talk about your real life. You've been doing stand-up comedy for a couple of years. How do you make your money again?
I'm a programmer.
You're a computer programmer. You do
Yeah.
that full time. Do you use like websites and shit?
I don't do web development. I do like artificial intelligence stuff.
Welcome to
I know, everybody's like, oh, can you do my website?
Do you work with a lot of other? Do you work in a big office with a lot of people, or?
It's not that big. So I work for USC, and
The
so
college.
yeah, it's pretty chill. It's like a small group, and I can work from home a lot. Like it's like the ideal environment.
Black people work there?
Couple, not many,
Oh, dang.
not many. I want to say like
Breaking
two
eye contact.
in my group.
That's gonna be a good show.
Oh, damn. Oh, dang. Oh, Dion, we're out of milk again. Oh, dang.
Oh shit, we're
But
making Americans
to be fair, not many women either. Like we're low on black people, we're low on women. Like it's very Asian and male, white, dominated type.
Wow.
You didn't have any Native Americans there.
He's really pushing that Native American. You don't look Native American. You're like Elizabeth Warren. Like, oh, I'm 1/18th Native American.
All right, Sarah, over here.
Sorry.
So you've been doing that for a living. Can you tell us something fun about you, like something that you do for fun? Like you go out at night. Is there like hobby that you have or something? Skydiving.
This is my hobby. I mean, like, I like nature and shit. Like, that's,
It's a terrible answer.
I like
nature
nature and
and
shit.
Did someone
I
say
like
So I went to Iceland, and you go hiking, and,
Why Iceland, though? Well, of all the places, why Iceland? I mean, was that like a $29 Southwest flight?
It was like a jump on. My friend was already planning the trip, and I was like, I always wanted to go there. Fuck it, I'm just gonna do it.
What kind of friend? What are we talking about here?
She's one of my best friends, like from Chicago. Like,
She's like, I'm gonna go to Iceland.
yeah, she likes to travel all over.
That's cool. Dion, you had a question?
Did you book it with kayak?
Okay. Can we put this Indian character away? There's something that's sort of, I'm gonna be honest, there's something that's sort of like freaking me out about it. Like, I have a weird gut feeling, I'm not even kidding, that like, for some reason, some Native American's gonna hear that and be offended and put some like spell on my podcast or something.
I think it's more weird that we had a guy up here that was like, I work in biotech, but also I'm a bartender. How did like nobody think that was an odd combination? Biotech is a pretty high-paying field. Like, why would you choose to sell?
To socialize, Sarah, and that's what we're trying to figure out about you. What do you do to hang out with people?
Shit.
Other than this, because this isn't it.
How many comedians try to sleep with you?
Well, I've gotten pretty good at putting my deflectors on.
But how many?
The ratio of male comedians that you meet. How many?
Where is it harder to avoid guys trying to sleep? Comedy or at a nerdy?
Comedy.
Really? But the nerds don't have game in the comedians.
Well, because I'm in an environment where people are drinking and socializing, so it's a little bit more.
Do the nerds ever try to fuck you like
Sometimes, yeah.
what have they said? What's like a nerd pickup line at work?
Dion, which is
What
better
is it? What's the good nerd pickup?
I mean, there aren't any good nerds.
Has anybody ever tried to help you with your jokes in order to get some ass?
I've had people try to give me input on my jokes. If they were trying to get laid, that was a bad approach.
Dion just blew up the #1 comedian get laid.
Is that a real thing?
Let me help you with your shit.
That's how we meet. No, it's not.
No, I just want to better your shit for you. No. I got punchlines.
What are you doing with your hands? You're freaking me out.
What's that part?
Hell no, that mean almost some bullshit.
It's almost like. All right.
But I have had comedians like ask for input, and I could tell it was their way of trying to.
Get some ass.
I was like, "What do you think of my teabagging joke?" And it was so awful that I was like, "Oh, I don't think I heard. I think I was in the bathroom." Like, no, you weren't.
So, I'm going to go back to a question from earlier. What is a nerd pickup line, and what did a nerd have to say in some way to get out?
Check out my MS DOS. It wasn't a joke.
Well, the biggest way a nerd like really tried to hit on me was like we'd all been out at work and then we were all drinking, and I said, "You're really drunk too much to go ahead and sleep on my couch if you want," which was already probably a big mistake.
Yeah.
And then when I was
Sleep on my couch. You've been drinking too
that was
much.
code. Apparently that was code. So
Goodbye.
now I'm gonna
All of a sudden, you wake up and your laptop's on.
all of a sudden I make it clear we're not gonna sleep together. And he's like, "You know what? I think I'm sober enough to drive home and get out of the restaurant."
That's like, yo, I'm so
That was
nice.
the
Funny as
most that
fuck.
someone tried to infiltrate me.
See, there's almost a great joke in that, in how you can sober
Sober someone up
sober a
with
friend
a
up
cock block.
by totally rejecting them. All of a sudden, somebody who was way too drunk to drive is just okie dokie.
You know.
Right. Rejection is better than strong coffee. Like,
Oh, I'm not getting late. I have to drive home immediately. All right. Well,
But isn't that great though? Some like comedians. I like to hear stories.
that's one of my
I
favorite
like
things.
jokes, but I like to hear your perspective on shit. Like, it would be very interesting to hear your life with all different kinds of shit comes at you. How sweet you are, how you deflect that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Like what you just said right there, by far, about being like, "Oh, kill me, I'm out of here." Like that's so much funnier than the other stuff that you talked about.
Good. I never
it's
thought about
real.
using that, but that's
I've been
actually
saying
good.
this lately, and you guys can all take this, is that, you know, writing, it's so important. And I've been in the Writers Guild and writing continuously for half a decade and stand-up for 9 years. But one thing that I've learned recently that I've told some of my closest friends is that the best writing is really just noticing when shit's right in front of you.
Right.
And that's all it is. It's just noticing.
Right.
It's when.
Taking that snapshot of
Right.
right.
I mean, I was hanging out with my buddy Pete, one of my very good friends from PDC, one of my best pals in the back alley last week, and our phones make a bunch of noise. And I go, wow, why are our phones beeping? And he goes, it's an Amber Alert. And I go, isn't it crazy that we live in a time where technology is so powerful that you can be made aware that somebody in the area has been abducted via your phone? And he goes, you know, there's a way you can shut that off. And immediately, you know, like, some people would be like, oh, really? How? Or how do you know that? Or whatever. But instead, I just see dollar signs, just ka-ching! Literally just a new 4-minute chunk now that, you know what I mean? That all has to do with exactly that. And then I go into a porn, what a piece of shit he is, and all that stuff.
Right. Here's how you can shut it off and turn on indifference.
But my point is, you know, it's like, just like with that story, your best joke probably already happened to you, and you just haven't put it in words yet.
I never even thought to use that.
And Dion's right, more of that stuff. Right in that alley, right in that vein, you can totally connect some dots there and get some really good stuff out of it. Because you have this, like, innocent, nice girl perspective, and you deflecting these guys down is something that they would find interesting. It's fun.
And because you're getting into guys in comedy and guys in programming, it's almost like you need two vaginas.
Whoa!
Boing, 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 boing.
Sarah, you have been one of the most picked out of the bucket guests in Kill Tony history, and it's always
That's all I ever wanted.
It's always fun watching new stuff and talking to you about it. Always exciting. Sarah Candy, ladies and gentlemen, there she goes. She's on Twitter at @Kenny Comedy, all one word. @Kenny Comedy. Skenny Comedy. This is fun. I always ask first-time guests this question, Dion. Was there ever anything that you did stand-up comedy-wise when you very first started that you can't believe that you did on stage, like a bit or something that you did that, like, you looking back on it, you're sort of embarrassed by? Like, we saw a guy earlier, you know, Brian, who's been doing this a year and a half. You know what I mean? Was there anything when you first started?
I used to be a comedian. I know it sounds weird, but I hated that shit.
You mean like,
When I first started, I went on stage and I was like, hey, how's everybody doing? Hey, great, give it up for yourselves. All right. Today, I was looking for a parking space and like that whole shit. And I used to always get off stage. Like,
How long did it take you to get over that?
Yeah. One day I got super high and I forgot my jokes. So I went on stage with a piece of paper and read my jokes. And motherfuckers are slaying. Because motherfuckers thought it was so funny that I couldn't remember my jokes. And I was just like, this is crazy. Like, everybody's losing their minds, and then I just started getting high every day.
wow. In one of the most beautiful, I always get a great answer out of that question. I always get a great answer out of that question.
Here we are.
Back to the bucket we go. I've asked you that before, right, Benji? You're on the record on one of those. Do you remember that? Really? Is there anything that pops in your mind? How would you answer that? The microphone?
I think I did a lot of racist stuff early on.
Yeah.
I still think racist jokes are good, but when you're like, you gotta be a really good comedian to make racist jokes. So when you're young doing racist jokes, like when I look at some of the stuff I was saying, I was just like, this is some awful shit. But you like it. Funny comedians are good at making racist funny and making it work and making it smart. I'd say the most embarrassing thing is racist shit.
Let's go back to some of Benji's early racist material
That's
here.
Twitter. Let's look at that.
Let's take a look at his Twitter.
how badly I wish we had Michael Richards queued up right now.
What's interesting, Benji? You went through like an angry Benji phase. You still do that?
I've stopped doing angry Benji, but I think I'm gonna bring angry Benji.
Yeah, please do. We love angry Benji.
Angry Benji doing his same material, which is like like about frappuccinos and like white privilege stuff. But like,
Frappuccinos and white trash. They have like 800 calories.
Yeah.
But he screams it like with anger, like kind of like a Joe Rogan or something. That it works. It's just like the anger.
Brian thinks frappuccinos are fancy.
Yeah.
White privilege? Maybe frappuccinos.
They're like
He talks about the big life like Lamborghinis and frappuccinos.
Well, you know what I mean.
Penthouse on Westwood Boulevard.
All his material is kind of like being like rich and coming up from a good place.
Benji's a little spoiled. He's got a Maserati and eats a Wiener Schnitzel every day.
I can't relate to this at all because all that stuff sounds really nice to me.
Exactly. You're white trash. You're figuring it out, Jeremiah. I had a frappuccino with my Wiener Schnitzel today. I don't see what's wrong with any of this. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Scott James.
You guys, I recently had a birthday, and my mom got me, very useful, she got me this Ancestry.com thing. And it's a kit. It's got some paperwork that you fill out, and then you spit into this vial and you mail it off. And then they analyze your DNA and tell you what all your genetic makeup is, where all your ancestors come from. And why would my mom give me that? Should she not already know this? Right? Does that make sense? Is this her way of saying that like dad's in question? Right? Like I brought my results back, and I was like, Mom, turns out I'm 16% Mexican. She goes, Cancun, spring break, 1980. It makes sense. That's it. That's it.
I love it. Scott James. Fuck yeah. I like your style. You're like Ryan Seacrest with a lesser work ethic.
It's very, very accurate.
How long have you been on stand-up?
I've been doing it about 5 years.
5 years. Where at?
St. Louis.
St. Louis. Fuck yeah. Oh, there's one person from St. Louis.
St. Louis.
St. Louis, level 1 for that one.
Can you live out here?
No, I'm just visiting.
That's fun. What are you in town visiting for? Just a vacation? Love
Just trying to do this as much as I can, but also like I have a lot of friends for whatever reason.
Whoa.
Do me a favor, remind Yoshi that there's no logo on this beautiful video. You should put our logo, please. Okay, זה מאוד יפה, באמת. משהו שונה, באמת. לא יכול לשמוע. דיבוי לו. דרך אגב, שמעתי משהו נפלא, יש הרי את השטחנה שלי. שבאסה משקה, שזה גם לאשר קו כל מיני עלות שבאסה משקה. שאפשר להגיד שהשירת המשקיעים כל אחד להיות דבר כזה. כמו ששונה זה דבש, כל אחד זה דבש, זה את הכל דבש. סוגס זה מים, מסוכה מים זה סוגס. חנוכה זה שטח. זה יין, זה שטח. פסח, מה זה פסח הנויזם? זה דם. והגדילו, פסח. שבועס, מה אוכלים בשבועס? אפשר להגיד, מה נשאר תג? אומרים איפה זה בשביל התג? בבסיס המסר, תג, זה נרמי. אבל זה דרך לזכור. אומרת השלום בואי וגם יורתנן וגם אם הכוונה שהוא חוטף את הזיתים בעץ, או הכוונה שהוא משאיר את זה על העץ כדי להתבשל בו. אבל נגיד, אוקיי, תושמע, סניו, שמז, זייס, זה יסוד. זה הכוונה בלי לכתוש, בלי זה הסיבה. תודה לו, זייס ראשון. גם גדול גדוש לזייס. משאיר את זה בשל על העץ, וקוצר בצבא. ותוך הנוי ברוחי, זה שונה מהמשנה שלנו. במשנה שלנו לא כתוב טוב. כתוב שהוא קודש. ודובר ברוחי ולא יצא בסעד, ואז הוא נותן את זה בסעד. שם הארץ אומר את זה ראשון, זה סודר. כאן בבוירו, שואל לזמר את זה, שאין מה שהיה מקורה, זה סודר. חוזר מקורה, מוציא את זה בתוכן, ואז הוא שם את זה בחיים, בתואר, זה בוירו שלישי, זה סודר. אבל מי שואל למה לא, הסוגה לצד בוירו, ועכשיו למנופס. וכי זה האיש וזה האיש שלישי. וכי זה האיש שלישי, זה אותו דבר לזה האיש שלישי. אבל זה האיש שלישי. או יותר בבצע עד השביעית, זה צריכים לשים אותו חביב, עד שהוא מתבחגר, הוא אומר לראש הגג, הוא את זה על ראש הגג, הוא עושה סיפורים בתוכו, כמו שעושים לדברים, זאת אומרת, זה לחם למטה, בצער למעלה, הוא שם את זה בערימה כזאת, עד שיזרק ממנו, עד שילך כל הלחות, וכל זה בסבד, אז הוא מביא את זה לתוך המקרא, זה בבית, בסבד, ואותו יכול לדבר לחיים ולסבסד, אז הוא אוכל את זה בסבד, בסדים ושמונה יצבנו, זה פועל ראשון. השלישי היה גם שמן ראשון שזה טוב למנורה. כאן בפוירו הוא שם לחץ במורה, שמן יצבנו זה יושב וזה סופר. חוזר בתוך המטוען, תחם עוד פעם, שם עוד פעם את הקובץ, זהו יש מישהי, זה סופר. אבל מי שאלה מנוירו, גם בשלב קיבל יש ראשון למנורה, השאר למנורה. ידוע אם לא יראה יותר מנורה, אז עכשיו הם ידעו חולק לשלוש דקות. עוד פעם אומר, לא יותר מנורה. לא היה תופל, אבל הוא פייט שם במפתש, שזה כמו התנקה במשלי שלנו. הוא לא יראה יותר מהכל אלו בעבר. זה הוא אמר שלוש פעמים במשנה, לא היה קורה, היה מטה במשנה. לא עושה בסל, זה הוא אמר שלוש פעמים במשנה, לא שם את זה במטה בסל, אלא לתוך סביבו איזה סל, כמו שראינו בווידאו, איזה יופי, בסביבו איזה שואל את המון, הרי, אתה אומר לי, כתוב שלא יתאמן, אבל הוא מסתכל שהוא קודש. קודש, מה אני רגיל? הוא אומר שהוא נטפל כאן, בבייס הזה רגיל. תוך הסל, לא צריך לראות. אבל אתה אומר שנייה אחת, לא שנייה תוך הסל. דבר, שסביב לסל. אבל אם הוא הייתה לסובר, אתה עושה בפודר, הוא יכול לראות בפודר, הוא סובר, כמו באחד, הוא יכול לגלגל. קודש, לא נטפל. אבל הוא סובר, ששם את זה בתוך הסל למטה, ולא בצד למטה. לא יודע, ראשון שבראשון, זה מאוד קל, גם צריכים לשים לב למספרים. לא לתת למספרים לבלבל. יש רק שלוש מספרים, 1, 2, 3. הנה, בואו נעשה גם. יש בעץ, על המעלה זה 1, באמצע זה 2, על המטה זה 3. על המעלה יש 3 סוגים של שמן, ובאמצע יש 3 סוגים של שמן, ולמטה יש 3 סוגים של שמן. אז למעלה שזה 1, יש 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. העץ שקוראים לו 2, זה 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. על המטה שקוראים לו 3, אז המספר מתחיל 3, 3, 1, זה המנורה, זה השם מתחיל. יש 3, 2, יש 3, 3. זה נשמע מבלבל, אבל זה לא, זה מאוד קל. בראשון שבראשון אין למעלה ממנו. הזיתים שבלמעלה, שזה מספר 1, אז השמן הראשון שיוצא ממנו הוא 1, 1. זה הכי טוב שיש. ואגב, יש גם פטנט להביא את כל הזה ממש קל שבקרה. הלמעלה קוראים לו 1, והשמן הראשון שיוצא ממנו הוא 1, אז 1 פלוס 1 זה 2. לוקחים את המספרים, שימו אותם ביחד, וככה אתה מקבל צוצה. לעזור לזה. השמן, בוא נעשה את זה ביחד. השמן שיוצא מהלמעלה, למעלה זה 1. יוצא, בפעם השנייה סוג ב', זה 2. אז 1, 2, 3. השמן שיוצא מאמצע העץ, זה כמו 2. נשים שתי אצבעות. השמן הראשון שיוצא ממנו זה 1. 2 פלוס 1 זה 3. השלוש האלו, בשלוש שאמרנו לפני שנייה, אותו דרגה של שמן. וממשיכים הלאה. השמן של האמצע, הנה, אתם רואים כאן בקיר, יש קווים. ולמטה, באמצע, זה השמן שיוצא כאן, או שתיים, השמן שיוצא כאן בפעם השנייה, אחרי שסינגולר זה שתיים, שתיים פלוס שתיים זה ארבע שווה בדיוק כמו השמן הנמל, שזה אחד, והפעם השלישי שיצא ממנו, אחרי שעושים את הכל, אחרי שנותנים הכל, יוצא כזה שלוש. אחת פלוס שלוש זה ארבע. אז הארבע של הנמלה, והארבע של הנמלה שווים. פשוט צריכים לשים את עצמם ביחד. צריך לראות את זה, אז לא יודע אם זה יתקבל או לא. הנה, הדרגה הכי טובה, זה עכשיו אמרנו, זה ארבע. הדרגה הכי טובה, זה ארבע. למה? אתה לוקח את השמן הראשון שיוצא מהספר, הדרגה מספר 2. זה השמן השני שיוצא מהראשון.
It's the 16th of the year, 5786, and then the third, 120 days, 128 days, 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava, 3631, 130, Seth, son of Adam, was born, 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born, 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh, was born, 3366, 395, Mahalalel, son of Kenan, was born. Kuafi and Kamal Paul and Kuafi.
השמן השלישי, זית ראשון, זה שווה. זית השני זה כאילו שלהם, זה העץ.
Berkut Adonai Elohim Abba Sheker Shalom Mitzvah B'Tzivana Al Sefer HaOmer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 32 days, which is 4 weeks and 4 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Shalom. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Divrei Elokim Chaim, but this is the majority of the
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel into the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, folks. Well, welcome back. Let's do a little bit of recapping and what we got through in part one of this talk about the Sacred Zohar, which again is one of the most intimidating books that I know of. People talk about how the phenomenology of spirit by Hegel is intimidating. I don't know, the phenomenology of spirit is like Fisher Price compared to the Zohar, at least in my opinion, trying to understand it. So as we went through last time, the Sacred Zohar, the Book of Radiance, is a mystical midrash, and midrashic literature is just a kind of literature that is sometimes described as Jewish jazz. Not that there aren't Jewish jazz musicians, but it's sort of like medieval Jewish jazz at the literary level. It's where a person will take a piece of scripture and then riff on it, and then someone will riff on that riff, and someone will riff on that riff until you get something that's completely unrecognizable. But the idea is that if you know the guy that knew the riff and he ripped off this riff and that riff came from this riff, you can do it to the genealogy, the same way jazz musician historians can do. Midrash works a lot like that in the Jewish literary world. And so what we have is a kind of mystical midrash, which is sometimes largely a commentary on various sections of the Bible, although the Zohar is very uneven. Some like Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, or however you want to translate it, that verse gets dozens and dozens and dozens of pages right, and some other texts don't get much at all. So it's very uneven. It's composed of actually several different works combined together, and we talked about some of those minor works within the Zohar, which are self-contained units. Those self-contained units can be very accessible. The Sava or the Yanuka, those sections are relatively accessible. Other sections like the Sifra Ditzniut, which is only 8 pages or so, is completely a mystery. It's one of the most difficult texts in all of Kabbalistic history. There have been dozens and dozens of commentaries written on it. It emerged in the 13th century in the circle of a fellow named Moshe de Leon, who we think is one of the principal authors, but we now scholars think that there are lots of other folks' hands on this document as well. Though in the traditional world, in the Orthodox world, it gets its legitimacy because it's actually, according to them, traceable back to Shimon Bar Yochai, the 2nd century sage. And what's important about that is on their way of telling the story, right? So the academic from the story is that it was composed in Spain, in the area of Leon, which is northern Spain, Castile, in the 13th century over the course of about 10 years. Beginning around 1270 or so, a little after maybe. The traditional story, the Orthodox story, is that no, it was actually composed by Shimon Bar Yochai in the 2nd century, and it was only revealed to the world in the 13th century. So that it existed the entire time, it just had only been revealed to the world by Moshe de Leon and his circle. And some of the core concepts that we dealt with last time are maybe two of the more difficult concepts to grasp, and one of those is Ein Sof. And this is God in God's most transcendent state, which is to say that you can't say anything about this conception of God. This is a conception of God that's completely transcendent. Nothing is true of it, and you can only talk about it in the negative. So this is a way that you can do philosophy with Kabbalah. Remember that in a big way, Kabbalah, the Zohar, is trying to answer a lot of the same kinds of questions that were relevant in medieval Europe at the time, theologically and philosophically. And one of those questions is, can a being beyond all adjectives, beyond all predicates, can we even talk about such a being? And Maimonides famously said, no, all you can do is say God isn't wise, because God is wise in a way that you can't possibly understand. And so comparing your wisdom to God's wisdom is blasphemy, and therefore you must say that God isn't wise, or perhaps you could say, you could speak in double negatives and say God isn't ignorant, right? And so if God is infinitely non-ignorant, then we can infer from that logically that God is all-knowing, something like that. So this being, Ein Sof, whatever it is beyond all understanding. Now, obviously, it doesn't end there, because if it ended there, we would not be here, right? Something must have created this world. And so that process by which that happens is through the sphirot, the numerations. Again, how to translate this word is so difficult. That's why in most cases you just see that it's left in the Hebrew. But literally it means something like numerations. It doesn't mean number, because we have a word in Hebrew for number. It's mispar. And so it's not that. That's the standard noun derived from the root of safar, but it's not. It's sphirot. It's in the plural, and so it means something like numerations. And these numerations, there are 10 of them, although we've seen other earlier Kabbalists had up to 13. And these are transcendental emanations of the divine. Now, that's just a really complicated way of saying that these are parts of God that flow out of Ein Sof. They flow out of that no-thingness. They flow out of the vast emptiness of the Godhead. And they flow out, and there are discrete moments in the development of the Godhead, right? God is a process, not a thing in Kabbalah. And so as these things develop, you can tease them out. You say, oh, that's one. And that one is different than this one because of this. And that one's different than that one because of that. So you can see how these things are different because they're different parts of the dynamic process by which God comes into being. And one way of thinking about Kabbalah, all of Kabbalah, is to imagine that Kabbalah is basically dedicated to the emergence, the development, the dynamism, and the external and internal relationship of the Sphirot, and also the relationship of the Jewish people via Jewish law to the Sphirot. And we'll see that in a big way tonight. Because what's really important to grasp about the Sphirot in the Kabbalah, especially in the Sefer Zohar, is that there's absolutely no way of thinking about what they are without thinking about what Israel is, and thinking about how Israel interacts with Jewish law, and that interaction with Jewish law has a direct bearing on the metaphysical structure of reality. So we're going to get to the idea of tikkun olam tonight, or this version of it, and as you'll see, it had nothing to do originally with giving to the poor. It had everything to do with you give to the poor because that act of tzedakah, right, that act of righteousness, readjusts the dynamism of the Godhead and corrects the nature of God in some way, or realigns it in such a way that it brings about that new state of affairs, maybe even a messy state of affairs. So this is the two big ideas we covered last time. What is the Zohar? How is it composed? Who composed it? Those are all big, complicated questions that we had not solved until the early 20th century, the mid-20th century. Anyway, we're still solving it. The original state of God is Ein Sof, without end or no thingness, and then the bridge that emerges out of Ein Sof that reaches down to our world in the form of the Sphirot, or the enumerations that first appear, of course, in the Sefer Yetzirah. Any questions from last time? Feel. People like to ask questions I can't possibly feel. Like, why 10 and not 15? Because the Sefer Yetzirah says 10, not 11, 10, not 9. That's why. Yeah,
I'm listening.
So perhaps it's a trivial question, but I see Ein Sof sometimes written A-I-N, which sounds more like iron, or also E-I-N. It's probably just a variation, a difference in the two.
So you would think, and there's a complicated pun at work in Hebrew actually. So Ein Sof written with one way of spelling with an aleph and one way of spelling it with an ayin can result in two different meanings of the word. So Ein Sof literally means without end, infinite. It's a negation. But the word ayin in Hebrew with an ayin, right, means nothing. So it means nothing, nothingness. And so there's a complex pun on this. Now, what what you can do is you can, and we'll see this in a minute with the word keter, they'll pun on this, but one of the problems is sort of the Hanukkah problem. How many different ways can you spell Hanukkah in English? Well, a lot, because there's no way of figuring out what to do with the dagation, those letters in the word Hanukkah. But there is a complex pun going on here too, right? So homophonically, it can sound like the nothingness, but also it can sound like without end. And so there'll be a lot of ideas about the idea of God and the kind of divine nothingness, which for the Jewish Buddhists out there, the Jews, Kabbalah and Jewish Buddhism they get along pretty well.
So I guess I have a follow-up question, and I mean, we're not in 13th century Spain, so I just wonder about the pronunciation of Hebrew and Aramaic in an environment that was, neighboring, and for a good chunk of time, people had Arabic-speaking neighbors, probably, the kingdoms of Iberia. I'm wondering if they were distinguishing the pronunciation of Aleph and Aleph the way, like, Yemeni Hebrew would, or if it's like a lot of modern dialects of Hebrew, you don't hear the difference. So it's just a written difference. I don't know what was going on in distinction.
I have the edge to be. In terms of historical linguistics, I really have no idea. My sense of it is that Sephardic Hebrew, at least now, doesn't make a distinction. Now, I don't know when that distinction was lost. I mean, even in the Talmud, they talk about people who aren't making a distinction back then. That they're pronouncing ayin and aleph as the same, and that's the thing all the way back in the Babylonian Talmud. So, my guess is that Sephardi Jews, of whom Moshe de Leon wasn't making a distinction. But it's interesting, right? Because the pun only works if you don't make a distinction. If you pronounce ayin and ayin as the same, and not ayin and ayin. Because if you do pronounce those two consonants, and those are, right, that's a different, one's a glottal stop and one's a voiced fricative. If you do pronounce them differently, then the pun doesn't work. So my sense is because they like that pun, they were reading them identically, despite the fact that Hebrew could have been spoken like. And this also required me knowing something about how Rabbi Arabic was spoken, and I certainly don't mean anything like that. So my sense is that because that pun is possible to them, and no one criticizes the pun, then they must be pronouncing the two letters the same. I guess, but I'm not a historical linguist. And that would require me to know things about Maghrebi Hebrew or Maghrebi Arabic and Iberian Hebrew in the 13th century. That definitely know about. Other questions before we jump into the Sefirot? Alright, folks, there it is. The image that I think most folks who have some knowledge of Kabbalah, who've even heard the Kabbalah, have seen this image dozens of times. This is the classic image of anyone. If you Google Kabbalah, this is what's going to come up. And I put off putting it up because the reason why I put off putting it up is because I don't want you to get fixated on it. Because this is the image that has locked into people's mind that all of Kabbalah is this. It's about the 10 Sefirot in the Tree of Life, Eitzacham configuration. And it's not. Kabbalah is much more sophisticated. It's much bigger than this. And even this alignment that you see here on the screen right now is an ideal alignment. This alignment will never happen in our lifetime unless the Messiah comes. In the Zohar, they are very clear, the writers of the text are very clear, that this alignment is a perfectly balanced vision of what the Sefirot are. And it's very clear from the writer of the Zohar that's not the case, because the world isn't perfect. So what you're seeing is an ideal representation of the Sefirot, not as they are, not as they ever have been, ever in all of history, but as they will be in the Messianic era, right? But Yom HaHu, when Hashem's name is one, right? When everything is unified, then they will look like this, but not until then. So one of the things I just want to scrub from people's minds is that this is what the Sefirot look like. They don't look like this in the Kabbalah, in the Zohar. They do not look like this, because if they did, our world would look very different. Because our world and the supernal world in the Zohar mirror each other. And if our world's out of whack, if anything has happened bad to you today, if anything's bad to happen to anything at all, then that means that this eternal world's also out of whack, which means that these relationships are not in relationship. So the thing that I just want to, I want to pound this drum. The thing I want to pound about this drum is that this is an ideal representation of the Sphirot, not how they are. They're always in an inner dynamic relationship. Right? God is sort of polyamorously in a relationship with God Himself, and all the various people, entities within God's self are always out of whack. So what is it that's out of whack? Let's go through them quickly. Right? The first Sphirot, right? You see how this is open at the top? Because that's open to Ein Sof. Everything emerged from Ein Sof. So from above here be nothing. And yet here was everything. Ein Sof is up here, and then the first thing to emerge was the crown of God, the first apparent thing of God. So this thing, this crown, is the inner glory of God. It's the first moment of God's divine will. Because in order for there to be anything, there must be intentionality. And that inner intentionality of God, the first stirring. I mean, this is a part of you. Have folks ever woke up before their alarm? Like before your alarm goes off? The thing that made you get up before your alarm, the thing that's not even conscious to you, it wasn't like you consciously decided to get up before your alarm. It's that something arose in you to stir you into consciousness, before consciousness. Imagine this is the thing that gets up before God's alarm goes off. Right? Keter is that thing. It's not conscious. It's not a thing even. It's completely unknowable. You can never know the thing that stirred you to get up 1 second before your alarm. But something stirred inside you in your primordial consciousness. And that first thing is Keter. And we can know nothing about it. Except for it must have happened. We can logically deduce it because things are here. Keter is completely unknowable. And as you can see here, right, at the top, it says Ayin, nothingness. Because it's a kind of knowable nothingness. Ein Sof is an unknowable nothingness. Keter is a knowable nothingness. Now, in order to wake up, when you wake up, you immediately come into consciousness. But if you've ever had a sort of surprise wake up, your consciousness happens to you like a flash. Everything's like, right? Oh, your Google map, your Google timesheet shows up, your calendar and your emails and everything. It's like a flash of everything that you have to do for the day. That momentary flash that isn't even consciousness is Chokhmah. It's pure, undiluted consciousness that's completely just a flash of everything that you know all at once. Now, obviously, you can't dwell in Chokhmah because it's like everything that you know coming at you all at once is a gestalt. You have to parse things out. You have to analytically think, all right, now I have to get up, now I have to get the kids up, now I have to write this email, now I have to do this and do this and do this. Your consciousness has to be compartmentalized into analytical structures. That analytification, that sounds like a real word, that analytification of God's consciousness is Binah. It's God's intelligence at some level, or God's understanding, right, as opposed to God's wisdom. So the flash and then the analyticalization of that flash. And you can see how these happen immediately. They're not brief moments. They're not like long period drawn out. These are like logical deductions. We'll come back to Da'at in a minute. Da'at's a weird sphere. Immediately flowing from Binah, we have Chesed. Chesed is the immediate moment where if you're doing things right, you know everything you have to do in the day. What is the first thing you should do? Take care of yourself. You know you got a lot to do. What's the first thing you should do? Make some breakfast. Get some coffee. Take care of yourself. This is Chesed. This is the part of you that's loving kindness, pure loving kindness. But if you stay in loving kindness, you're never going to get anything done. You can't just love yourself all day. And how do you do that? You judge yourself. I got to do work. I got to write this email. Oh, this email feel bad. This guy's bothering me on the email. So what do you switch to now? Judgment. You have to move out of the world of Chesed to the world of judgment. And judgment is a part of you that judges. It says, this is worth doing, that's not worth doing. This is the email I respond to. I don't like this guy. Who cares what he says? It's judgment. Judgment, when it's unchecked by chesed, that's evil. If you're just pure judgment, that's terrifying. Because pure judgment, unchecked by any loving kindness, can just be violent, vengeful rage. And in fact, in the Kabbalah, as we'll see tonight, this is where evil comes from. Imagine a bowl flowing from Bina to Chesed, right? And then Chesed flows immediately to Gevurah. Imagine Gevurah flows out a little bit. Pure, unchecked judgment flows out. That pure, unchecked judgment that flows out of Gevurah, that's evil. We'll get to evil tonight. Now, when all of these things are in balance, all these upper spheroid are in balance, that forms the most beautiful thing imaginable. The balance between justice and mercy, between analytical thought and pure insight, between the divine nothingness, that is Tiferet. It's the perfect balance of everything that can be made. Because you know how to judge, you know how to love, you know how to think, you know how to be wise. And Tiferet is the womb of creation. Everything becomes balanced in the womb of creation. From Tiferet, we have Netzach and Hod. Netzach and Hod are very strange little spheroids that don't get enough attention, but I think they're very interesting. This is the fact that you have to persist. When you get perfectly balanced, I don't know about you, folks ever gone to the gym and you meet your fitness goals, or you reach your intellectual goals, or you reach whatever goals you have, and you want to stay there? You can't stay there. You have to continue to grow. Netzach is the part of you that continues to grow. It's a part of you that pushes you a little further than you think you can go. And then Hod is a part that's a little more inward, right? Because if you think you can only grow, you have nothing but blind ambition, well, that's unbalanced. So you need to check it. What do you check it with? You turn inward. You become introverted. In many ways, Netzach is the principle of God's extrovertedness, and Hod is the principle of God's introvertedness. Those come together in Yesod. And Yesod is something like absolute divine unity, concentration. Everything comes together in Yesod, and this is God processing. God is processing outward. There's outward momentum. Balanced, of course, right? Because that's how we imagine this thing. Well, it's never balanced like this. It's balance between God's exuberance and God's interiority. I'm a very introverted person. Rabbi, as you may know, is an extroverted person. Imagine the two of us combined. We somehow have a very curly beard, more hair than I have. Both of these things combined is Yesod. This is the phallus of the divine. But the phallus of the divine isn't balanced. And so what must be matched to it? The vagina of the divine. The vulva, the core vagina of the divine. And Yesod and Shekhinah fold in upon each other. You must think about this thing in 3 dimensions. They fold in on one another. And into that folding flows out pure Shekhinah. And you can see here it's open at the bottom, almost like a womb, right? It's open at the bottom. And you are here. This is where our world is, in the world of Malchut. Malchut is kingship. I think better, queenship. Because the Shekhinah is how we interact with God in this realm. In this part of in this part of reality, we only really approach God as Shekhinah, as the feminine form of God. And so here, this is the area of reception and expansion of God's power. Just as the womb grows to hold the child, God is expanding. This is a part of God that receives all of the other spherot. And not only that, but God, everything that expands must contract. And so we are in the world of Malchut. We receive the law. Very important in a moment. We receive the Torah. What do we do with the Torah? We become pregnant with the Torah. We become wedded to God. Israel is always female. In the idea of Kabbalah, Israel is always female. We are wedded to God. We catch, in some ways, this divine procession, and then by following Jewish law, we roll it back. So it's not just that Malchut and Shekhinah are passive feminine. That idea is not a Kabbalistic idea. It's not passive feminine that Shekhinah is. Shekhinah is also receiving, but very importantly, projecting, processing back up, recessing back up And everything we do down here, it's mirrored back up the entire structure. This is the Kabbalistic solution for the problem we mentioned last time. How do you bridge the infinite and the finite? You start from the infinite recess of Ein Sof, way up here above Keter. There are these dynamic moments flowing down all the way to Shekhinah, and then Shekhinah bounces them all the way back up. And that procession and recession continues, as long as it must continue, until everything is balanced. And that balance, achieving that balance, is the goal of Kabbalah. That's it. It's not your denial of your ego. It's not the obliteration of desire. It's not you being whatever, because it's not thought about it. It's you. It's not about you. This text imagines Israel, the corporate klal Israel doing this. So the thing here that's at work is the rebalancing of the structure of reality. That, to the Zohar's mind, read the Zohar, that's the goal. It's achieving metaphysical, cosmic, interior, communal balance. And that's a metaphysical thing, it's a physical thing, it's all those things, all those things are God. So, this is the image you've seen. This is the image I'm sure you've seen of the Sphirot, and that is the 2-minute, 3-minute explanation of what's going on there. Now again, what I want to drive home about this is that this is never balanced. It's never balanced. Because if it were balanced, right, Gevura, we would not live in a world in which there was suffering and violence. Now, it's not to say that in the perfect world there won't be some kind of violence. There might be all kinds of violence. It just might be that balance is matched by chesed. Because, again, the writer of the Zohar doesn't imagine that in the perfect world the death penalty will go away. It just imagines it will be executed properly. Because in Jewish law, which is the perfect example of law according to the Zohar, there are death penalty cases. There's 4 modes of the death penalty. You're beheaded, burned, stoned, strangled to death. So the Zohar imagines that people will be executed, even in a perfect world. But their execution will be just. It will be part of the Gevura, being punished, being done correctly. So, again, don't put your liberal, progressive, woke ideas on the Zohar. Just don't do it, because that's not the way it imagines a world. What's important is to imagine the way it imagines a world. Is the Torah, the laws of Moses, revealed by God, or how this gets balanced out. We'll come back to that more in just a moment. Let's talk about the Shekhinah. Sorry for the text being so small on this slide. I'm not sure why. The reason why is because it's my fault. I put too much text on one slide. It's very simple. The word for Shekhinah is actually coming from the word for to dwell or to settle. The Shekhinah is the thing about God, the part of God, the aspect of God that settles amongst the world. It's a part of God that exists at our register of reality. And this idea has a couple of different historically important precursors that I just want to mention. The first is that he may know this, but he may not, that in the earliest instances of the discussion of Yahweh, Yahweh had a wife. There are really early images of Yahweh actually having a consort or a wife, and this being Asherah. The earliest depictions we have of Yahweh actually depict this being as having had a wife. And so early on in Israelite literature, there's always a very difficult relationship with the idea that God could have a feminine consort. And one way of dealing with that was to condemn everything dealing with femininity and everything dealing with the feminine aspect of God, especially Asherah, and punishing the worship of Asherah. The other thing you can do with that is sublimate that. Good old classic Freudian terms. What that means is that there are all kinds of aspects of God that sort of get divinized, particularly God's wisdom. And if you've ever read the book of Proverbs, there's a long section where wisdom becomes almost a kind of feminine God, where she's described as perfect, beautiful, and she's contrasted with the alien woman, the Isha Sarah. But there's an idea that wisdom can be personified and maybe even deified, and that idea is going to become hugely important in the Zohar later. Also, the idea that God has a kind of presence in the world that's distinct at some level from God. that God can appear as the angel of the Lord, or God can appear as a fire coming down the mountain, or dwelling in the Mishkan, or as a pillar of fire during the day. There is an idea that God's manifestation in the world can be different than God somehow. That there are two possibilities of the reality of God. And what ends up happening by the time of the Babylonian Talmud is that this term for the presence of God is sometimes referred to as the Shekhinah. This is the presence of God. Literally, the word means presence or indwelling. And while the noun here is in the feminine gender in Hebrew, it's never the case in the Talmud that they think of the Shekhinah as a woman, as a feminine gendered, woman-gendered entity. Because they just think of it as a grammatically feminine noun, not as a woman. So as you might imagine, when the Zohar, part of what the Zohar is going to do is the Zohar and the Sefer here are going to be mystical, not in that they read things in very elaborate, very obtuse ways, they'll do that too, but how they read things very literally. And if the text says the Shekhinah, and the Shekhinah is in the feminine gender, it must be feminine. Full stop. It just is. It's not just a grammatical reality, it's an ontological reality. And what we'll see in the Talmud is that it is the case that there often is bridal language used. So, for instance, one of the things that you may know is that there are a couple of books of the Bible the rabbis were always very, very, very nervous about. One of those was Kohelet, or Ecclesiastes. Another one of those books that the Bible is very concerned about was Esther. It never mentions God. And another one of those books the Bible is very concerned about was the Song of Songs, because it's about teenagers having sex, and that seems weird. So the rabbi said, look, it's not about teenagers having sex, it's about the relationship between God and Israel. Well, if God is the masculine partner in that relationship, well, what does that leave Israel? What leaves Israel the feminine partner? Well, some further speculation said, well, no, it's not Israel being feminine, it's another part of God. And so we have this idea developing over time, and there could be an entire long series of lectures on the development of the Shekhinah. But we see that over the course of about 1,000 years, this concept goes from being a grammatical construct with an element of God living in the world to being an ontological, metaphysical construct with actually God being feminine. So there's a lot of complicated things going on in that. Also, what's worth pointing out here, and I don't want to dwell on this too long, is that in the old Gnostic mythology, this is the mythology that developed primarily in texts like the Apocryphon of John and some other texts as well, and the Nag Hammadi library and the larger Gnostic world. The Gnostics, as you may remember, were a group of Jews and Christians and pagans who believed that knowledge, as opposed to faith, liberated you from this world. That if you knew certain kinds of things about this world, you could escape from it. And that's what, it's knowledge saving you as opposed to faith saving you or belief saving you. In the Gnostic worldview, there was a divine emanation scheme, just somewhat similar to what we find in Kabbalah later and similar to Neoplatonic stuff and Middle Platonic stuff, where God flows out of God's self, and at the very last rung of that process, there's a disaster. And that very last rung is an entity called Sophia, wisdom, a very similar entity we find in the book of Proverbs. And Sophia wants to create something without reference to the divine world, and she ends up creating an abomination. This thing is called Baal, which is probably a Hebrew word for chaos child. And the text describes it as a living abortion. Something really dreadful about that idea. But it's alive and not alive. It's ignorant and blind and chaotic. And it creates an entire world to mirror itself and its insanity. And that world is our world. Our world is the world of that evil entity creating it. And the world is just a prison for us. It's a giant trap. And so what ends up happening, and not to rehearse this too much, is that there seems to be some good evidence to say that elements of that kind of mythology survived in Judaism a lot longer than it survived in Christianity. We see similar elements to that in the Sefer Bahir, where it describes wisdom, Chokhmah, as a maiden from a far-off land or a maiden from a foreign land cast into our world. So we think there may be connections all the way back to the late classical world and this Gnostic worldview, which again, that term is a bit problematic in a lot of ways. But we think that maybe the term emerged from that milieu. The last thing I want to say about the origins of the of the Shekhinah are two things. One is we're living in 13th century Spain. If you know anything about courtly culture, idealizing remote women is all the rage in troubadour literature. It's all about the ideal woman who's completely virginal, and you have to sing all these praises to her, but you can never have her. This courtly literature is a huge part of Spanish literature, both at the literary level, but also at the troubadour level. And so there's an enormous outpouring of infinite longing for the unapproachable woman. And so we have that happening at the literary level, at the musical level, at the popular level. Also, the other thing I should point out here that's also very important is at the same time that this is going on in the Jewish world, the Marian cult in the Catholic world in Spain is also getting steam. The adoration of the Virgin Mary was not always a big deal in the same way that it is now. That really began in Spain, and the adoration of the Virgin Mary was very, very popular. And so there's some reason to believe that the adoration of the Virgin Mary, that the Shekhinah, development of that, may have been a Jewish response to the larger hegemonic culture, where the Jewish response was, look, they're trying to convert a bunch of us, and what's really popular is this whole Virgin Mary thing. Well, we got that. It's not even Virgin Mary. We got God. God does all the stuff, the cool stuff Virgin Mary does. And so if you read the Zohar carefully, a lot of the stuff it says about the Shekhinah looks a lot like the kind of stuff that developed in the Marian cult. And so, unsurprisingly, the minority culture is mirroring, in a very sort of hybridity way, something like a Homi Baba, that they're hybridizing the Marian cult and developing a hybridized version of it, and that hybridized version, leaning on their tradition, becomes the Shekhinah. There's a lot of debate about that, but I find it to be a very convincing analysis, especially when you take some post-colonial studies and apply it at some level to that stuff. I think it makes a very compelling point about the origin of Shekhinah being something that's developed as a response to what's going on in larger Spanish culture, both literarily and in song, but also Marian culture. And again, we use the word cult here not to diminish their religiosity. It's just we use the word religious, we use the word cult to indicate a very specific kind of attention. It's in the Zohar that the Shekhinah becomes an explicitly feminine aspect of God. In the Sefer Bahir, we have echoes of this, we have murmurs of this, but it's in the Zohar that it's no doubt that there is a definitively feminine aspect of God, and at some level, that's the aspect of God that human beings deal with. And this tempts Yirah Malchut, the world of indwelling, the world of kingdom, is often tied to Rachel. So, as you probably know, is associated with mourning, and so the world of Malchut is associated with color black because of Rachel. All of the various spheroids are associated with colors, with matriarchs and patriarchs. They're all associated with all kinds of parts of the body, as you probably saw in the diagram. There's all kinds of things that get associated. What the writer of the Zohar does is something very interesting. When they want to find where the Shekhinah is, they will rely on the fact that anytime you see the word et in Hebrew, et, as you may know for folks who know some Hebrew, et is just a direct object marker in Hebrew. It doesn't get translated. So if you want to see it, for instance, in the very beginning of Genesis, I have the very first verse of, or part of the first verse of Genesis here, right? Bereshit bara Elohim es hashamayim ve'haaretz. So Bereshit bara, in the beginning, he made, namely God, what? Es. Et. Check my pronunciation to be correct. Academic Hebrew. Et. God created et. Now, to read this grammatically correctly, you would say, in the beginning, he created, who created? God, Elohim, gods. Et, direct object marker. What did God create? Hashemayim ve'haaretz. God created the heavens, and further direct object marker, the earth. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. No, because the Torah would never just throw words around. So the et here, Aleph Tav and Aleph Tav, cannot just be superfluous. They can't just be random direct object markers. What are they? It's the Shekhinah. It's the Shekhinah. And so they say, no, this is the world of the Shekhinah, that this world perhaps is the world of Sefirot, and that after the Shekhinah is Hashemayim ve'haaretz. The heavens come first, And then Shekhinah dwells in the earth, the Aretz. And so what we have here, right, in the Aretz, so we have is a very Kabbalistic reading, but also an incredibly literalistic reading of the Bible, where a direct object marker is not just a direct object marker. It's the creation of or the emanation, rather, of Shekhinah into the heavens, and then further the Shekhinah into the earth, into the world of Malchut, into the world, our world. They make a lot of big deal about this. The Zohar is all about this, because it means that Shekhinah dwells in the heavens, and she dwells in the earth. And that's in our world. And notice who does not dwell in our world? Elohim. Right? Elohim, and certainly doesn't bara. Because bara is creation with no subject doing the creating. It's just he creates. Or creates, you could say. What creates? Nothing. Right? In the beginning, nothing created. What did nothing create? Elohim. Sefirot, and then what flowed from them? Shekhinah. And where is Shekhinah? Hashemayim and Haaretz. For the Kabbalists, the Zohar, they see the entire structure of the Sefirot echoed in the first 6 words of the Bible. Again, not because they're reading things out of it that are unusual, but rather because they're reading it incredibly literally. So, what's fascinating about this is that, again, it shows you something about how the Zohar works in terms of Kabbalistic hermeneutics, and also why this text is very difficult, because if you don't read Hebrew very well, if you don't understand Hebrew grammar very well, then this is all basically lost on you, or could be lost on you. So what's going to happen in all of this is that the world of Malchut is joined with the supernal world and what is called Yichud, or unification. This is kind of a sacred marriage. And what's going to happen according to the world of the world, our world, is that the task of our world is to take the Shekhinah, which is in exile, this idea that God's presence is in exile found in the Talmud. When Israel goes into exile, into the Galut, so does Shekhinah go into the Galut. And our task is to reunify the Shekhinah, which is in Galut, in this world, this eternal world. And as we do that with the process of Jewish law, it's the case that we remarry Shekhinah, and Shekhinah remarries the upper world, and then everything is like a giant lock, and it all clicks into place. Ultimately, everything is resolved. Everything, the imbalance is resolved. Now, why does that imbalance happen? The Zohar never says. And as we get later on, next time, into Lurianic Kabbalah, we will learn why, according to at least Lurianic Kabbalah, why the primordial imbalance happened. And we'll get a big drama about why it happened. We'll get to it next time. So what ends up happening here is that we are plunged into matter, and we have to return back by redeeming matter. Now, what's different about, for instance, Kabbalah and maybe Gnostic text is that there's nothing wrong with matter. It just needs to be redeemed. Just like a coupon. There's nothing wrong with a coupon, but a coupon needs to get redeemed. And so the idea is that you redeem matter. Not that you rescape it, not that you betray it, not that you get rid of it. It's not bad or evil, but it's in need of redemption. How does that redemption happen? It happens through this spiritual process of being reunified with the supernal world. Even what happened in the Garden of Eden, that really went awry, it's not really clear what went awry, is that there's some indication, at least in some sections of the Zohar, that what ended up happening was that Adam became so infatuated with the supernal world that he abandoned his material wife. That Adam was actually too pious. So notice it's a complete inversion of the Garden of Eden story. In the Garden of Eden story, it's that, in the original version, it's that human beings are too worldly, they're too sexual. In that version is that they committed sex or whatever, they did some kind of thing or whatever it was, and that being focused too much on their body messed them up. No, in the Zohar version, Adam is actually too fixated on the Shekhinah, and his partner, Chava, wife, physical world, feels abandoned by him. She's not satisfied by him. She's not he's not doing his duty, and that's what allows her to be seduced by the Nachash, by the snake. And so the traditional version is all the blame put on her. She gets tricked by the snake. But But in the Zohar's version, at least one version of the Zohar's version, it's his fault. He's a negligent husband. Because he's so focused on the supernal world that he's not focusing on the physical world, which is his world. The physical world's our world. And the Zohar is very clear about this. You cannot focus just on the spiritual world. You cannot become a monk. There's no mystical Kabbalistic monks. You are obliged to deal in this world. And it's only by dealing in this world that you can actually deal with the spiritual world. So again, how does this get fixed? Well, Moses eventually comes and gives us the Ten Commandments, or gives us the Torah, and it's by combining the spiritual and the physical. Again, the Zohar is all about balance. Combine the spiritual and the physical, that we begin to climb the ladder again. Adam focused too much on the world of the supernal. Other patriarchs focused too much on the world of the terrestrial, and the idea is we must combine them into one another. And this becomes incredible. The language here is always incredibly sexual. The language is, the Zohar is very at home with sexual language. Because sex is part of human life. Sex is part of religious observance. You have to have sex. You're obliged to have, to be fruitful and multiply. Again, it imagines, of course, it's imagining a very hyper, heteronormative way of thinking about this. Although I think at the edges of the text, there's a lot of interesting homoeroticism, and there's a lot of queering stuff that one can do with the Zohar in a way that I think is very, very rich. Not that I think it's very rich. Queer people, trans people have done incredible things with the Zohar that have shown this text. It's hyper heteronormative, but at the same time, many of the ideas it commits itself to don't conform to them. It can't logically. So there's been all kinds of cool studies that show that those categories break down pretty rapidly when you get a little bit under the hood or under the sheets of what's going on. And the Zohar, there's a lot more happening here. Well, the idea ultimately is that there's a sense, kind of sacred marriage between Israel and Shekhinah, and the Shekhinah and Israel, Sephiroth, and by the observance on the Jewish law as a kind of ritual act of intercourse. The observance of law is kind of thought of as a kind of intercourse, that as you do the law, you're kind of having spiritual intercourse with the divine. Because it's only because the Jews have a covenant with God, a marriage contract with God, that they can do the things they can do. The only similar thing to that Jewish custom is sex. It's only by having a certain kind of relationship with a certain kind of person that you can have sex with them. Well, because God and Israel have this relationship, then it must be the case that all of these 613 rules are fundamentally a kind of intercourse with the divine. And so it's thought all incredibly in erotic terms. And so this is very much linked to things like Shabbat. As we'll see next time, Shabbat becomes incredibly linked in Kabbalah as the core observance. In fact, if you've ever done Kabbalah Shabbat, which I imagine most people in this class have, Kabbalah Shabbat is a completely invented service by 16th century Kabbalists to reenact the marriage between God and Israel every single week. So if you've ever sung Lechadodi, that's the reason why you sing it. It's because you get married every week to the Shabbat bride. And that idea comes directly back from Zohar. It's become so ingrained in Jewish customs that it's now a service that basically every Jew does every week. In fact, I would say even liberal Jews, if they only go to shul once a week on Friday nights, they're doing Lechadodi, they're doing Kabbalah Shabbat. So they're doing the Hyros Galons, they're doing the sacred marriage as it is understood here in the Kabbalah. Now, this hyper focus on sex is probably a dig at the Catholics. One of the things that Judaism did have going for it, that Catholicism didn't, is that Catholicism is really down on sex. And I don't know if you know this about people, they like sex. People love sex. It's a big thing. They like it. They get down on it. People pay for it. People sell it. It's a big part of the internet. It may be the reason why the internet exists, basically. We may just be piggybacking on like video games and sex. So I think that's actually true. It's probably we piggyback on military intelligence, Pornhub, and video games. And I think now video games and military intelligence are probably the same thing too. So at any rate, it's very much the case that part of this whole attitude towards sex is very hyper heteronormative and very much in the marriage environment. But it's also the case that this is probably a dig at Christianity, because Christianity is all about priestly celibacy. It's all about the perpetual virginity of Mary, and it's all about the fact that Jesus and Paul were never married, I suppose never had sex. And the Jews at the time, the rabbis at the time, are like, yeah, That sucks. Sucks for them. They got to be celibate. Mary never got to have sex, or at least she only had sex with God, kinda, or whatever. And Jesus and Paul never got married, never had sex. Like, they're inferior. Even the average rabbi down the street doing some Kabbalah gets laid at least once a week. And your God never got laid? Then you're your God. Right? Your main prophet, Paul, was like, hated his body, hated having sex. Something wrong with him. Like, we ain't got that kind of problem around here. So, I think also a lot of this hypersexual stuff going on in the Zohar is also a dig at Christianity. I think it's a dig at Catholicism. And I think it's a dig at their relationship to the physical body at some level. Again, part of it's about maintaining your Jewish community by saying, yeah, you can have sex. It's great to have sex. In fact, you're obligated to have sex. You've got to have sex. But know that your sex is part of this mystical thing, and it's very carefully constrained. Right? Those things are also true as well. Now, if there's good stuff, like sex, there's also bad stuff. Of course, that's evil. And evil, in the Kabbalah, is thought of as part of God. This is called the Sitra Achra, the other side. Now, what's important to know about the history of evil in the Jewish world and in the Christian world is that evil in the classical theologies of both these worlds was thought of as basically a kind of privation. That evil was something like cold. Cold is just a lack of heat. Darkness is just a lack of light. Darkness is nothing on its own. Cold is nothing on its own. And so because these things are just negations of something else, they don't really exist. So evil is just a non-existent place where God isn't. It's a part of you that rebels against God. It's part of your heart, according to Augustine, that rebels against God. You empty your heart of the divine grace, and that emptiness inside your own heart, that God-shaped hole, that's evil. And because Satan is just a pure rebellion, Satan's just pure negation. Well, this is true of Neoplatonism. It's true of lots of different traditions within Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. The rabbis of the Kabbalah, especially in the Castilian Kabbalah, Zohar, say, no, evil's real. And it's not hard to imagine why a medieval Jew could be very convinced of the reality of evil. Evil was part of their world. I mean, they didn't face pogroms. They knew about pogroms. They didn't face annihilation the way they did in Germany. But the creeping reality of the Reconquista, no Jew in their right mind in 13th century Spain had any pretensions that once they were done with the Muslims, they were not going to come to the Jews. Evil was real. So we're not going to have this philosophical horse crap. We're not going to have this idea that evil's not real. Evil's real. And if evil's real, it must come from God. Because everything comes from God. Everything flows from Ein Sof. So where does it come from? Well, think back to this image, and we talked about this a minute ago. So Keter flows into Chokhmah. Chokhmah flows into Binah. And again, you can imagine sort of a rush of water, rush of light. As it rushes out, it sort of gets caught by Chokhmah. And then as it rushes back over to Binah, it gets caught by Binah. As it rushes over to Chesed, it gets caught by Chesed. But as Chesed rushes over to Gevurah, you can't catch it all. There's so much power flowing now that it hits into Gevurah, and it's like a bowl when you pour water into it, so it runs out the side. Or it's like the main image in the Zohar. The other one is the image of the blacksmith.
Miss Aquarius, they need about 10 minutes.
Forge an item in a blacksmithery, or in a smithery.
Can you hear me?
And the only way you're going to get a fork or a knife or
Can you hear me?
or a sword or whatever is you pound it. You have to pound that metal. There's no way
Hello.
to shape the unformed metal without pounding it.
Hi, can you hear me? I need like 10 minutes.
Shards of metal fly off. 10 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's an inevitable part of creating something. When you create something,
Thank you.
off sparks. And those sparks are
You're welcome. Let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're dross. They're wreckage. In the Zohar, that wreckage, that dross, those sparks, that excess of pure gevurah, pure rage, righteous rage. You can imagine what ends up happening is that it flows out of gevurah and it coats the entire backside of all of the other sefirot, like a kind of evil coating of darkness. a kind of hatred, a rage, an inversion of each one of these. As it coats the backside of them, that forms another reality. And that other reality is the world of the Sitra Achra, the other side. These are like inverted, evil, negative image spherot. So horrifying that the first three don't even survive. They're so absolutely evil that the will of God destroys them, that they are annihilated. They can't even exist at all. They implode in their own absolute negativity, like a black hole or something. But the other seven, right? So the first three implode and vanish. The last seven, they continue to exist. Oh, I should say this about Binah, or about Da'at. Sorry. In some schemes of this, you may see another sphere here, another sphere right here. It's called Da'at. It means knowledge. The reason why there might be another sphere here is because Keter, because it's so not a thing, they don't count it as real. And you need something else to make the 10 up, and Da'at becomes a kind of pseudo sphere. It gets really complicated. We can't get into it for the purpose of this class, but it ends up being a balance between the completely nothingness of Keter, of Chokhmah and Binah, and the balance of these three, just like these are balanced here, these four are balanced in Tiferet, you get a balancer here and Da'at. But often you'll see it drawn with sort of like a dot circle to be Da'at. If you have questions about that, we can get to that later. At any rate, that dross is thrown off, and that becomes evil. For the Zohar, evil's real. It's a necessary aspect of reality, and you can't get rid of it by anything other than refining it. You can't get rid of it except for by refining it. You have to subject it to purification. And how does one purify it? One purifies it by the process of just. Now, as we get to later on, what's important to know about this, I'm going to go a little bit over, but I think we'll get a lot of this done. So, the Zohar doesn't imagine evil as an inherently bad thing. It imagines it as an excess of something that has to be tempered. And you temper it by rectifying it, by fixing it. And in the later Lurianic Kabbalah, we'll get to this later on, this becomes the shards of the Klipot, these demonic entities, demonic angels almost, that rule the world of darkness. And that world of darkness can creep into our world. And one of the lines in the book of Genesis that the Zohar really harps on in this is it talks about the 7 Edomite kings that died. And this is a throwaway line in Genesis 22 or something, that it seems like that these lines don't have anything to do with anything, that it's a bunch of Edomite kings that died. No, not for the Zohar. They're the primordial evil worlds that exist. And you have to deal with them. You have to deal with them by rectifying. And the thing that the Zohar is the most worried about, the thing that it harps on the most, more than I think anything else, is the same kind of thing the Catholics harp on. And that's masturbation. My God, Zohar is horrified of sexual sins, especially masturbation. And there's the idea that if one wastes seed, then that seed, the spent semen, that's sort of lying there, becomes demons. It just becomes like more and more demons. And the world gets more and more imbalanced and more tilted to the side of the other side. Also, the uncleanliness of so-called uncleanliness of menstruation. This is a deeply horrifying world. In fact, so much so that because of the primordial sin of Eve, she is the sort of representative of evil in the world, because her menstrual blood is like a dross thrown off by her menstrual cycle. And the menstrual blood is just like the dross thrown out in the process of creation, where creation sort of didn't occur, baby wasn't born. Again, this is all super problematic in lots of ways. But the idea is the blood flowing out of her mirrors the dross thrown off in the process of creation, whereby you get this sort of not createdness. And there's a ton of interest in evil. The Zohar abounds in discussions of evil, and it's probably leaning very heavily on discussions of evil that we found in the earlier Kabbalists of Castile, or the Cohen brothers. They were very interested in evil. They wrote the treaties of the emanation of left-hand side. And so there are tons and tons of things about evil, especially anti-Gentile stuff. So we have to be very honest. The Zohar hates Gentiles. Overwhelmingly thinks Gentiles are corrupt, evil, dangerous, and bad. This is not an ecumenical text. at any stretch of the imagination, you cannot read this text and imagine this text has anything good to say about Gentile people, non-Jewish people. It is very negative on them. And so, again, are you not surprised? Again, imagine being Jewish in 13th century Spain. Do you have positive interactions with non-Jewish people, with Christians? Not really. And so it's unsurprisingly they're going to have a pretty negative attitude when it comes to non-Jewish people. Now, does that mean that the Zohar is inherently bigoted? It might. It might mean that it's a bigoted text, especially if you take those same attitudes and apply them to non-Jewish people now. Yeah, it's going to result in you being real bigoted, mystically bigoted, probably the worst form of bigotry. So we have to own the fact that that stuff is in there and deal with it as Jews. If you want to study the Zohar and study the Kabbalah, you have to understand there are bigoted things against non-Jewish people there, and you have to deal with them in whatever way you think is fit to deal with them. And they can lean on that because the historical character of Shimon Bar Yochai himself was heavily oppressed by the Romans and the Roman colonial project in Judea, and also Shimon Bar Yochai says some of the most shocking anti-Gentile stuff you can find in the entire Talmud. I think he says the only thing that Gentiles and snakes share the same thing in common. They're both better without heads. That stuff is terrible. For those of us who non-Jewish people are a huge part of our life, that stuff is unconscionable. It's there. It's in the Talmud. It's in the Zohar, and we have to deal with it. You shouldn't ignore it. It's there. Now, can anti-Semites pick up on that stuff and claim that the Talmud is racist and hates Gentile people, and they can do the same thing about the Zohar? They don't know the Zohar very well, so they won't do that. But it's there too. Just so you anti-Semites know, you can also attack us with the Zohar too. They don't know that because they don't take the time to actually read this stuff. The demonology of the Zohar is very complex. Numerous stories of demons in the Zohar, and that's not surprising because you have the exact same kind of demonological stories flourishing in Christianity at the time. This is the exact same time that you get a rapid rise in demonology in the Christian world as well. And so, again, unsurprisingly, Jewish and Christian demonologies are sort of developing at pace with one another at this time period, and eventually this will give rise to the concept of the Dybbuk. And we'll get to the Dybbuk in a little while when we get to concepts of possession and exorcism and Judaism that began to emerge primarily in the late 16th century. So the Dybbuk, if you heard of the idea of the Dybbuk, it emerged as going to primarily, at least regionally, in some last thing for the night. What's really important about the Zohar is that it's an incredibly conservative text, which is to say it wants to defend rabbinic tradition. It's very wed to rabbinic tradition. There's no interest in sort of fucking rabbinical tradition. Now it interprets saying the rabbinical tradition in very exotic and very avant-garde ways, but it's very worried about philosophers. Because philosophers are the most dangerous people in the world, y'all. I don't know if you know about us, but we're dangerous people. That's why they kill us from time to time. And one of the things that worried the writers of the Zohar is that the Jewish philosophers at the time, like Maimonides, argued that basically all the weird stuff in the Torah is just symbolism. It's just metaphor. And really, God is really concerned about you being reasonable, being rational, being a good person. And if you understand the Bible in more terms than that, you're probably engaging in some kind of stupid idolatry. Because you just don't know better, you're not really trained in philosophy. The danger with that, folks, is that Jews are facing an overwhelming pressure to convert beginning at this time in 13th century. Very strong pressure to convert. They can be given land and title and deeds. They can be given all kinds of encouragement to convert. Conversion is very, very attractive. Again, forget, we're 190 years out, 200 years out from the Alhambra Decree in 1492. The pressure is already on for Jews to convert. And as you can imagine, a wealthy Jewish doctor, wealthy Jewish poet, wealthy Jewish, rabbi, who's having a lot of pressure to convert, if he's a Maimonidean and believes that really God's the kind of metaphor and the Jewish law is the kind of metaphor, angels are the kind of metaphors, why the hell are you going to stick your neck out for a bunch of metaphors? If Jesus and God and Moses and they all kind of come out the same in the wash, you get to keep your job and flourish and get new land, you best believe those people converted. They converted not because they hated their religion, but because they were educated enough, or perhaps too much, that they could say, look, I can still worship my God inwardly, I can still believe in all the things I believe in, and I can pray in a church. Because praying in a church gets me deal, gets me a title. So why not convert? Zohar says, because you mess up all of reality. That's why. You stupid, dangerous, bad Jew. Why? Because the very way that the very way that God engineered reality was that you reverse engineer it and correct it by following the Torah. You have to understand what are called the Ta'ameh Mitzvot. The Ta'ameh Mitzvot are the reason for the commandments. The commandments in the Torah are not random. They're not made up things. When God says put the felon on, when God says wear tzitzis, when God says honor the Sabbath on this day, not Sunday, when God says do this and do this, God's not telling you random things. God's telling you that this is a roadmap, not just a roadmap for piety, but a roadmap for the reconstruction of reality. This is how you fix the world. And not only that, God's telling you not just to follow these rules because you should follow them. God's telling you to follow the rules because God follows them. God kept Shabbat. God puts on the felon. God puts on the talith. God does everything that you're supposed to do. This is imitatio Dei. The task is not for you to do a bunch of rules. The task is for you to follow the rules because God does those rules. And insofar as God does those rules and you do those rules, you are co-creators of the perfect world. And it's only by doing that, it's only by following the Jewish law scrupulously, especially the rules that make no sense. It's only by following those rules that seem to make no sense that you have any chance at all of fixing the world, of balancing out the world of Sefirot. The only way you can do this, the only way that the world will fix, is by Jews being observant Jews. So, again, to drive this point home, the Kabbalah is not liberal, hippy-dippy Judaism. The Kabbalah is the most radically, legally conservative Judaism you could imagine. And why? Because the esoteric meaning of the mitzvot is that they are actually part of the reconstruction, recreation, renovation of the world. The renovation of the world, tikkun olam, the reparation of the world. And it's only by following the Jewish law as scrupulously as possible, especially the parts of it that don't make any sense, is that accomplished. So, in the same way that God created the world and God mandated the various holidays, the mandating of those holidays is not just you doing things, it's not just Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Pesach. These are divinely mandated temporal structures in which one can correct the world at a very specific way, at a very specific time, but you can't correct the world any other day of the year. You have special powers that day, right? And you have to correct the world. And the Zohar loves, for instance, very minor holidays. Sometimes you travel to Israel, they'll ask you what a Jewish holiday is. They're trying to weed out, I don't know, rabble rousers. Right? They're trying to weed out people. Well, I've always wanted to mess with them, right? And say, yeah, my favorite holiday is Shemini Atzeres. Shemini Atzeres, the most obscure holiday ever. But the Zohar says Shemini Atzeres is the most important holiday in the world. There'll be no more important holiday. Yom Kippur will be a joke. But Shemini Atzeres is a completely obscure holiday, right at the very end of the Chagim. No, that's what's really important. Because that's what's going to be important in the world to come, right? So all of the holidays get these heavily mystical meanings. The counting of the Omer, something that seems completely ridiculous. You're counting down the days to bring a piece of
Amos Aquarius.
grain, the thing that we don't even do anymore. Oh yeah. Counting of the Omer is incredibly important. You're not just counting out the Omer, you're counting out the reception of Torah. So you get to replay the entire process again. So everything becomes heavily imbued. Have you ever stayed up late on Shavuot? You ever done a tikkun on Shavuot? Stayed up late on Shavuot studying? No, you've done something Kabbalistic. Why? Because the entire process, right, is by receiving the Torah again. You have to be all up. Studying to receive it again. And so you get a completely cyclical period of time. The Zohar is imagining a cycle, and that cycle hits you, and it spirals up, right? You start from here, cycle, until eventually we reach the world of the divine. And it's through the process of the rectification of the divine, Tikkun Olam, that the world's redeemed. Now, this gets liberalized in our modern conception, right? It means that be a good person and do nice things and make the world a better place. The Kabbalist John imagine is like make this world a better place. It's the idea that you're renovating this world metaphysically, ontologically, cosmologically. And so that idea is found deeply in the Sefer Zohar. So, folks, these are the major things of the Zohar. These are the big things. If you were to read the Zohar, study the Zohar, you would see these things over and over and over. It's like it's like jazz. They're gonna take these things and play them over and over. They're the things, they're the minor things that are important. These are the big ones. And so the Sefirot, the Shekhinah, balancing of the Sefirot, the idea of the Sitra Achra, the theory of evil, and the idea of the Torah and the Mitzvot. These are the big themes that dominate the literary text that is the Sefer Zohar. What we're going to pick up with next week is how this thing became scripture. How did anyone believe this was true? This book just appeared, and people are like, yeah, that's it. That's the roadmap for the recreation of all beings. Is this book in the hands of this dude who's spanking? So people were skeptical, and we'll talk about how this became scripture. How this went from being a weird collection of texts
at Newark Airport and it hit the light pole, a United Airplane.
Cornerstone of Jewish theology.
No, I was not aware.
I'm pretty sure you've never heard any aspect of
I just accidentally was doing something like it just went to YouTube and it played this and I was hearing it and I'm like, wait a minute, what? And it said a plane landed at Newark Airport. It hit a light pole trying to land at Newark Airport. I said, what is wrong with this? But you know what? Some of these planes do be going low because these Delta planes, every time they might be going down the thing, you be seeing these planes going low. And even my Uber driver, some of the planes, we was like, ooh, these planes low, a bit low. Now, I have heard that some of the pilots do be a little bit intoxicated.
So we'll talk about
too.
that process of systematization.
So that's not
And
good.
they ain't supposed to be behind that thing, but I believe they do sometimes, or they probably landed too close or too soon. What do you think?
I don't know, Miss Aquarius.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore.
I think they be landing too soon. I don't know. I don't know if they be. I don't know. I just don't know what it is. But you know what? They need a lot of power traffic. What do you call them people? Control tower people?
Sure.
They need them. One of them people at the thing, he left to get training. They need a lot of them. They do. They need a lot of them.
It's
They
definitely.
need a lot of them. They really do.
All right, Miss Aquarius. Thank you for your patience. I have sent you an invite. So when you're ready, you just let me know.
I'm ready. But it's just crazy, man. That's just crazy. These planes, boy, I don't know. These planes weren't going through this, you know. Nah, it just been going through it and everything. It's like crazy, like spirit. They didn't give people enough time or nothing like that. Now, a lot of people are stranded and scrambling to get back home. That's crazy, you know?
Yes, I do. You had an amazing spare, by the way.
Thank you. Some of these people, some just don't understand. Like, I think some of the police said they knew, like, the flights, some of them said they knew about it. They knew it was going to happen, but I think they should have gave them some notice. But they are hurt. I'd be hurt for you, too. But these people got the, you know, they got to pay bills and stuff like that, you know?
Right.
Now they got to start all over. Some of them said they may not do flight attendant no more.
17,000 people is a 17,000 people is a lot of people.
Yeah, that's a lot. You should have gave them a heads up, at least all of the passengers too.
Miss Aquarius, J-Ski was talking to you if you didn't hear him.
Oh, I just
Hi,
let her know.
J-Ski.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
Mr. Aquarius.
I did message you letting you know I went out. I went outside.
You did? I was not even around my phone, JC.
No, it's okay. It's alright, because I'm going to go outside right now. See if it's time for guy.
Okay, where you going? We looking, we watching while we playing bowling.
That's right.
Yeah, in like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. But yeah, it's just sad, man.
What a strike.
They could have gave them a notice. They could have gave them 2 weeks or a month notice. What y'all think? They should have gave them a month notice, especially these people that travel.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem abrupt.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, get it. Oh, big score, Miss Aquarius.
I just pray that some of them people get their refund.
Get
I
it.
hope the people get their refund. You know, and some of the people that do want to fly, I hope they get, I hope the airlines help them and stuff. I hope.
I agree. Miss Aquarius, you're on fire, girl.
Thank you. You're right behind me, Rabbi. Get it. Yeah, I hope so.
No. You got me, Miss Aquarius. Excellent win.
Thank you. You win on me.
Yes, ma'am. I'm closing in 596. Riser and Zoot always want to play bowling, and I say no.
See what I mean? They're supposed to play bowling. No.
That's what I told them.
No. You can't play. When you get the $5.99, you cannot play with them.
I know that.
You gotta wait for me.
That's right, madam.
I knew it looked familiar. What's wrong with y'all? No. You want to play with them, you can play with them. I play with my friends sometimes, but when you get to $5.99, Rabbi, you gotta wait for me, okay?
I know. And I told them.
You can play with them. I told
them no bowling. They know I told them no bowling.
Yeah, they hard-headed. But it's okay, because I play with my friends. You gave me permission to play with just my friends, right, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am. But you're your own person. You don't need my permission. Yes, ma'am.
This okay. Oh, here we go.
Yes, ma'am.
Rabbi.
I see him.
Oh, yeah. Look, Rabbi.
I see him.
Yay, we outside, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm happy. Yay! You got your strike.
Yes, ma'am.
Good job.
Thank you.
Now multitasking. All right. Becky, I heard you was out again late.
Oh, yeah. I was, 7-Eleven.
He said you look like you was at Home Depot, he said.
Oh, well, I was walking past and I looked near a lot of bars and nightclubs and cocktail bars. So there was a lot of people out at the time. And then one of the Mexican restaurants, you know what I'm going to show you? One of the Mexican restaurants, they have like a bunch of ornaments set up because Cinco de Mayo is coming up in like 2 more days. That's like a holiday. But I'll take you with me tomorrow night, probably around this time.
Yeah.
This year, I'm going to go to the movies. So I'll show you like the movies here I go to, like that's like downtown LA. It's like it's much better than the one I normally go to.
Okay.
Oh, they cool. They got everything set up.
Nice. Are you going to that taco truck that we saw yesterday?
Well, yeah. It's right there. It's right there.
Oh, yeah. The one I said it looked like where Marathon is.
Yeah. I want to admit, the tacos are very expensive, like the small ones. They're like $3, but it's worth it. Because you put a lot of meat on this thing, and it's just, yeah, it's just real good.
Ooh.
And then that's the restaurant down here that has like all the orders. Because I'll tell you, because they got their own little cart set up as well.
I want to go to the Mexican restaurant.
Oh yeah, we have so many different things out here. LA basically like a little bit. Yeah.
All right, Rabbi. You win, I win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated in friendship. Yay.
That's right, madam.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of people. Ooh, good.
I love the onion stuff. That's how we get the solid tacos.
Here's the taco truck outside. Ooh, wee.
It's like a taco truck like outside of this, but
Oh, y'all got one inside. That's neat.
this is like really.
Oh, yeah, that's neat.
Jacob, please. I get it.
So let's put, I got 500. Okay. Okay. So what do you get at this taco truck, JSD? JSD. I know it's a lot of people. I know it's a lot of noise. No, real quick, what do you get at the taco place? Oh, okay. Okay. You can mute now. I know it's loud. It's okay. That's all good, right, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
It's too loud.
I told them that earlier today. Riser and Zoot were like, "What's he doing?" And I'm like, "Calm down. He's just living life." And they're like, "He's too loud." I'm like, "Well, then have him turn. You guys turn him down." But I'm fine with it. I'm glad that he's here, and I'll tell him when I speak.
We don't know what's going on. We just gotta make sure we protected him.
Exactly. I tell him. I said I will tell him when I speak with him that if he can, unless he's talking with us directly, to just mute himself, because if not, it's all the sounds of the street and everything, and it's really loud.
Yeah, and then Rise of them will start getting over it again.
לא שומר, אני רק מזכיר לך שעשו דברים ככה. יש לו באמת לבדוק. הרי אם שומרים על שמיטו, על הפירות של שמיטו, אז אסור לאכול אותם, אפשר. אם אחד שומר על הפרדס שלו, שלא יקחו את התיקים שלו, אסור לקנות את זה. הוא אומר לך, זה משקע, זה שונה, זה לא אבל הבית ששומר, זה הפסק ששומרים בשדה של מישהו אחר, אני רק טוב, ולכן מותר כן להשתמש. או, יש לי הרביץ העובדים שלי מעניין, אני לא בקר, אבל סתם, דבר מעניין. היה מישהו שבא והקים חברה שמעבירה כספים מבנקים לכל מיני מקומות. ואחד רואה את העובד הבריטי, מוקים אותו בישיבה, והוא ניגש אליו, הוא אומר, שומע לחם, יוסף, מה נשמע? הוא לא עונה לו. מה אתה לא? איזה יום שנה שההוא מביא את הכסף, חוליס הכל, ואתה עושה בו, לא, הוא יתק אותו ואמר שלא. הוא מה זה?
Where did he go? Where he go? Where he go? Oh, there she left.
Yeah, he'll be back.
I'm looking at that. Now I've never been to California. This is exciting to me, Rabbi.
I know it's Aquarius.
שמיטו, כתוב במפורש, זה רק לאכול ולא לסחור, אסור לך לסחור שמיטו. הוא מלא, מה אתה רוצה שאני אעשה? כמו לא אמרנו, לא רוצה לגבי סרט. אתה רוצה באוטו, אתה רוצה שאני אבטל את כל דוחות. אוי מה, אני לא מבין. זה לא דיור סרט, אני חייב להביא אותו. הוא מלא, גם הנה, אני לא הצעתי לך שתתפצל לגמרי. מה שאני אמרתי זה, לאיזה זה אשתות. אני רק אמרתי, תבין, משנה שעברה, החיטה שגדלה בשנה השישית, לא בשמינית, בשביל אתה מביא סעורה שגדלת בשמינית, שאסור לשרוף את זה, יש לך משנה שעברה, וזה נכון כן לשרוף. אז הוא אומר לו, והנה קרמל ונטו, מי שזוכר, מי לא זוכר, קרמל זה טריגון 2 מיליון. וואו. Mark, remind me that when we start another year, we have to like restart the whole thing. Because every time I'm having issues now with present play. You know what I'm talking about? It's just that, I forgot what it was, it's like, click out of it and click back in and I think it works. Carmen, זכויות אדם, מה אתם מבינים בשנה שעברה? אתם לא הנה גם זה כמה משפטים. אז תביא את הרב בשנה שעברה. בשנה שעברה זה היה, נכון אפשר, זה קצת, זה איך קוראים לזה? זה קצת יבש. אבל בשנה שעברה זה כן היה כמה, ואתה יוצא די חובה, כי עכשיו תיתן למשהו שהיה כמה בשנה שעברה. זה לא עובד. או מעקב, כמה תקרים. וכמה אפשר לעשות חובה ולהגיד, לא, עכשיו צריך כמה, זה לא מספיק לי שהיה כמה בשנה שעברה. אוקיי. איתמה, לא יודעים לומר כמה תקרים. אתה צריך להביא חדש כמה. איך הוא יודע, זה הגברת השעה על הרבים. איך הוא יודע שצריך להיות חדש, מעצמו חדש, כדי כמה חדש. הוא נגיד, אנחנו עומדים במקום אחר. וברוב זו, יש סיפור לזה, מגיע בתחילת היבוא, לא סופר. לא סופר, דק, נכנס ביקורים, בדיוק הסומר מזמידתו, ואיפה מפה? אז זה היה הסוגיה שהיה לנו. מאיפה? איזה סוג תבואה אתה מביא? האם זה פליטה או סומה? אנחנו יודעים שזה סומה, איך אנחנו יודעים? הנה הסורי, את טוענים על הסורי, הנה, אולי תביא
Coming live from Real Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 3. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hi everybody, make some noise for yourselves for being here. We're on the #1 live podcast in the world. So that's just a fact. So many fun team members here, part of the show. Great Ryan, J.E., all the house artists, draws every single episode. He has a blank sheet of paper right now. It's already started.
Is it open? Can we use the ball now? No. There is still concern about hail fragments.
Right now, let's get this moving. Drawing tonight's episode. Jamie Burnett, the one and the only, back on the HD camera, young Jamie. HDJP.com.
Yeah, it's got a lot of cool, like, the awesome photographer. He also has taken almost every guest the Joe Rogan Experience, and it just posters together. It has like hundreds and hundreds of people. It's awesome.
Speaking of amazing posters, brings me right back to Ryan J. Bell, who made the one and only, the official Kill Tony merch, the Kill Tony poster that I got hanging up in my room. Get that at Ryan J. Bell. And look at this. I got
Tracy's back. You okay? No worries. It is very noisy out there, huh, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, look. Oh.
Penthouse on Westwood Boulevard.
All his material is kind of like
Ooh.
being like rich and coming up from a good place.
That looks so good.
He eats a wiener schnitzel every day.
I can't relate to this at all because all that stuff
That
sounds really
was
nice
good.
to me.
Exactly. You're white trash. You're figuring it out, Jeremiah. I had a frappuccino with my wiener schnitzel today. I don't see what's wrong with any of it. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Scott James.
You guys, I recently had a birthday, and my mom got me very usually. She got me this Ancestry.com thing. It's a kit. It's got some paperwork that you fill out, and then you spit into this file and you mail it off. And then they analyze your DNA and tell you what all your genetic makeup is, where all your ancestors come from. And why would my mom do that? Does she not already know this, right? That makes sense. Is this her way of saying that, like, dad's in question? Right? Like, I brought my results back, and I was like, Mom, turns out I'm 16% Mexican. She goes, came to spring break 1980. It makes sense. That's it.
I love it. Scott James. Fuck yeah. I like your style. You're like Ryan Seacrest with a lesser work ethic.
It's very, very accurate.
How long have you been on stand-up?
I've been about 5 years.
5 years. Where at?
St. Louis.
St. Louis. Fuck yeah. Oh, there's one person from St. Louis.
St. Louis.
St. Louis, level 1 for that one.
You live out here?
No, I'm just visiting.
That's fun. What are you in town visiting for? Vacation.
Just trying to do this as much as I can, but also like I have a lot of friends for whatever reason.
Whoa, Mr. Popularity.
No.
I think.
Well, they left the town I lived in.
Don't talk to him after the show. He's good. Don't talk to him after the show. He's good.
Right, yeah. You're too many friends. No new friends. No new friends.
You got a wedding ring on. Come here with your wife.
No.
You left her in St. Louis?
Wow.
Miranda Child.
Looks like you're not popular with someone right now, then. No?
Yeah, you got it. That's pretty
Why you look like you were surprised about having to them say you had a wedding ring on?
I
You kind of waited like
It's like, did I have to stop still?
I think it's because there's 6 different people talking and then sound effects coming out of left field.
blowing his mind.
It's real disoriented. It's a lot to go on.
How many bodies? I always think people with big jackets on are murder.
I'm not gonna say a lot. There's I'm not gonna say a lot. Like, what's the average? I'd say average.
Average.
How guilty did you feel about Ferguson? Don't look at the black guy. Look at me. Look at me. Don't look.
That's like barely single. It's like the outskirts. We don't have that
Yeah, you don't talk about those people over there, right?
No, the funny, my day job, I do floors for a living, and I was working on it.
What do you mean you do floors?
I just like do carpets, tile, and shit like that. And we were working on the Ferguson communities that are like the week that shit happened.
I got nothing to do with that place. I just work there and make the income that supports my wife.
No,
I only made the floors that these people bled out on. Yeah, slipping on the blood. That's what that sound effect was.
Hell no.
Slipping on the victim blood. There it is for you. For those of you that missed it, there's some more car evil.
How do you leave your wife and kid in St. Louis and be like, I'm gonna head to the horriest city in the country?
It's like, I left real early in the morning. No, it's
Hilarious.
no, she actually, this was kind of her idea.
She told you to go out there and make it out of the house.
She's a good woman.
Not enough of those, huh?
Good women.
You just said she was a good woman?
Yeah, she's very supportive of my drink.
I love that.
Yeah, I think so. I tried to have her once because it was not a big enough, like, rolls of carpet are hard to get up flights of stairs. She wanted to help me on a job once, and I was like, yeah, sure, you can lift as much as I can. Why not?
Yeah.
And these were like 30-foot rolls of carpet.
She's able to break.
It's a hopeful abortion method where you're like,
Here, I'll take the top. It's heavier up here.
It was a 3-story house. I had my fingers crossed the whole time.
Do you run your material by her first?
Some of it.
We're talking about the carpeting.
Yeah. Oh, the carpeting materials?
Do you run it by her?
Jokes? Yeah. Every now and then. That's the kind of rule. If she's in one of the jokes, I have to run it by her to see if it's too, like,
She's a plain little white girl.
She's only,
What did she get for it?
she's bartending.
Ooh.
When you, what the fuck?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I've seen this one before.
Very trustworthy bartender.
Yeah, very trustworthy, I bet.
I'll be home at 5 a.m.
Yeah,
Why don't you go to LA for a bit? Everything's
yeah. She's so supportive. It was actually her.
Oh my God.
We cut to her just black hawks everywhere. Just, this is not good.
she's getting fucked on a carpet. She's like, my husband installed it.
Hell no. Don't listen to them. What bar is it though?
Are you gonna really make the? You're gonna make the trip to St. Louis?
Who's headlining there in a couple months?
I'm going down there in a couple months.
Your wife's probably gonna tell you that maybe you should come on to LA. Dion can probably help you get some spots here that weekend and
Just help me with your material.
the hands.
What are you doing with your hands?
I don't know. It's amazing.
It just feels right.
It's conniving.
Wow, that whole rant was all from him just saying his wife was a bartender.
You guys are like, opportunity. That is the show. How we do it. Scott, tell us something else interesting about you.
It's not a lot.
Okay.
You're very comfortable in the just ridiculously.
I don't know. Is your neck all right?
Got the taco. Yeah.
There is a little. You're sort of like a little.
I I should utilize the mirror. If I'm looking this way, I just use the mirror.
There's something called being
I ain't got to
cool.
wait,
Heard
right?
something?
Yeah,
Ever
got to
heard
wait.
of it? I'm a cool guy. You know what I'm saying?
Now it's playing the waiting game.
How else do I put this? I have a lot of friends here. I have a lot of friends. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know what other words I would use other than a lot of people like. You're not hearing it in your head. You're hearing it out loud. I just said it. Hey, I'm your friend. All right.
You having fun with them?
So what's the name of the box?
Oh, nice.
I just want to see a nice, I can see the difference, observatory up here, so, I think I'm gonna have to wait. There's another one here too, but I don't know if they're just as little, because they're not always fed. Like, people will live it, but they're not, so it's not always a big line, but, I'm gonna go to the gym tomorrow, so I'm gonna have it because I'm gonna go to the family tonight.
I'm in trying to get out there. I have to Saturday night, and I was thinking about, oh my God.
Yeah, I walked down this way to go to 7-Eleven, even though this way there's also a 7-Eleven. I've been living in this area since I was like 19, because I live on the 30, so I used to like, when I used to freelance, as like in my early 20s, I used to like walk outside around like 3 or 4 a.m. and just go to like the 3 blocks, walk down 2 blocks, to go to like the 7-Eleven, get some candy to do. But yeah, like this area is cool. They're building like a studio right here, and you can see like all the construction right here. So I hope they put a gym in like one of the little retailer spots. That'd be cool. I could walk down the street right with them. Oh, and they're gonna do that. I don't know if you see that. That white car with the door on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that a lot, and that's my, that's so good. So it's AI driving. I think those a lot.
That was crazy.
You know what? I might think, I think those a lot, but sometimes I just think the Uber and Lyft because it's cheaper sometimes in the Waymo. Sometimes the Waymo is not.
I don't know what you did there, but I'd like to see a little more of that.
I'm not ready for that.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna take one. I'm probably gonna take one tomorrow night. So if you're in here, I'm gonna take it on the way to the gym.
What time are you planning on doing this? Because you know I go to bed around 10 or 11 because I have to get up in there. So yeah, I have to get up in there.
Yeah. We'll probably see tomorrow my time. I'm gonna leave after around 8 p.m. like 8:30 p.m.
Okay, well I'll probably be up by then, but I'm telling you, 10 or something, I'll be laying down, getting ready to bed.
Yeah. Sorry. So I'll be going to the movies again. A couple end of days to go see the pop. So hopefully we'll end here. I'll try to do it on the weekend.
Okay.
I've been dating the guys always ask the worst questions.
I might do stuff like that, Rabbi, and just have it on mute. When we be out, when me and Adrian be out and stuff, and we doing with the local concerts, Rabbi, that'd be cool, huh?
You do whatever you want to do, absolutely.
Yeah, you know we having fun, right, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
I just put my thing on mute when we be out in noise.
Many times.
Alright, guys, I guess, am I close to a minute?
Yeah, 59 seconds. Joanna Petrie.
I'm in love with a stripper, she riding the pole, and she minding and kiss, and I'm in love with a stripper.
Yeah, Joanna Petrie.
Out of all the girls, she me the hottest.
Okie dokie, Joanna Petrie. Alright. Wow, where do we begin there? I love that baby joke.
You there? We almost home? Are we home? Yay!
What happened to
Okay.
serial killer Eileen
Good to go. All right.
monster?
She was put to death.
You know my dad.
1993, Texas.
Were you a stripper in the past? Have you ever? Yeah, I can tell, right? Yeah, I can tell you're standing like that. You're standing like Voltron.
God, you're right. She is standing like a stripper. That's pretty amazing. That just like that just like never leaves you, huh? Once you're used to it, you just. There is something to that. That's an interesting observation. You're such a slime ball for noticing that. Now this is interesting. I'm guessing that your stripper name was what? Lavender?
Now, what's the name of that? What's the color?
She only wears multiple shades of
What's the
lavender.
name of that?
Is Petrie really your last name? Like the Petrie?
Yeah, I was there so I could put on my iPad. What's the name of the browser?
Disgusting and growing bacteria.
Orion.
Find on a lap dance move in the strip club.
It's not gonna give no viruses or nothing, is it?
I can't guarantee anything, but it's on the.
Never mind.
Wait. But I would say the same about any app. You can't guarantee anything, but it's on the App Store, which can tell you it's safe for 99.9999999% of people. I use it. Riser uses it. What happened? What? What happened to your head?
No, your head. Did you see your head when he did that? That was funny. I had a good laugh.
Okay.
Laugh.
So.
I cried the day with my I miss my granddaddy.
I know you do, Miss
Because
Aquarius.
I was changing my sheets. And I was changing my sheets. And I was like, I wish I had granddaddy to help me. Remember when he used to help me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I needed that laugh. No, you was like when you said when you said 9.9, right? You
yes.
said no.
That's right. Well, what I'm saying is nothing is guaranteed for anything.
I know, but I was just laughing at how you did it. I'm sorry. It was funny.
You're good. If I were you, I would download the Orion app. That will give it. You'll be able to watch YouTube movies without videos without ads. That's what Riser uses. That's what I use when I want to do that. So it works really well.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I needed that laugh though, seriously.
Oh, good.
So much you're gonna have to start helping me because it'd be hard. But yeah. I did it though. Hey.
Yes, ma'am.
But I know you care for me, right? You care for us, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
If I ever feel like that, you're gonna be there for me. So,
do everything I can.
It's hard. This is hard. But we're making it. We're making it. Papa. Now I'm gonna make it something. Oh, my leg. I gotta do my leg. Oh my God. I don't like it. I gotta do my leg.
שאתם יודעים משהו כמוש, זה קדוש, זה לא הכי טוב, זה קדוש. אז גם אפשר להסביר שיש מצב שזה הכי טוב, וזה פחות טוב. איך אתה מבדיל בין גג לגג, וספינה לספינה, ועציץ לעציץ, ומערות?
All right, well, I'm going. I think Jake, she's down. He's going to be back when he. So I'm going to go on mute, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good night, sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams to you as well, Miss Clarice.
גג של הבית זה בסדר, אבל זה לא הכי טוב שיש, אז אל תקרא פסוקים. זה חלש כזה. אבל אסור.
You will, Charlie, and I'm just about to go to bed, Jake.
Oh, you said what? You're about to go to bed?
Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep. I gotta get up and go to the hair salon and get my hair done and get the stuff taken out of my hair.
Oh, okay.
You're about to eat now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, enjoy your food. You don't have me hearing Rabbi say you went out again.
Yeah.
I know, I'm just playing. I'm just
No,
playing.
I know. It's okay.
Have fun. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy your life.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll see you in the morning.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
אם יש לך חיטה שגודלת בעציץ, הנה קצת ימין, בעציץ שני, אז הירושלמי אומר שאומרים על לחם שעשוי בזה עציץ. אי אפשר להגיד להם, כמו שצריך לחם מהאורץ, זה לא מהאורץ, זה גדל בעציץ. אז אומרים, רק שסמכת חייב לברר, לפני סמכות זאת, תהיה הרבה. רואים את הדבר הזה? באמת לא חוזר לתזמון. יכול לסתור. עליו שזה כתוב, קשור לסתום. אוקיי. ספינה עשינו לכאן שהוא יצא מספינה של עץ, ספינה של חרס. אם יש לך ספינה של עץ, זה לא יורד מהדבר. אז מדברים גם לפי הפשט שאומר שהספינה קשורה לדבר, אבל שזה עץ, אז כמו עץ שהיינו לא חד, זה לא יורד. אם זה ספינה של חרס, אז זה כן יורד. ולכן אתה יכול לקרוא את הפסוקים, אני לא יודע, כבר אלו יויפנו דף בגאו, בארץ אפילו, דף בגרס עד בגאו. כן, יויפנו קשיו, שבירנו זה, וזה כל זה צפה, אבל יש חושבים מכל. יויפנו שאומר שאם אתה משתמש בחמר שגדל על הר גבוה, שזה אותו, אסור לגמרי, אז אתה יסביר את הספירים בפלייסס, הרי כל הדברים האלה, ספינה ותמורה, כל זה אסור לגמרי. אבל אני אומר, זה נכון, נכון, זה לא מצד, שבגלל שזה כל הילדים, זה גדל על דעת, אז כבר אדם קורא, גם מבין גם לא פשוטים, שבועות, בספירה, כתוב כאן, לא כמו שאמרנו, אין ממני פוליטי, לא פוליטי, אתה לא יכול להגיד כלל. והשגיאה, אני חושב שזה ממש קצר, ואני חושב שזה לא קצר, זה הבוי סעד, שאתה אומר, אוי, אנחנו נותנים לקראת שקדוש, והנה לזו שם הציעו שאין יכול להיות אין לזה בגבול, הנה, למדנו שצריך להיות זכר ולא טוב. אומר אני מאוד הצדק, אתה לומד את זה ולא אוהב ולחץ ולשלום, ואומרו לו שקד קדוש, וכל מסתכל. זה לא יגדל אצלנו האחר, יגדל אצלנו האחר. יש כאלה שאומרים את זה קדוש, וזה לא זכר. זה ספר לו. מה אנחנו עושים למידה אחת? מחר יש בקעת שום בברוח, אז כל בקעת שום בברוח. יש הלוך שהחטוס, אתה מציע את החטוס, ספות טור לתאר עליו. ורק תהיה טור לתאר. זה חטוס, והחטוס, וזה בוא נגיד שלום, והחטוס פוגע בסד שלו, איזשהו שחוט פוגע בשלום, אז השלום הזה יש לו הלכות של חטוס. או שחטוס אי אפשר לאכול אותו יותר מיום אחד, אז גם השלום הזה שבדרך כלל אתה יכול לאכול אותו יומיים, היום היום. כל מיני הלכות סבירים של אם אתה מפגיע, אז עובר הקדושה החטוס לדבר הזה. או שזה זכר. עכשיו, האם הבריאה של הזכר לא מתקדש? למה הבריאה של הזכר לא מתקדש? כי אין לו פלט, לא יכול להיות בבריאה זכר אין לו פלט. אז כמו שאושו, אז הפלט שלו לא מתקדש, וגם השנייה לא מתקדש, שום דבר לא מתקדש. זאת אומרת, אין לו קדושו. אז כל שוב בשירים גם כל הקורבנות אחרים כמו הראש בשירים כן יש לי פלט וכן אז יש לי פלט בשירים אין לזה קדושה אז רגע נראה ששתיים או שנייה בעצם אתם שואלים את עצמכם רגע פלט של קורבן יותר כמו לא, אבל לא מה זה אומר בסדר, לא בסדר של רבי יוסף הקדוש אבל הפלט של האימא הוא לא קדוש בכלל ברגע שנולד הוא קורא קדושה עוד דבר, אפשר לשלי אפשר, זה לא פייר, מה אתה לומד מחושוב שאין לו מצריות יהודי, אין לו פלט בכלל, אז איך אתה יכול ללמוד לחטוס שכן יולדת שהפלט לא מתקדש, איך אתה יכול ללמוד את זה? זה אומר, כמו שאמרנו לפני יום, שדברים אפשר ושיהיה אפשר, אבל גם פעימה שיכולה כן להוליד, ומחושב שלא יכול להוליד, חושב שבראשם הפלט שלו לא קדוש כי אין לו פלט, אז גם בכלל יש לבלט לא קדוש. עכשיו יראה לכם ספר מאוד יפה. לפני שאני אראה לכם את הסרטון, אני רוצה להגיד לי שפה עם כל התארים שלי. ליוסי התותח, לשלמה התותח, לאוריאל התותח חדש, ונחמן התותח, להוציא שחר התותח. הם עבדו יומם ולילה לפני פסח, עד השעות האחרונות, כדי לאייר סיפורים. וגם באורחים שלנו, פולי, ואריאל, ושירי, ואברמי, ואורית שפמן, וגרם ומשה. כמובן, אני חייב להגיד שכל האינפורמציה שלנו נמצא איתי עכשיו על המחשב. שני שיעורים בפסח, אצלו זה כבר 5 בצהריים, ממש קרוב לשתי ביום. 4 שיעורים אתמול, 4 שעות אתמול הוא היה, 4 שעות אתמול, כל יום, כל ה-30 יום זה נמצא בחו"ל, הייתי שפועל, נראה אחרי המסיס, מהמדעית שלו. מזכיר לי, הוא בעצמו, עכשיו בוחר, אני כל שנה, בשיעורים הייתי בוחר, לראות שאני עייף, יומי, כבר סוף, יש סייבר. עכשיו שומעים שבוחר, הוא אומר לי קצת לבדוק. אוקיי, דיברתי לשכוח זמן, זה שקצת על הכפייה עכשיו. זורקים עם אורך. אז אני חייב לעמוד את זה על הסרטון. Congratulations. You just had Hekdesh. הוא סובר שהמפלט מתקדש בלידה, לא לפני יכול להיות ראש מרוש. זאת אומרת, מילוי, מה אנחנו עושים במילה מילוי? מה מילוי מסריף או להזכיר לו אלו מילוי השם, מילוי ראש רבינו, נולדה, זאת אומרת, אם היה נאבד, נאבד עוד אחד, אז הוא מסריף. מה שנשאר, הבשר, סליחה, הבשר שנשאר, מסריף, חי מסריף, יש לך, אם נאבד עוד אחד, חי, לא סופר. האחרון, כל הקורות המקרים, מסריף, הבשר, שנשאר לפני הזמן, מסריף, מספר. אבל באם בעריכה בישראל, יש לך אימא שירד על החי, לא מפולד, לא סופר. אני רוצה להגיד שהוא הולך לשמולי שתקשר בבית שלו והוא בדרך, עשה לי איזה טובה לצליחה, הוא בדרך הוא רואה את זה בדרך, שהוא כוח היה שור עליהם. שלומי, מה אנחנו עושים במילה שלנו? שלומי, נפק למצפיים. שלומי, הרי אנחנו יודעים לך סיפי, שהכהן שוחט את השלומי וחושב בכל שאני אוכל לאכול את מיומני, ואני אומר, אני אוכל את זה מאוד 3 שנים. ב3 שנים הוא ידע את זה. אז הוא יכול לפגר. שלום המראי בא עם היסודני שלו. הכהן חושב שאני אוכל את הסטייקים בשלום הזה בעוד 3 שנים, לא מיומני. מה קורה ליין? מה קורה ליין כאן? היין גם מתפגר. זה הכוונה מספגר. הוא מספגר. לוקחים גם את היין וגם מתפגרים בעצמם. הכל בפאבר מספגר. אז זה הכוונות אחרי פוליסט. אבל עשיתי את המפגר וקיבל. או סוסר על קיבל. זו יפתור, זה לא פסוק. אבל הוא לומד במילים שקצת שונה. מקודם אמרנו מלכו ששכלי פעולו, שכלי פועל בזה. כאן הוא לומד טוב. מה אני עושה במילה מלכו? אני מקדש לי פיגוע, הכל מקדש לי פיגוע. שבו מלך הוא בולע, הוא מקבל את הקדושו, הוא מקבל את הקדושו ממישהו אחר, מישהו אחר, אז גם כל הקורבנות אותו דבר. מישהו גם מדבר לך על זה, מלכו צריך לכל זה, גם לך. מקודם אמרנו מלכו, משום מלכו בולו. הרי קבע פועל. יכול להיות שזה רק קבע, מלכה, ולא בלי בשר. עד אחר כך זה לא יבוא, משהו קשה כמו בשר. בגלל זה אמרנו, חדוס, שום לבוס, חדוס, שם מקודם, שונה, זה רמות. אבל אוכל ולא ידיים סוף סוף אנחנו מגיעים למה שחיפשנו. חדוס. מה אנחנו עושים במילה חדוס? מה חדוס נראה פה, אם אנחנו יודעים, לא שחדוס, אנחנו לא יכולים לקנות חדוס עם כסף שני, עם כסף של כסף שני. רק עם הכסף של הכסף שלך, הוא ביום, ורק חשבון חדוס ביום. וואו. עכשיו גמרתי את השיעור, ממש 10 דקות לפני שהתחלנו את השיעור הזה, סיימתי את השיעור, אבל 100 אנשים כבר בערב פסח, כל הכבוד, כל הכבוד. וביום, אתה חייב לשמור דווקא ביום. לא יודע אם בוא נצפות, להמשיך את הדעת, מיד ימי. אז בוא נבוא, נפתור את ביום, וביום,
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp?
Good.
Are you gonna call Riser?
No.
Why not? Will you please?
Never.
Why not?
Because he doesn't get the universe.
Okay, but like, can you please like call him? Come on, and then we'll play games.
He's sleeping.
He is not sleeping. He comes in at 8 o'clock. We had plans. Please call him.
Did I just get a message?
So why don't you call Riser?
שהיינו הקורונה אליו. אז רגע, קודם כל אליו, בוא נסביר לו רגע מה זה אליו נגיד. יש להם, לכבש בדרך כלל יש זנב מאוד מאוד שומן. אנחנו לא מכירים, מורידים את זה של זירים ואולי זה סוג שונה. אבל אז בזמן הגיבור למדי שהיה, וגם היום יש, זה השומן. זה נחשב ממש טעים, זה שמים על המזבח. אבל של הגדי, של הגדי לא שמים על המזבח. לא יודע למה זה לא עובד. את העליה הקטן הזה לא שמים על המזבח. לא זאת, אומרת הגבורת, זה אנחנו מסיימים בעצם. לא זאת, יש בעצם שלוש פסוקים להגיד שהפסח מתאפרת אצלו. כיוון שיש שלוש אפשרויות. אחד לאוגוסט, אמרנו באוגוסט 13, הכי גרוע שיש. אחרי פסח, היה לו יום הולדת מיד עוד שנתיים. השנה השנייה לשנה. אחד לאוגוסט, אמרנו לא יום 13, זה קצת אחרי פסח, אבל הוא עדיין, תוך השנה הוא פחות מ-365 שעות. ואחד זה באוגוסט, אמרנו ביום 13, אחד זה, אבל הוא לפני פסח. עוד לא הגיע פסח. בגיל הנכון. צריך את כל השלוש. יש מין אוגוסט, אמרנו באוגוסט 13, זה הכי גרוע שיש שהוא מתחלה לגמרי. הכבש הזה נדחה מהמזבח לגמרי. זה כבר אחרי פסח, הוא כבר בני מבוגר, אפילו תעשה עוד פסח. זה היה נדחה. אבל לא יום זמן, אבל לא יום 13. בוא נגיד שעבר פסח, אבל עדיין לא בשנתיים, לא בשנה השנייה. אז אפשר להשתמש בו מתי? בפסח שני, שלא יביא קורבן, שהוא יביא אותו, אז אני חושב שהוא לא נהפך לשלום, ממש לא, שהוא כן שלום. על אף שהוא לא נדחה לגמרי, שאתה יכול כן להשתמש בו, נהפך לשלום. סליחה, שני אפילו, אולי נגיד שלא נהפך לשלום, משהו שנהפך. יש לי לא זמן, הוא 13, היא בטרה כמובן, זה תכלס, חג זה הלכה, מהפסח הראשון, אבל יום זמן, ולא יום 13, אבל אם זה עדיין לפני פסח, השנה הנכונה, יום פחות לשנתיים, ואפילו כזה שנתחה, אז היא הרי עובד, מתברר, שנתפח לשחק לזור, לפני, לא יוכל להתאבד, אפילו נפח, אם לא הייתי חושב שהוא לא נפח לשלומי, סליחו, שהוא כן נפח לשלומי, אבל זה כמו שאני שמח, אם אתם בארץ, אז אני יושב באמריקה במלון, זה לא כל כך יונטם בשבילי, אבל אני חייב לדרג כל ההלכות של היונטם, וחומר, אפשר אפילו שצילי לעשות מלוכה, חוץ מהגודל או משהו כזה, אז זה חשובה בשבילי, ושיהיה לכם, והכל שאני שמח, על מועיל, אחד אומר לך, כל זה יסבור, אחד אומר לך, זה יסבור, אחד אומר לך, זה יסבור, זה מועיל. אנחנו בערב יונטף, אבל זו הקלטה בשביל אלה שרוצים לא לפספס דף, אז אנחנו נשים כמה שיותר. מרק, אשכנזי נמצא איתי, אנחנו נעשה 4 דף היום, 4 שיעורים, ומחר 4 שיעורים שככה יהיה לכולם דפים ונצרכים. היום ננסה כמה שיותר מהר, כדי שאנשים יוכלו לראות את השיעור ושלא יתפספסו. בואו נתחיל עם תזכורת, ספירת העומר. אם זה היום שלכם, אז תזכרו, אני חושב שזה הפעם הראשונה שאני יכול להגיד היום, זה לא ממש ספיר סוימר שלי, היום I dumped him.
You dumped him how long after he made the down payment?
Like a month. Wow. And that was the worst move. I dumped him for another guy, for a boyfriend. Stupidest move. He said, I wouldn't have bought you a car in a heartbeat. He never bought me anything. It was the worst. Yeah.
True love. Whoa.
I broke up with the guy that was buying me shit for a boyfriend. It was the stupidest thing ever. You know how many Lexus's love got me? 0. Yeah, that's what I want. I want to be comforted and have somebody to talk to. My fucking ass, Lexus. Wow, I love that. You're a funny fucking person. You're like brutally honest. I like that. So would you be willing to tell us a little bit of what maybe went down that first night when like the car got brought up? Like you remember what songs playing?
But what happened was
Oh, Jeremiah, you're about to get a Honda if you keep this up.
So this is what it sounds like. You're in the back room sucking this guy off.
I love that you have a sound effect to put stripper rolls in between music. That is what it would sound like. I'm just gonna let this ring for a little bit for the podcast listeners.
Hey, baby, so what kind of car you see? Hey, too.
So you more of an Acura or a Lexus? Well, my stage name's Lexus, so I might as well be Lexus. Hey, open the door! Close the door! Close the door! Hey! I'm about to buy this bitch a car. You got 15 minutes. Lexus to the front stage.
Oh, I've got to go. I've got to go.
Oh my God, this is the greatest show of all time. Yeah, I said it. Who would have thought that me and Brian would get really good at this after 3 years of doing this every Monday? Joanna, you are adorable. I love the fact that you're like honest and you have this real swagger to you, completely fearless. No fucks with shit.
do you care about this?
I like this. Well, like they're feeling.
Welcome to You Didn't Answer the Question with Benji and Flano.
Like as a human being?
Yeah, but if they send me a dick pic or something and I go, ooh, that's gross, you're disgusting, then they're like, you hurt my feelings. And I'm like, I didn't hurt your feelings, you're disgusting.
You don't like dick pics?
They have to be solicited.
Who told you he was funny, a friend or a client?
No, nobody told me it was funny. I did see some people laugh and I thought, oh, this is fun.
Oh, even on stand-up?
Like almost 4 years.
Where are you from?
Modesto originally.
Whoa.
You're doing great from Modesto. Yeah, totally. One might even say you're the Modesto from Modesto. I mean, that one that would say that would have to be, a genius writer, comedic performer. But...
Hey, is that genius at the Writers Guild, Tony?
What?
I said, is that genius at the Writers Guild?
Yeah. Sometimes even I forget. Yes, he is in the Writers Guild. And I don't even think about it. After 5 years being in it, you don't really think about it that much, even though I think I mentioned it.
If you go to the Modesto Craigslist page and look for notable people, it's 80% strippers. That's Modesto.
Who goes there? You go to Backpage. Why would you go to Craigslist? What was your stripper name? Cynthia?
What? That sounds like a librarian.
Yeah, what are you, like a secretary? Here she is.
Cynthia, here we go. St. Malachi's School gonna bring Cynthia to the stage.
Seemed like the kind of lady that would wear hard contacts. Is that true? Do you wear solid contacts?
When they brought you to the stage, they were like, she makes one hell of a meatloaf. Cynthia!
Joke of the night right there. Goodbye. It's not going to get that good again. That's amazing. He makes a mean meatloaf. Do you know how to make meatloaf? Yeah, that's a lie. That's the first time you've lied up here.
No, because I don't like meat.
You don't like meat? You're a vegetarian?
In terms of what you're looking for in men now, it seems like it used to be guys who could make it down.
No, it used to be guys like six-pack abs. Now it's more the guy with the flexes,
Right. Now it's a guy that's just fat, blood, and with a checkbook.
Wait a minute, there are men out here with six packs and big necks.
A few.
What's the biggest dick you've had?
Like,
Are you serious?
just for
Get the fuck out of here!
for a shit.
of us.
Lexington Steel? Yo, bring up Lexington.
Bring up Lexington Steel. Google Lexington Steel. Throughout the audience right now.
You don't have to look it up. It's your wallpaper,
If
Brian.
he put his... Yo, this dick is up here now.
That's it.
This is Lexington Steel's dick.
Wait a second. So how does this? You're saying not for a long time. I don't know what that means.
Because my friend invited me.
Ew!
It didn't look. That's a bad photo.
Oh my goodness!
That's
Ryan's
a
gonna
bad
go shell
photo.
himself.
Looks like that's what if he put that in you, that shit have to come out your mouth like.
It's not even If you Google Lexington Steel stick, it's actually a snake that looks like a dick.
You need another computer.
What's the agreement that he'd have to put a down payment down on your broken pussy's medical?
Oh.
No, it was a challenge. It was a challenge.
What do you mean it was a challenge?
My friend invited me to this orgy type of situation.
Yeah, go
But
on.
it was Lexington Steel and like two of his buddy porn star guys. Me and my friend.
I see that in the reflection of the mirror.
Hey, guy.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Okay. Brian.
Oh,
Brian,
no!
stop it. This is a distraction.
No!
This is bad. Make it bigger, Brian.
No!
All right.
I can't stop looking!
Brian, turn it off.
Stop looking where that!
Take that off the screen.
Anyway.
Whoa!
I want to hear the story because
Okay,
this is
I
a
had a
podcast.
short turn.
No. She'll end up slicing off her head.
Very short turn with Lexington. And my friend had tipped him off and said, Johanna likes really dirty, talk dirtiness. So he started talking this slave stuff.
Can you give us an example of what he said?
Shit! Oh, shit!
Oh my god. Like, we're on the plantation. All this stuff is.
Fuck yeah, Dion Unchained. Holy shit.
Damn, my dick hard right
Yo,
Anyway, he starts talking this slave stuff, but then
Johanna, you have to give us an example of what he said. You must have some
like
recollection.
this
Can you?
thing, we're on the plantation, and he's my slave.
I want you to say it like he said it to you in your ear.
Like,
Dion, can she say the N-word for this?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say nothing, but I'm gonna make a few phone calls.
Johanna, please.
but then he starts switching it to, you're my white bitch.
Right?
And I got offended.
No,
and
I want to know the slave
If
stuff.
I was talking dirty to you, I'd be like, I want you to wear curtains.
Oh, he said. Can you?
Red Band might know his, there was another.
He called. Okay, we're not gonna. I don't need to know it.
Anyway,
All right.
I just switched back to the white.
You didn't like that, so that offended you.
You got invited to
You weren't.
You show up for the orgy.
Yeah.
And then you're like, damn.
You show up for the orgy. You take a 19-inch black cock inside of you, but he calls you a bitch.
And he calls you a white bitch, and that's.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know this was this kind of orgy.
She's like taking like multiple dicks. She's like, I'm a feminist.
Slave one just pulling dicks out of everywhere. I did not know that this was this kind of party.
Oh, shit!
Johanna. I love this show.
I love that this is being broadcast, but it's kind
Well,
of
this is also stuff that you have to be talking about. This is what. Look how funny it is. Look how it's moving the room. This is what I try to do with people when they're up here. Is I try to figure out what the fuck is interesting about them, and we just found out. There's a lot interesting about you. Is there anything you want to plug before you leave, other than your pussy and your asshole?
I just want to make a public service announcement.
You want to need your phone?
Public service announcement. If you're doing interracial sex, the black person is the only one that's allowed to bring up any of that swing. And the white person is not.
Oh, wait, you think you're teaching us? Johanna, with that, please sign up again. Will you please come back and do this show again? You are cool as fuck. Johanna Petrie, ladies and gentlemen. Her very first time on Kill Tony. You know what? Something to be learned from that, people. If you answer the questions honestly instead of trying to be funny, a bunch of crazy shit can always happen. Everybody always wants to answer funny and make it a high-pressure situation. Just tell the fucking truth about our life. She can take that and write shit. That's exactly what I'm saying. Just like earlier with Sarah, you gotta notice sometimes what's experience you might not fucking know. Everybody knows who Lexus and Baby is. And
I want to know, if she could take the whole thing. I doubt she took the whole thing down. Literally, she probably put little areas where she got out. I got this deep in.
I wanted to fuck her, but I don't yet. I know that she was worth it. I was not.
yeah. But you can't paint her into the belly or unless you run away all the way up.
That's when you go to the hospital, get the daddy scale.
He actually wasn't wearing pink.
We're just joking up here.
Yeah, Johanna is cool as fuck. One more time for Johanna Petrie, everybody. All right, guys. Maybe we'll get one more out of the bucket at the end, but we have two regulars that rank perform a brand new minute every single week from the classroom and roll with. They have the hardest job. Yeah, one of the hardest things in comedy, right? To perform a brand new minute every week on the show. It's often with comedians every single week about it. Going up first this week, switched up a little bit. You know her as one of the regulars here on Kilcounty, one of the fighters, right? Everybody's got a forward.
I hate passing right to people. I just I want to vote for Trump just so that all the passive Russians are on his side. Because passive Russians is such a personal privilege. Never hear people in third world countries going, yeah, well, I wish someone would pick the maggots off my toes. That never happens. No one's ever yeah, no, yesterday I sold her a baby for a pair of socks. I thought you knew. It doesn't happen. No one ever in the history of ever has been this water I'm drinking has E. coli and my dead sister in it, but it's fine, whatever. Because they're actual fucking problems. If you have time to be passive aggressive about a problem, you probably got an actual problem. Yes.
There you go, 58 seconds. I can already tell you exactly what's going on there. That very last part that you said right at the very end, in the absolute beginning, you're being passive aggressive is such a strength. You're being passive aggressive. Trump probably for passive aggressive. In 6 seconds, you just did the first 4. You're in. That should be actually fun. But, being creative comedy genius, I can see exactly what you were getting at, and I know exactly how to rearrange it because that's what you want to do. Your examples were very funny. And then once you have a short setup, you're already getting waxed. You get all those other examples about how there's other shit that doesn't go on in the country. Then you're already in your lane. So I agree with that. I don't agree with this.
It's high.
I think it's something that I sort of like about this show and that work through the I think that's the key. Yeah, where did you guys look up? Some people go through that. So I just know how you feel and I want to give you a hug. How adorable. Taking a really rough each other. Hey, I'm just trying to help out. No, I'm serious though, but I'll you have a big technical Vanessa, you're doing it.
Pretty girls don't think about how pretty they are. They just know it.
You're very, very smart and funny. You just gotta get that lesson of setup over different. You'll be fine. I wish I would have heard more about that setup and the fun of the joke after that's necessary. Oh, Vanessa, thank you so much. And you 60 seconds from Vanessa Johnston. We did it again. We have one other regular. Vanessa, confident, swagger, our other regular. Vanessa is a Jedi. This one is the funniest thing you've ever said. That's so fucking funny. Yes, she's nervous, she's fun, she's not going to apologize or stumble through any part of what she's about to say whatsoever, because that's just not going to happen. She's just going to talk about the stuff she wants to talk about. It's going to be great. We're going to be talking about afterwards. Styling to Melissa Esslinger, everybody.
I got in trouble a lot when I was a kid for talking too much. I was a real badass. My mom, well, I would sit in the back of the car when she was driving and I would count, but I didn't know what came after 29, so I would just start back at 20 and 28, 29, 20. So my mom was never worried that I would be kidnapped, ever. They would definitely bring me back. I discovered when I was 4 years old that if you say the same word over and over again, it starts to sound weird. I found that out with the Garfield. Whoa. My mom would just be like, Melissa, would you please just breathe between sentences? Maybe just not say the sentences. It would make us turn the TV off at dinner time.
Fuck yes, Melissa Esslinger. Look at that! Look at that! No apologies, no hesitation. Probably the fucking set of the night. Melissa Esslinger.
She was masturbating the whole time, with her hand in her pocket or something. That she was,
yes,
she was nervous.
She's nervous. That's her style. It's about when she's
knuckle deep or something.
I gotcha. Keep going until it gets gross enough for reaction. I gotcha. That was great, Melissa. You did it. That's what it's like when you don't say I'm sorry and everything 10 seconds into it or 2 seconds into it. You get your ideas across and you showed strength the entire time. You stayed in the pocket. You fucking delivered. It makes me so happy when you do shit like this.
That Garfield show was great. Funny as fuck.
Garfield, as far as the comedians on stage, that was the highlight. On stage.
Good shit.
And Subwise, he won the night, and that's that.
Maybe say Garfield more, like Garfield, or something like.
Just keep working it out your way with your thing, you know what I mean? And like, just play with it a lot, Keep doing a ton of stage time and figure it all out. There you go. Yeah.
You know what I love about that set? Is that no one else but Melissa could have done that set.
Oh, that's true. One of a kind. Then that's what I always say almost every week, is that you are writing in your voice, which is priceless, because that means that every single minute that you're writing on the show goes to the overall set. So literally, when you have a set like that, that's 1 minute out of 58 minutes that makes up a fucking special, and that's a year and 7 weeks if you always have a set like that. It's just simple science. Dion, Cole, anything else for Melissa Esslinger?
No, keep doing it.
Benji?
And your beauty is distracting.
Yeah.
By the way, don't hit the call. Sorry,
we switched it this week. Benji, anything else for Melissa? Melissa Esslinger's on Twitter. Melissa Esslinger, Vanessa John Stew. Ryan J. Ebel drew tonight's episode. This is what the drawing looks like. Live audience, you can buy a Kill Tony poster, limited edition, after the show if you want, on the patio. That's Ryan J. Ebel. He just drew that for tonight. Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. Josh Martin Comics opening for me at the Wilbur Theater October 8th. Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins.
Hey, listen to my music. Yeah.
Reagan Watkins.
Add Patty Reagan. Add Jeremiah Stand Up.
Joel Jimenez, one of the best in the world. We love you very much. Maximo Weinberg. Dion Cole, anything else coming up you want to plug or promote?
Yes. So, June 6th, look out for season 2 of Angie Tribeca on TBS. Steve Carell, Rashida Jones, myself, Jerry Burns. June 25th, Comedy Central special. Cold-blooded seminar on Comedy Central, June 25th. And keep watching Blackish and Barbershop. Go see Barbershop.
There you go. Go see Barbershop. Benji Apollo, anything else for you? You gotta watch the Nikki Glazer's Not Safe show. Benji's one of the main writers for Nikki Glazer's show.
Yeah, currently writing on Not Safe with Nikki Glazer on Comedy Central, which returns in June. Watch episodes from the first part of the first season online. It's on the Comedy Central app, all over the internet.
Live audience, thank you so much. This is Kill Tony. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you. Is the #1 live podcast in the world. Put your hands together for yourselves for making it up. Believe it or not, I'm the host of the show, Tony. I like it like that. Everybody does. nice and quiet and super fucking weird. And the part where you realize when you're announcing the name and you don't even hear yourself, what's the point of even...
I knew what it was. See, we've been using the back mixer for Pat, so Josh forgot to turn it.
I shouldn't have wanted an explanation. Everybody, welcome to the show. One more time, let's see how loud we can get it for our people listening on Ustream. Make some noise Monday night. Yep, here we are. Here we go. That's how the show starts. Welcome, everybody. I'm very excited. For those of you watching on Ustream right now, if you live near Nashville, Tennessee, we're going to be there this Sunday, so that's for you guys. And a bunch of other fun stuff coming up, too. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm doing Kansas City, so if you're from there, I'm doing there first week of June. I'm in the Bellevue Parlor Live in Seattle, June 24th and 25th. We're rescheduling in Kiltony for somewhere near there soon. That clown place that you like, that was in Portland, right?
Yeah.
June 30th, July 1st, I'm in St. Louis for the very first time. And La Jolla, August 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma, 10th, 13th. Look at this is an announcement. I'm at the Punchline Comedy Club, headlining the 13th and 14th in San Francisco, and the 15th and the 16th in Sacramento.
And next week we're going to be in the main room of the Comedy Store doing Kiltony.
And October 8th, I'm in Boston, Massachusetts at the River Theater. I have to promote these dates because I have to fill up these venues. It's very hard to do. We're in the main room next week, and that's going to be epic. I'm warning you guys right now that it's going to be out of control. And I have a special super surprise for you guys. Tonight's episode will also be out of control. After 156 episodes, you are at the final Belly Room Kiltony.
Wow. That's actually pretty sad.
We've evolved a lot. There used to be no Jamie Vernon on the HD camera.
And there isn't tonight either.
Ryan J. Ebelt is here. He draws every single episode. He has a blank sheet of paper in front of him right now. By the end of the episode, that's going to be filled with tonight's episode. You have to see it to believe it. You can meet him and buy a Kiltony poster after the show on the front patio. One more time for Ryan J. Ebelt, ladies and gentlemen. His work's on RyanJEbelt.com. He's the artist of Kiltony, and he sells the official Kiltony poster at RyanJEbelt.com. This, however, is one of my favorite parts of the show. It has been, for those of you that have been listening for a long time, you know the last few months have been insane at our newfound chemistry with our new favorite fucking thing in the world. It's the band, the one, the only, Reagan and Watkins, everybody. Here they are. They have lemonade.
Oh, they're giving out lemonade to the audience.
And they are pouring it in cups.
That's
Very low quality lemonade for those of you paying attention. It is a Minute Maid.
wow. It's
very, I don't know if they thought this was going to happen quickly.
Thank you.
They could have pre-poured these and saved a few minutes of dead podcast airtime.
Yeah.
But, I mean, so far, fuck yeah. All right, Reagan and Watkins.
Oh, that's not lemonade, by the way. Do not drink that. That's a terrible joke, guys.
Yes. No mic on the band.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yes, Queen.
God.
We're here.
The Queen is Jeremiah. Who's that?
Queen Tony.
Wow. I feel the burn on that one. These guys just came back with a couple cartons of Minute Maid lemonade, and
only the finest for Kiltony.
wait, what is this new character?
Oh my God, we saw Beyonce this weekend. Anyone else see Beyonce this weekend? Woo! Woo! Participation.
Now last week you guys came out to Rihanna's Umbrella, and you did a whole act out with that. I was on Twitter today, and somebody said my mind was blown that Tony thought that song was 3 years old, and I made fun of you guys because I really thought it was about maybe 4 years old, and I looked it up. 9 years old that song is.
Queen, 9 years.
So Is the you guys think maybe there's a chance that in your unconscious minds, like me making fun of you for doing such an old reference last week, made you do something with a brand new reference that made almost zero sense whatsoever?
Yes! What do you think, Tiny? Silly question.
Fuck yeah, baby! Yes, we have been on a run with about 12 of our best episodes of all time, and I've been waiting for moments like this to happen continuously from the start of the show.
Who's ready for a clunker of a show?
Fuck yeah. Snoop's ready. Sounds like Snoop's ready. This place is in such a ruckus, I almost spilled my needless lemonade that I'm never gonna touch. Oh, which reminds me, when it comes to drinks that I don't want to spill, Adam Carolla's Mangria wine cocktail, ready to drink, original orange. Oh my god, this is the worst. If we pull out of this, it's gonna be unbelievable. This is just a hot tailspin right from the get. Yeah, this is how a lot of plane crashes happen. A lot of people get scared midway through the air when you feel a little turbulence. Literally, 95% of all plane crashes, fun fact, happen on either the takeoff or the landing. We're on the takeoff right now, and not looking good. I think a couple engines are blown out.
I think a couple minds are already blown, I'll tell you that much.
We are 0 for 11 on all jokes, including myself. There has not really been a single real cop in this room yet tonight. There's been a lot of attempts on everybody's part so far. Really not one, like overall consensus that any single thing's been funny. I don't know.
Should we start over again? Maybe one more time.
We've got more lemonade.
We got more cops. We got cops and lemonade. And there's a lot more Beyonce.
Before we bring up tonight's guest, I do want to have this one interaction with you guys. I don't know if you noticed this yesterday's how, but I thought it was funny on the way over here. I thought about it. Last night, a guy tweeted at me something. I was like driving. Yeah, I was made back from Irvine. We were going over, but I saw something like, can you tell me what Pat Reagan's Twitter handle? That's what he mentioned. But can you tell me what Pat Reagan's Twitter handle is? Because I want to tell him, what a killer he is on the show. It's like what I saw. And I said, I'm driving, like I'm going like 80 on the freeway, and I'm like, at Patty Reagan. And I sent it to him, tagged his thing in it, right? And then I see him tag both of us, and he goes, at Tony Hinchcliffe, at Pat Reagan, Pat, I just want to let you know, you're the worst, shut up. Don't ever talk during the show. You kill every episode. And it turns out that what he was saying is that you killed the show. Yeah. And what I read was like, you kill on the show.
Yeah. He was saying I killed the momentum. I don't read those negative comments about me negativity in my life.
Oh man, can we undo the Beyonce thing? Is this possible? Maybe we should.
I don't know. Can you undo women empowerment? I
don't know. See, I like that part of the impression a lot. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of fun every single week. We're going to do it again. Are you guys ready to meet tonight's guest, ladies and gentlemen? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm excited for all of you. He's one of my best friends, one of the funniest human beings in the world. You know him, you love him. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Roastmaster General, Jeffrey Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, he's here live in the flesh. You fuckers are done clapping? Are you serious? You come to this room. Yeah.
Why are you yelling at them? They're a great crowd.
I know.
Wow, look at this guy doing his SATs over here. Is everything all right? Are you running a suicide note? This is a great crowd.
Yeah.
How you guys? Have a hand for the band, aren't they great?
You're right. Sometimes some sound issues throw me off, Jeff, and I go a little crazy right from the beginning. It seems like it's one of the easiest things to ever figure out in the entire world. And
sound in the belly rub is historic.
It's true.
I wouldn't take it out.
The sound is.
Sam Kinnison's mother is the sound here.
That's why he started screaming, actually.
Yeah.
The famous room, the belly room. There's ghosts here. Speaking of ghosts, Brian is here.
This is one of the most historical rooms in comedy, and a lot of people are talking because, ladies and gentlemen, Roast Battle, which Jeff is a huge part of, every single Tuesday here in the Comedy Store Belly Room, is going to Comedy Central. Yeah. Boom. Started right here.
Yeah.
Just like us a few years ago, and we've been making Mondays and Tuesdays nuts here for 3 years.
Comedy Store's having a moment.
Yeah, it's really wild.
Tell Tony, Brian, is everything all right? Yeah. Are you getting a window seal for your
No, I'm getting ready for the show. I'm doing like 20 things over here. Yeah, it's an exciting time.
Tony, how's it going?
It's going good, man.
Why don't you plug 6 more dates before the show?
Well, I have to do it in the beginning. There you go. Yeah, blow the horse on that one. Good one, Brian. Yeah, no, I have to get it out there because I'm touring. I'm all grown up now. I have to go.
You know who else is on tour? Beyonce.
Beyonce's on tour now.
Oh, I love Beyonce.
Me too. Who else too? This is your first time on the show with the new band, right?
Did you guys see Beyonce?
Yeah, we did.
Are you so good? Halfway through, I got my period. First time.
So silly. So, Jeff, it's been a while since you've been on. Welcome back to the show.
Great to be here, Tony.
I also want to mention that you have one of the coolest comedy specials that I've ever heard seen coming out. We can talk about it, right? Your last special, you went to a federal prison and roasted prisoners in this special, and it was epic, by the way. If you haven't seen it, get it on iTunes or ComedyCentral.com ASAP.
Thank you.
And now, for his new special coming out, I believe, do you know the release yet? But in a few months. Keep your eyes peeled. It is Jeff Ross roasts the Boston Police Department, live from Boston, Massachusetts. Little incest, little father-son incest. Yeah. I never would have guessed the police officers would get that type of response, but it got sexual.
You've never spent time in Boston, obviously. By the way, Tony will be at the Wilbur in October.
Yeah, that's true. October 8th. Some tickets still available.
Yeah, like 500.
Actually, like 700.
Talk about a Boston cream pie.
One could say that joke was a Boston massacre. What's the party? One could say it's a Boston Tea Party. Wow. You really just, we were just saying Boston over and over again.
Boston, they say Boston. The cops, the Boston Police Department, I love the cops.
Yeah, it's another fun, dangerous, exciting roast special, and yeah, looking forward to it. But for tonight, you had to start somewhere, and it was doing short sets in crazy rooms and hoping to get advice from cool comedians. So you ready to do this again, Jeff? Audience, are you ready? Here we fucking go. The show begins now. Audience, you know how it works. Comedians, you also know how it works. Comedians get 60 seconds. Your time is up, and you hear the sound of a kitty. Aw, isn't that cute? Here, let's make it a little louder. 60 seconds is up, and you hear the... There it is, yeah. Wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bears. You get it? Huh? Do you get it? Don't run the light. Fuck yeah.
By the way, Tony once got hit on by the Hollywood.
It's true. It's true.
Get on from behind.
Yep. Thank you. Yes. I pulled the name out of the bucket. This looks like a new name for sure. I hope I say this right. Bradley's Velocity. Bradley's Fella. Somebody has terrible handwriting. You don't even deserve a spot. Your handwriting's so bad. Is there a Bradley in the room at all? Or anybody whose stage name starts with a Bradley? Yep, well then you fucked up. Wow. Pulled another name out of the bucket. The name is Trenton Fawmore. This is the only episode that I've ever wished.
The guy's not here?
Only time I've ever.
The guy's not here?
He's not here.
What's his name?
Trevor Fawmore.
Fuck you, Trevor. Where are you?
That's right.
Yeah. This is your big break. You just handed it to some fucking nudnik.
It's true. Stephen Holloman.
Are you kidding me? Come on! You're pissing Pat and I off over here! What are you doing? Bunch of fucking assholes! They are! You idiots! Get your asses up here!
Wait a second. The guy that's really too?
What's that?
Really? I think they're scared to come up, but they're here.
Hey, it's a story coming to life from the Rothschild Comedy Show for a brand new episode of Kill It, Volume 3. Good for Tony. It's 1 and 2, baby. We are live. I am excited about tonight's episode. I feel like everything's gonna go perfect. Ryan J. Emo is here. Josh Martin comment. As always, betting 1,000 on the sound of the HD camera. We have one of the greatest musical powerhouses in all of comedy with us. It's Reagan and Watkins. Always ready, always there when I say their name right away with no dead air time. Keeping it consistent again this week. Hey, every week we have an unbelievable guest. How about this? The Roastmaster General Jeffrey Ross is here tonight. Look, I love Mangria. I think it's delicious, but can somebody please tell a waitress that I need a Crown and Coke ASAP? Really badly. Thank you, Josh, so much. I mean, really on the fly.
It's been a tradition where I eat during your...
It's true.
Thank you for the sushi.
Definitely. You got it. Sushi from,
I don't mean to party.
This is great. For those of you listening to the show, you can check out my dates at TonyHinchcliffe.com. Jeff Ross has an unbelievable special coming up, but we really restarted this. I'm not airing the first 15 minutes of the show.
Why? It was great. Why? It's great.
Okay, we're kidding. We'll leave it in.
All we can say is, bro, it's good to be here. It's good to be here, bro.
Hey, I love these characters that you're doing this week.
Good to be here, bro. What's up, bros?
Oh, we just went to the Jay-Z concert. It's pretty dope. Oh, yeah, I love Jay-Z. Yeah.
All right, Ryan.
Chilling. What's up with you, Joe?
You mean Beyonce's husband?
Yeah, Beyonce's husband.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him.
Our girlfriends were out of town.
They were out of town?
Yeah, they went to a concert.
So now while they're out of town, you guys get together and go crazy?
You guessed it.
Comedians, you know how it works. You get 60 seconds. Your time's up and you got the sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up then, or else then we're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There you go. Yep, that's what happens if you do that. I pulled a name out of the bucket. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Your first comedian going up tonight goes by the name of Jorel Finostre. There he is.
But what happens if a kid blesses you? What the fuck do you do? That's what happened to me, right?
I was
My sister was late. My sister was allegedly. My sister was babysitting in church, and I was asleep in my room. And they were digging into my basketball shorts, and I did the right thing by turning around and looking at nothing happened, right? But that was the right thing to do, right? Because I prefer ass play. I felt like they knew what they're doing, you know? Allegedly.
Fuck yeah, Jarrell Denostre. This is your first time on the show, right? Second. Where are you from?
Moreno Valley.
Where?
Moreno Valley.
Where's that at?
Close to Riverside.
Gotcha. How long you been on stand-up?
2 months.
What do you do for work?
Artist.
Artist. Whoa. What do you do there? Is that a middle of the nighttime job?
Yeah.
So what kind of shift are you working?
Actually, it's 4 to 11.
4 a.m. till 11 a.m.?
Wow. There's a boycott.
There's a boycott on Target, so what?
They don't give me any hours anymore.
Really? Who's boycotting it? Whoa. Why? Do you know why Christians are boycotting it?
The gender neutral.
Oh, that you guys don't have gender.
We have gender neutral.
Oh, gotcha. So, fuck yes, you don't have to go to the ladies' room anymore.
I need to go to the ladies' room. I work in the freezer sometimes, so I get free.
Which bathroom do you go to?
Whichever one's free now, like, doesn't fucking
Whichever one's free. Oh, dude, yeah.
That's a pretty thin mustache you're working on there.
I'm Asian. It took me 3 months to grow this, actually.
Fuck yeah. What do you do for fun when you're not working at Target?
Right now,
Other than that.
Hold the mic still.
yo-yo?
You yo-yo?
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here, really?
Yeah, man.
Do you have a yo-yo on you right now?
Rock the dog. Rock the dog. Rock the dog.
Why don't you show us some of your yo-yo tricks? Let's get some music. Let's get some good yo-yo music, Brian. Brian, do you have any yo-yo music? One.
Dude, is that a Omega Fireball? 1, 2. Alright, let's get a yo-yo intro. Oh, shit.
Damn, Jarrell Denostre. Wow. Jarrell, we found something that you're good at.
Hey, ladies, imagine what he can do with your pussy.
Yeah.
Good point.
You can walk the dog and eat it. What do you call do those tricks have names that you did? Can you give us can you sort of describe it verbally what you just did?
Underwater effect.
Basket weaving? You don't even know the names of them.
They should call it like a kickflip.
Dude, I can rock the cradle.
Can you really? Whoa! Jarrell, can you play the saxophone? Neither can Jeremiah. Oh, here he is. Yep, it's definitely a cradle, all right.
Okay, wait.
All right, in one of the worst moves in podcast history, we have turned this into some kind of yo-yo show and tell. For those of you listening to the show, I just want to let you know. Oh, dude! Fuck yeah. Jeremiah Watkins. Rocking the cradle.
I lost my virginity to that song, by the way. I was molested by a mariachi.
as sperm.
Jarrell, do you come from a big family? No. Just one sister. What do your parents do for work?
My dad works at a vet.
Mexican vet, huh? Filipino vet. Oh, that makes sense. This way the fucking dogs that die come home for dinner, you know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
dude, it's too salty. You don't like it.
Jarrell, do you do a lot of spots? Do you work at it a lot?
Not lately, I've been depressed.
Oh, what are you depressed about?
My girlfriend broke up.
Oh, really? Why do you think that happened? How long were you with her?
Quit playing with your yo-yo and pay attention to me! What are you doing? Play with it! Look at me! I've been talking forever! Come on! Oh my god! That's not it! Rock the real dog!
Yeah. I remember back when we used to rock the cradle. Fucking Jarrell. How long were you with her? Wow, yikes. What's the thing you dislike the most about her?
Nothing.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Jarrell.
This guy is depressing! Do you think it's the mustache?
You okay, Jarrell? You okay? Well, you know what? You're a good-looking guy. You seem very positive even while you're depressed. You have a big smile in your face. You're having fun. You're taking jokes. You're killing it on the yo-yo, so I'll bet you anything. Studs like you. If you just keep, go outside at nightclubs at night. You know what I mean? You ever think about going outside at nightclubs when all the drunk girls are coming out and just standing there doing some yo-yo tricks? Maybe bring a little strobe light along with you, a little Bluetooth, play some music.
Oh, wow.
There's gonna be some chick. I'd go stand outside at every Beyonce concert if I was you. And as those girls roll out, they're gonna fall right into your arms. You're an easy target. And you work there too. So,
Jeff, any advice for
Jarrell?
getting into the game?
Jarrell, what's your last name?
Asprey.
How long have you been doing comedy?
Just a couple months.
You know, you have a very gentle, nice delivery. Your material's kind of funny. It's not really finished yet. There's some funny ideas in there. But you're relaxed and you're a very natural sort of person. You can yo-yo, so you're not afraid of crowds and performance. I would stick with it. You had fun tonight.
Jarrell Ben Ashtray. And by the way, now that you're depressed, you should be writing, because that's when all the funny shit's gonna happen. There he goes, Jarrell Ben Ashtray. He's on Twitter at Jarrell_Ben Ashtray. You guys take a moment and really print your name nice and slow. You'll get your name set right. Shit, you know that, right? It's the whole thing. Like this one, for example. Oh, I think I actually know this. German seed heat, maybe? Motherfucker. This is a weird night. I bet you will be.
Are you using last week's bucket?
Zachary Stein, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
My mom is a racist, and that's hard on me, because I'm like anti-racism, which I know is a very courageous stance to take. And I know some of you might not want to laugh at that, because like, oh, an old white racist is the worst thing there is. But don't worry, my mom's an Arab, so you're fine. So you might be thinking, oh, an Arab racist. Aren't all Arabs racist? And that's a good point, they are. But my mom's different. My mom is a white racist in an Arab woman's body. She loves white people, hates other Arabs. It's amazing. She's like the Jackie Robinson of white racism. Like, she's coming for your spot, and she's better than you. My mom's like the Jackie Robinson of hating Jackie Robinson. You also might have noticed I don't look very half Arab. There's a good reason for that. I had a surrogate mother. The official reason for that was my mom was getting up there in years. She had a baby that increased chance of being born, like stupid or something. But I don't buy that for a second. I didn't want it.
Whoa. Jeez, that bear came out really quick that time. So did something else, Tony. By the way, nice boner. Brian seems to give a boner. There's a lot of junk in that trunk. Yeah,
I got. Okay.
I want Zachary, first of all, good set. Put your hands together for Zachary, everybody. I want to congratulate you all these years on never shooting your eye out. Like so many people thought you were going to. So many people told you that could happen. You ever do a joke about that before?
No, I think one introduced me have, so.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, yeah. Really? They introduced you as the guy who looks like they got their eyes shot out? Wow. A lot of hacks are bringing you up.
Yeah.
How do you eat mashed potatoes? Zachary, where are you from?
Detroit.
Where?
Detroit area.
How long you been in LA?
Since October.
Oh, okay. Nice. Been doing a lot of work?
Yeah.
Right. What do you do for a living?
I manage a hair salon in Santa Monica.
Fuck yeah. How do you get in that game? How does that
What
work?
up, Zoot? Are you ready to lose?
Hey, Rabbi.
Zoot, I asked you a question first.
I'm ready. Hey, Rabbi, in the future, will you be able to find out where someone walked at a certain date and time?
Yeah.
In the past?
Yep.
How's that one possible?
There are satellites that are recording Earth's surface 24 hours a day, and you just go to one of those.
How old are they?
Arguably, they've been around since the Cold War, at least taking pictures, but perhaps video as well.
They can't see in someone's slides on the house, though.
Yes, they can. All they have to do is turn on infrared.
So why can't they just solve murders using that technology then?
Murders are small in comparison to what that technology is used, and also they don't want to disclose that information, so they might give authorities hints about things using it, but they don't want it disclosed.
Fuck. That's bad, bro. That's a good bro. I fucked up. Bro, I fucked up there.
Yes, you did.
I should have played 3 times. Are you ready for 100? Did you just say that I got a full house? Rabbi, 2 6s here.
It's a very high chance.
Did I get a small scrape? Rabbi.
What up, Zoot?
Not a bad bro. Is that a bad bro?
It's alright.
I would have gotten a lot of 2. I would have gotten 5 2s if I just fucking went for the 2.
Shoot.
In the future, what words won't you be allowed to say?
Perhaps all language.
All language?
Yeah, everything might be telepathic.
Why would everything be telepathic?
Well, that's how aliens work, allegedly.
How do you know that?
There have been alien abductees who say that.
Do they speak English?
Do they speak what?
Do they speak English?
They can communicate to you telepathically in whatever your language is.
There's no proof.
Okay. Fuck, Zoot.
Where's the person? Where's the proof in aliens?
We're not watching this stuff right now. We watch these documentaries all the time. You need to watch the documentaries we've seen, dog.
Do you think the Trump administration will release the information on aliens this year?
No.
Why not? They said they were going to do it next month.
Alright. I'll believe it when I see it, son.
Why do you think they're protecting the alien evidence?
It has a huge impact on defense and energy and religion.
Are aliens mentioned in the vision?
In what?
Aliens mentioned in religious texts?
Some Christian books.
Okay.
Why did you just say I don't care?
Said no one cares about the Christian books.
There are like a billion people who do.
2 million.
Okay. Bullshit.
Go to last straight.
No. I need 4 of a kind.
Well, you already won.
I know, but I want the thing. I want the bingo. Why didn't you call Riser?
Because Bryce is in jail.
Dude, why are you talking like that?
I don't know.
I know, but why do you just talk stupid like that sometimes? Stupid. Dude, I sent you an invitation and I'm waiting on you.
I have to go for like 5 to 10 minutes after this one.
Okay. You have an invitation and everybody's awaiting you. You have 10 seconds. 9 seconds.
Rabbi.
Go! One of the worst shots we've ever seen. Terrible. Awful. You know that was bad, right?
I'm narcissistic.
Are you narcissistic?
Yep.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
I think you may be.
How?
Because you only care about yourself many times. You like come in here
Fine.
and then just leave without saying anything, without being kind. You just leave. You don't say, "Hey, okay, so it's been nice. Take care, everybody." You just leave, and like that's cool, but like that's narcissistic. Dude, you need the best
Get
shot of
ready for greater trouble.
you need the best shot of your career, and you almost have it. Zoot, did you know that you almost?
That was a 9 out of 10. No, probably an 8.
Yeah, something like that.
Rabbi, you know what Joe said?
Yeah, dog. Look how perfect a shot that was.
Terrible.
Terrible is right.
Because a shot like this is better. You gotta go around the 9. Why would you do a shot like that? Why? Oh my god. Rabbi, who has a better shot than you?
I do.
Why?
Because you can't get through all that pink.
Fucking hell. Wait, we tied?
Scoreboard.
We tied in that round? Rabbi, who's in a better position, me or you?
I am.
You know, I think that's a terrible shot.
Okay, well that's a great opinion, Zoo.
We're going to the open mic tonight.
Are you?
Yep.
Are you gonna do well?
I'm not performing.
Why aren't you performing?
Because I performed last week.
Well, how do you know you're not performing?
Because I performed last week.
Okay, well, but like, couldn't they be like, "Oh, Zoot, we're gonna let you on again because we don't have anybody"?
There'll be people there.
Are you sure?
Yeah, there'll be too many people there than you. You know why I want to go?
Why do you want to go, Zoot?
No, I saw that girl.
I know you do. Look at this shot. Zoot, what are your thoughts on that shot?
I think she likes me.
Okay, then she would have stayed after you did your stand-up last week.
Maybe she was in a rush.
No, she would have waved at you, or she would have given you her number. She liked you, but then she saw your stand-up, and that's the end of that. Have you had anybody who has said to you, "I really think that your stand up is great"?
Yep.
Who? And how much had they been drinking? Who said to you that they thought your stand up was great?
The people who put me through the World Finals.
They didn't say your stand up was great. They just let you through.
Has anyone said that you're funny?
Everybody.
Rabbi,
What up, Zoo?
what's the best episode of Kill Tony?
Episode with Shane Gillis and Adam Ray, where Shane Gillis plays Trump and Adam Ray plays Biden.
Why is that the best episode?
It's hilarious, and it's what got me hooked on it.
What's the worst episode of Kill Tony?
People say it's the one with Punky, Punky Johnson. But I mean,
Not the Kill Tony WrestleMania special on Netflix. Pretty bad up there.
I haven't seen it.
No one liked that.
Why don't they like it?
Why does it exist?
I don't know, Big Dog. Why does it exist? Zoo, didn't you say you had to go for 5 or 10 minutes and you'd be back?
Yep, Kill Tony WrestleMania special has a 3.9 out of 10 IMDb rating.
אמרו לו, רבי טוידה ולאחר זה לא זה. אבל כאן אי אפשר להגיד שהוא מפרש את מה שהוא אומר. גם הוא אומר מפורש, אם הייתי יודע כמה יקר הלחם, לא הייתי מביא בכלל לחם. ואוי ואי לפי זה יש כאילו שכן, לא יוסיף טוידה, לא הייתי נותן בכלל. לא ידעתי שיש הרבה בכלל. חשבתי שאני הנה יש לי איזה כבש בבית, אני מביא אותו. עוד 40 לפעמים, כבר עולה 40 לפעמים, בפרט במחירים שהיה, קצות של היום, זה לא יראה, 30 קצות, בואי ולא יסוד, בואי ולא שבואי ולשמע, אנחנו זוגים שלי על משהו שמונה משמע, זה גם אני חייב לעשות. אבל זה מחכים אותה, אפילו שהוא אומר מפורש, אני לא הייתי, אם הייתי יודע, אני לא הייתי מביא. אומרים לו, לך תביא. אז מי שאתה חזקיהו, חזקיהו שאומר שאנחנו הולכים לשם היום תופסים את הלשון הראשון, והלשון הראשון שלו היה, הרי אני מביא לא איתו. אז מה שהוא אמר, אני לא רוצה להביא לחם, הוא חייב להביא את הלחם. אבל אין, הוא אומר שהכוונה כאן, בזה שהוא מפרש את עצמו, הוא אומר, אם הייתי יודע שאני צריך להביא לחם, הייתי מביא לחם. אבל כאן הוא אומר מפורש, אם הייתי יודע שאני צריך להביא לחם, אני לא הייתי מביא לחם. אז גם הוא מפורש. קש. אומר רבי יוחנן, הוא יכול להסכים. עובד משם, נכון. אני דיברתי לפי בסדר, אבל כאן זה ודאי הולך לפי משם. שמעתם שתשים את הלשון הראשון שלו. אבל עכשיו צריכים להסביר לנו מהי שבוי ושומע. מה הכוונה שבוי ושומע? שבוי, הכוונה לקורבן עצמו, קורבן טוידה. ושומעת הכוונה ללחם. קורבן לאחר. אתה חייב להביא גם את הקורבן ללחם. הוא אמר שבוי, קורבן טוידה ולחם. המילה שבוי בעצמו, גם בקורבן, גם הלחם. ושומעתו, מה הכוונה בשבוי? שלא גילסוס אל תביא טוידה בלי לחם. זה בעייתי מאוד. אתה אומר שאתה רוצה להביא טוידה בלי לחם, זה בעייתי, ואז נכריח אותך, אבל לא, אז אל תסביר. עוד סוגיה. כמו שאמרנו, הסברנו את זה במשנה, לא זה מאוד פשוט, שורה אחת. טוידה היא ולחם המייסר, טוידו היא ולחם המייסר, ובן אומר, אני רוצה להביא גם את הקורבן וגם את הלחם. והמייסר לא יביא, שיביא. עכשיו תגמור את זה, מה הוא יכול להביא את זה במייסר שני? הוא יסגר למייסר מה? שהוא לא יביא, אם הוא רוצה להביא מהכסף שלו, הוא לא יכול. אבל זה אמרי, רוצה מייבי, לא רוצה להיות. אבל אז אדם נתנה שהוא רוצה להביא טוידו ולחם מהמייסר שני, הוא יכול להביא את זה גם מהמייסר שני. ודאי שהוא יכול להביא את זה מהשלו, אבל גם מהמייסר שני, בגלל שהוא או סוגיה אחת ואז אנחנו מסתכלים, אנחנו מכיוון שאו לעשיתי דווקא בית התחלתי איזה שרש שורות מלמעלה, חייבים להגיע לשם, אבל אנחנו עושים טוב בזמן, דיברנו. אני לא אגיד שבאנגלית זה לקח שעה ואנחנו לא נתקדם משהו כזה, אנחנו לא נתקדם. לא לקראת הסדרים שלנו, דיברתי, אוקיי. ולא במחית למייסר שני, אלא במייסר שני. את הלחם אתה לא מביא מחיצה שאתה תגדת לעצמך והבאת את זה בתור מייסר שני. אבל כן בכסף של מייסר שני. ולכן ברבי סתם את הרעי, ושם לא מבחית למייסר שני, אבל מבחית למעלה תקופו מייסר שני. לא. אם אתה קונה, יש לך כסף של מייסר שני, מה זה כסף של מייסר שני? שהיה לך פירות, כמו שראינו בסרטון, היה לך פירות, ועדית את הפירות בתוך כסף, ואת הכסף הזה שכחת לירושה. ובכסף הזה קנית חיטים, מהחיטים האלה אתה יכול לאפות לחמים, לתוידות, בתנאי שקנית את זה בשביל הלחמים. אבל אם למשל קנית את זה כדי לעשות פרידה, אז זו שאלה. האם אתה יכול להכניס את זה לתוידות? לא יודע, אם גם הייתי רוצה, אני לא עושה טוב, אני לא אשאר עם מעשר שני. אם היה לך ממש חיטים, לא כסף, חיטים, אז אסור לך לעשות לחמים את זה. אבל בכית מהלכות זה לא מעשר שני. יופי, כמו שאמרנו לפני שנייה, זה אתה יכול. אומר להם, רבי, עד כל מכית, אני אומר, אפילו בכית מהלכות זה לא מעשר שני, לא יופי, אני חולק עליך. שאפילו ניקח את הכסף של מעשר שני, קנית חיטים, אסור לך לאכול לחם של מעשר שני. הוא אומר, ואם אותם ידידי, ואם אותם ידידו, תמיד, אבא שלי, שהייתי מדבר איתו בגימל, שיהיה בריא, שלם, יומן, אז הוא היה אומר לי, מה שאתה מתכוון להגיד כאן, פתאום אתה מתכוון להגיד ככה. והרבה פעמים הוא היה שומע איזה סחורה אחת לגמרי, כדי לחזק אותך. אני ידעתי שהוא יודע. אומר לו, טוב, ככה הוא חשב שתיתן לי חיזוק, אולי זה כן באמת נתן לי חיזוק בעידוד. או לפחות הוא הראה לי איך לומדים, איך מבינים את האופנס. ואתה אומר, אתה מתכוון להגיד ככה וככה, ואתה אומר, כן, בוא נסביר את זה עוד יותר. מה שאתה אומר, זה ככה וככה וככה. אז האם אתה ידידי, בוא אני אסביר לך מה הספר שלי, האם אתה ידידות וגם אני אסביר מאיפה אתה קיבלת את הספר שלך. שמה, האם אפשר לקחת כסף של עשר שנים ולקנות לזה חיטי, סתם, חיטה, למשל עושה מצווה, אחר כך אתה מכין את זה ואתה אומר, לא, זה מצווה, אני רוצה לקנות
bullshit.
עבור של עשר שנים. נכון? ואם אתה ידידות, בוא נתחיל, קודם אני אתחיל אותך, בואי נאמר בגלל הספר שלו.
Fuck that.
יש בכלל המושג של פרידום. איפה, יש לנו פסוק שאומר,
Fucking money.
וואו, אני חייב להגיד לכם, זאת עצומה, יש פה 4 שיעורים איתי היום, ו4 שיעורים איתי, ועכשיו זה הכי בגדול, מי שואל את הבית, עוד אני חושב שם, שהוא בא אחד, לא יאמן, החסד של הבן אדם הזה, והחסד של כל כך הרבה אנשים, שהשתתפו, הימים שלנו שהיו ערים עד 1-2 בבוקר כדי לעשות 2 שיעורים, זה לא מובן מאליו. וגם האורחים שלנו, שעברו את כל השיעורים האלה, שזה עבודה כפולה, שזה ערב פסח, כל זה תוך ערב פסח. ואם בינתיים ידידות, סטוידים היחידו יעלת שלמה. גם יגדו בפוסק יהודה שלמה, ועוד ביחד גם אתם גם שלמה, כל איזה סוג של שלמה. שלומי, שום מייס, אתה יכול לקנות שלומי בכסף של איזה שני, אבל יודע, כתוב שום, כי זה שום. לא, ואז אני ממשיך הלאה, עכשיו אני אומר, מה שלומי תגיד מייס? כמו ששלומי, אז בשביל זה לא מייס, שמה, הוא קנה את התולדות, מהכסף, מה היחיד להגיד את מויז? זה מויז שנדע, כתוב במייס. הנה, מצוין. אז אתה רואה שאתה יכול לקנות חיטה בכסף של הציון. ואז אני אסביר לך למה אני אומר שאתה לא יכול לקנות את החיטה אני מתחיל מיד בדיוק כמו שאתה התחלת. אני מסיים קצת שונה. לא ידומר בכל להפעילו לא מושלם. אני לא אומר, תגיד משלם, כתוב בפוסק כאלה שלמה. משלם שום במייסר. ואני ממשיך לתקות זה לשום שיקה היה שם. בלי מייסר. והשלום אין בלי מייסר. הרי שלום זה בשר. זה לא בריא. אבטוידו אין בלי מייסר. אז באבטוידו לא יכול להיות. הוא לא בריא. כמו שלום הוא בשר. הוא מחיתים, אז הוא מגובו זה שייני, זה במייסר נראה. טוב. אבל חיטה זה בא להוציא את החיטה שאתה קונה בכסף של מייסר שלנו. שזה כן, מחיר של מייסר. בואי צהל. דרך המתחג, אשר שמח. שוכר שהאיש ובית והשם, מסגר, שכבות המשיח, שתגן, ואילו ויביאו, זכר טוב, ולהגיד. כבר בארץ, תיקס חומץ, ערב תיקס חומץ. בעזרת השם, אתמול היה מרתון של 4 שיעורים, היום שוב עוד 4 שיעורים, כדי שלא יהיה לנו את כל השיעורים לפני פסח, שכולם יוכלו ללמוד לפי הקצב שלהם, אחת לפני, תוך כדי, יישר כוח לכם, שהצלחתם, יישר כוח לכל המוקדים החשובים, כל אלה שבלייב, כל אלה שבזום, כל אלה שביוטיוב. פרנסה מסכת ברפואה סברחה בת חנה ואסתר בת כל החתום לבד אלוהים. פרנס היום, גירוש מהסביר היקר אברהם בן גדוי ורודניק, זוכר לברוכו, דף י"ד ניסון תופשין ובואו. הוא יושב בגן עדן, מסתכל, הוא נהנה, והנכד בבניומין, הביא הרבה לחשבוח, לבוירון, תבוא ישראל עוד מעט, מתחילים, ספיר הסוימר, והיד שלנו זה שכל אחד ואחד יגיד לצפיר הסוימר ויתחיל, יגמור אותו סלאבוס, כמה וכמה אנשים השתתפו בדבר הזה, אבל אני רוצה להגיד שכוח שעות בזה, פשוט בעזרת השם, תמונות טובות, יפה, תבוא ישראל מכיוון שזה ערב יופי, ואנחנו רוצים שהשירים יהיו קצת יותר קצרים מהרגיל, אז כל מיני סיפורים, מוקדים ישר, בגלל השירים, השירה אפשר לעשות המוקדים לבד, אנחנו נקפוץ לשם מוקדים, ונתחיל בשלוש שורות, למטה בדף טס, עמוד בייס. למדנו במשנה, יש שלוש סוגי טוידו, שנוסף לנו טוידו שנייה, או שנולד, נולדה, נולד טוידו, האמא טוידו הייתה בהיריון ונולדה עוד טוידו, או שאחד עבר על סידורי וייסה שפקורו, הוא אמר, הרי זה במקום זה, זה טוידו, הוא אמר, זה גם יהיה טוידו, השני טוידו, ואם נאבד טוידו והלכת מבטח עוד אחד, אז הנה בוא נראה את הסיבות של אתמול, אבל יש היום שפה. עכשיו, מי מקבל את הלחם? אני לא יודע מה אומר, אני דיברתי, סליחה. עדיין יושב. עכשיו, יש לך שתיים, מה עושים עם הלחם? אז כתוב במשנה שהשני לא צריך לחם. השני לא צריך לחם. אז בואו נראה אם זה מסתדר מהסרטון שעכשיו ראיתי. שלום במבחנים רשמי דרבי לא ישונו. מה שאנחנו אומרים שהשני לא צריך לחם, אלא לאח הכבוד. אם הראשון בבית המקום הטוידו, אז השני לא צריך לחם. לפני כך אומרות, טעונים לחם. שניהם טעונים לחם. עכשיו אנחנו צריכים להבין על מה מדובר. אז לפני שנכנסים, בואו נזכיר לנו שיש שני דברים. זה נדובו ונדר. יש נדובו, שבלם אומר, הרי זו מצביע על אותו, בואו נגיד, אותו אחד, זה מספר אחד, אומר, הרי זו טוידו. עכשיו, אם זה נאבד, אז זה הלך, הוא לא חייב להביא עוד אחד. אבל אם הוא אומר, הרי אולי טוידו, זה נדר, לא נדובו, נדובו זה זו, דווקא זה, זה הלך בימיים, אז הלך. אם הוא אומר, הרי אולי, זה לא קשור לבהמה, זה קשור לבן אדם. אז אם נאבד לו הטוידו, אז צריך להביא עוד אחד. לכם על שניהם. ויבו רבה אמרו, היי, על מה הוא מדבר? הנה מאכלית איתו ויבו, אומר הרי עולי, אני חיה, כי לפני כפורות, אדינוי לך כפורות, אני רוצה, היה לנו כבר אתמול בפייסר, שהם שניהם עומדים לפניו, זה בדיוק מה שראינו בסרטון, שניהם עומדים לפניו, בואו נלך לסרטון הזה שנייה, ונלך לסוף. עכשיו, שניהם לפניו, אז הוא יכול לתת את הלחם למקורי, לעצור, הוא יכול לתת את הלחם, זאת אומרת להקריב את הצהוב ולהביא את הלחם עם הצהוב, או להקריב את הקטנצ'יק לחדש ולהביא את הלחם עם החדש. אם לפני כפורת אני נוהג כפורת עלינו, אז זה אותו דבר. אם הוא יכול, אם זה לפני הכפורת הוא יכול להחליט איזה מהם שהוא רוצה, אם זה לאחר כפורת זהו, הלך, זה אחד. אלו, אומרת הלימוד אחרי ימוד א', החליט איתו את הסנדור. לא מדברים על שהוא החליט, שהוא הביא נדומו, סליחה, שהוא חייב, אני אולי נטף, אלא נדומו. אלא שהוא אמר שהוא יביא את זה. עכשיו, אם הוא אמר שהוא יביא את זה, אז כשהוא מביא עוד אחד, מספר 2, אני חייב לעצור עוד שנייה להראות לכם משהו, בפרט לישראלים, משהו מאוד מאוד מעניין. הנה, אז היום חיפשתי כלב, עליתי על אמזון, ואלה היו היחידים שאפשר בתמורת, לא יודע, $3 או משהו, שזה יגיע לך הביתה תוך 3 שעות. אז הנה אני מראה לכם, הנה 3 שעות, $5. תוך שעה, $10. תוך 3 שעות, $5. בין 5 ל-10 בלילה, $3. אז אני מוסד השיעור זה כאן 1 בצהריים באמריקה, אז אני אמרתי, אני חייב את זה לפני, אז לחצתי על 3 שעות, ובאמת הגיע תוך שעה ו-20 דקות. מישהו דופק בבית, בדלת, סך הכל, הנה כמה עלה לי, שניהם, $25 בשיעור, זה היה $1,000 הייתי חושב. זה לא סתם, צפצף. עכשיו יש לי 2, $25. בשביל 1 ו-2. טוב, רגע, להשתמש לשון, ולא זוכר איזה נשמע, אפשר להכין אותו. לא, לשון כזה. זה בעצם לכלב, זה מסתכל. אוקיי, אז מה כתוב שם ככה? אם אני אמרתי שאני מביא את זה, וזה נאבד, מה אני מביא עוד אחד? אז השני, מספר 2 הוא לא קשור למספר 1, לא הייתי חייב להביא את מספר 2. אז מה עשיתי כשהבאתי מספר 2? סתם, הוספתי בטוידו. הוספתי בטוידו. יש, הרי אנחנו מדברים על טוידו, אז יש בן אדם שהוא אסיר תודה. מה זה אסיר תודה? כל הזמן יש לו החומס הטוב. מי שעושה לו טובה, אז הוא כל הזמן, הוא מתקשר אליו, הוא אומר לו תודה, אני לא מאמין, כמה עשית לי וכולי וכולי וכולי. יש סוערי תודה. מה זה סוערי תודה? כן, סוערי תודה זה כאילו, אתה זוכר שעשית לך טובה? אתה זוכר? תגיד לך איזה בסליבה. למה אתה לא מודה לי? למה אתה לא, אין לך כמו הזדם שלי? זה עשה. כן. זה אני טועה. האמת היא, הבוקר אומר בארבעים סופר, הוא אומר שמה שכל קורבן פסח זה מושג של הקורס הטויב. זה טויב. זה בעצם, בקורבן פסח הוא אומר זה טויב. אנחנו אומרים שזה שלום, זה נהפך לשלום. ולצור שם כאן, זה אומר, אני אומר, תודה לנו, בואי נשמע על זה שהוצאת אותי ממצרים. מה עושה טויב?
It really is. Out of all the things that you podcast listeners haven't been able to see tonight, including the great yo-yo disaster of 2016. It really is. Like, I mean, it's pretty unbelievable. Is there anything in there other than your dick? Just your dick. Is it as big as it seems?
It's very big.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. I was a late bloomer, I had a small cock.
Yeah.
And I had to grow up with that, and then because I got laid up,
This is so fucking funny to me. I love your honesty. How old were you? How old were you when your dick started getting bigger?
Like 19.
19. So you're 19. You have this little dick. You're like, man.
You're 19. Your dick's 12.
Yeah. And then you wake up and
I actually developed like a small penis relation. I didn't know it was small.
Wow, what does that even mean?
It's like when you're like into like women making fun of the size of your cock.
And then right when you got into having a small dick, your dick's like, fuck this, we're blowing up.
Yeah. Nothing works out for me.
Love that. How does that happen? Like, did your dick just start like eating your side dishes at dinner or something like that? Like,
Have you ever thought about not tucking your shirt in if you have such a huge, earthy dick?
I don't know what that was.
So you like it when people see it?
yeah, it's pretty blatant. Like, it's pretty unbelievable.
I'm deleting these photos off my phone right now.
Do we have a guy with a boner on stage right now?
Are you?
100% flaccid. Like, yeah.
Do you get a lot of pussy working at this hair salon?
I don't care that much about fucking. Like, I'll just get a prostitute if I want to fuck really bad. But like, I do okay. Like, if I really want to fuck something, I can generally make it work out for myself.
Yeah.
Now you gotta talk about this dick on stage. Do you?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
You do?
I got 3 minutes on it.
3 minutes of it.
You should get 7 to 10.
If I could get that time out here, I would.
You can in the back.
Oh, cool.
Zachary, tell us something else interesting about you.
Who cares? Fucking Milton Berle's nephew over there. And for people who are just listening to this isn't like some dude in sweatpants. This guy's wearing normal pants.
Yeah.
Like jeans. He looks like he could be like Drew Carey with leukemia. But younger. He's just a normal guy. He's not like a freak or anything. He's just
Yeah, you seem like a young professional, that just has an outrageous dick.
this guy's a freak.
Yeah, you have to be a freak. Like some real 50 Shades of Grey shit.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
And I'm like, fucking.
What's some other crazy shit that you're into sexually?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you get turned on performing in the belly room.
I like a good, like, hit in the face during. Yeah.
You like to get hit in the face?
Yeah,
like punch? Like a foul right fucking fist?
Do you like to be choked?
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
Of course.
Silly question, Red Man.
Great answer. Of course. Have you seen my dick through my pants?
Do you have any outfits that unzip through around the mouth?
Not yet.
Not yet.
So,
What's one of the craziest things you've ever had happen to you sexually? I mean, if getting punched in the face is what you asked for, and getting choked isn't, of course, then what's the point where you're like, whoa, 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 whoa?
my first time, like, ever was with a prostitute. I didn't know what I was doing. I know, like, Google phone numbers and stuff to figure out if it's legit, which is, if you don't know, it's legit. But,
Have you noticed that there's been a lot of false results on Google?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Nobody can relate to your guys' cross. Well, keep going with your story, Zachary. Please keep going.
Welcome to
to S-word crosstalk with Red Dan and
Yeah, let's not.
So, like, it was, she was right in Detroit. The picture was this beautiful black woman. Like, I was so excited. And, as they are. And then she,
had you been with a beautiful black woman before?
I had been with a non-beautiful black woman
Right.
before.
What's funny is you're a white guy and you hook up with these black women and they see your dick and they're like, oh shit. You know what I mean?
No, I had a stripper, like, my man lap dance, like, grab me down there and she's like, but you're white.
But you're white. So what happened with the first beautiful black prostitute?
It was strange. She looked like maybe that was her before, like, heroin crack or something. And then, like, she was just really buzzed out. And like, there were two people in there. She's like, oh, let's go in this room. It's a hotel, but it's still just a mattress on a floor. And it's very springy. And she's like, do you want the front or the back? Which I didn't even do. And I
the front or the back?
The pussy or the back pussy. And I said,
wait, I don't get it.
Vagina or asshole? And I said,
did you take a look at the asshole? Did it look like crumb cake or anything?
Well, I had never done anal because women aren't often very willing.
Women aren't often very willing.
Yeah, because the big cock. And
you don't even have all of these loaded at once.
And then so I went like, I was like, oh, I'll take the ass. I've never done that.
We don't both see who wants to keep listening.
No, I definitely do. Are you kidding me? This is incredible. So, wait, so she says you want the front or the back, and you say the back because you haven't done that before.
Yeah, never. And I did, it was like, I ended up switching the front because the back was like the most cavernous thing I've ever been inside.
So, okay, we're talking about it. Yeah, obviously you haven't been paying much attention here. So you're telling me that you put it in her butt, and it was so cavernous, was your word. So you're saying that her butt was so loose that you're like, you know what, her ass is so loose, I gotta try this vagina out.
It was tighter than her butt.
Her vagina was tighter than her butt?
Yeah.
There was stalactites, stalagmites, bats, all kinds of creatures. I went spelunking in that butthole. It was quite gross. I lost myself, actually. My whole body actually went inside my butthole for a little bit.
I can't, and with your dick, I can't imagine how loose this asshole must be. Thank you, Pat. Just the timing of just, alright, so, we still haven't gotten to the crazy part of this story. That's what's nuts, right?
I finished with her, I got out, and then there's just this big fucking, like, 6'6" black dude in the next room, like, just staring me down as I leave, and she just gave him, like, a head nod, like, okay, and I left. So, like, I probably could have gotten murdered or robbed or something.
How long was he in the room?
I have no idea. He wasn't there when I got there. It was, like, in the adjacent room that I walked through to get into the room, and I come out, and there's just this big fucking mess.
Six black guy.
Yeah.
Just my things you say.
I walked out and hope I didn't nothing happened. I went back.
I mean, had he punched you in the face, you probably would have came again anyway, right? That might be one of the most racist sound effects ever. She said you're a black guy sound effect. Jeff, what do you think about that?
I have a question for you. Do you need an opener?
Like, you know, on the road, we'll have some fun. Yeah.
Your dick and my ass. Anyway, my advice to you would be to keep out of the way. Keep a little bit of that, I don't know, whatever you want to call it inside you, your sexuality, just a little bit. Slow that shit down. You have some good ideas, but you're flying through them in a way. I know you only have a couple of minutes, but, you know, use your confidence, use your confidence to use it in private. Use it a little bit about it.
And really, like, if your dick is like that all the time, it doesn't make you look because we're all just staring at your dick. It's like,
you're totally getting like head blank, like your dick is like.
No, I disagree. I say you keep David Bowie in that shit and just fucking stuff it and forget it and rock it. Stein, that's so Jewish? Wow, that is just a double conundrum there. I mean, those Jews that root for their massive penises. 100%. Yeah, baby. There he goes, everyone. Zachary Stein. He's on Twitter at @_Stein. STEIN. Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, imagine the people that miss their spot. Imagine the people that didn't show up. They're like, oh, where's the booth again? This guy just used his dick as a compass. Sounds like another new name. Let's get it for Bill Russ, everybody. Bill Russ.
The next matchup, think about the future. Especially a lot of them make money young. Some don't have families yet. So the idea of not having this income in 5 years and 6 years.
Pretty well known that women on average make less than men. I wonder how many transgenders transition from male to female. Feel sorry for gay homeless people. They like the positive come out. Got kicked out of a strip bar for giving girls counterfeit dollar bills. What's the big deal? Some friends of mine just found out they're having an unplanned pregnancy. So now they're out shopping for dumpsters. A while ago, I got into debt real heavily, had to borrow some money, and I saw this ad. Probably seen it. Bad credit, no problem. So 3 months later, apparently there was. They seemed really surprised I couldn't pay. I'm like, you knew my history. What the hell do you think about me money? Think like I got a letter from me yesterday that said final notes, so I'm just letting that slide. If someone in Texas sent a message to someone in Mexico, it'd be a Tex-Mex text message.
Fuck yeah, Bill Russ. Wow, holy shit. Bill, you are so fucking cool. Step up to the mic. Let me talk to you for a second. How long you been doing stand-up?
18 years.
18 years. Those are some unbelievable jokes. So great. Where you been doing it at?
I'm originally from Cleveland, Ohio. I did radio for a long time. For
a lot of Ohio people here, including Red Bandit.
In fact, he is friends with my cousin Josh Robert Thompson.
Oh, fuck yeah! I just had him on a show a couple of days ago.
Yeah. And I did radio for 10 years, worked all over the country. Then I went to a comedy club in Virginia Beach. I lived in Virginia Beach for the past 20 years. And I went to a comedy club, and a friend of mine that I waited tables with was up on stage. I'm like, how can I try it? So I went up to the next week, started doing it. I was there with MC, doing all shows.
It's so cool.
I just moved here 2.5 months ago.
And you do a bunch of killer one-liners like that, huh?
If anybody has a pet-friendly room to rent, I'm looking for it.
There you go. So are all those other people that are here.
How do you feel about loaders with huge cocks? You know what the hell? Watch it, Jeff.
Bill, so you've been doing stand-up for 18 years. You just moved here 2 months ago.
Yeah, making sure every day I moved to Brand Eric, the theater.
What made you move out here? Did you comedy?
Actually, I came out here about a year ago to visit a friend of mine. A friend of mine lives in Orange County. And I came out for a vacation. Before I left, I'm like, why don't you move out here? You're single, you have no kids, no responsibility. If you don't like it, you can always move back. So I was like, what the hell? So I sold all my furniture, put my dog in the car, and moved up.
That's great. I love that. Are you having fun so far?
Yeah, love it. When they draw your name, it's okay. Where else do you get on? Are you getting on every night? I auditioned at Flappers, and I've gotten on there.
So this is what you're out here to do. It's your main passion. You're all by yourself, just you and the dog. And a dog.
Thanks, man.
Hobo. 4 years ago, my neighbors found me in a parking lot. We run in the neighborhood for 2 years. They were for 2 hours. Everyone's trying to get me something.
Player, and I beat player, UFC fighter, being a risk taker.
particular band artwork.
Exactly what I did with Pat Reagan, by the way. Same exact story. Hanging out in the parking lot one day. I was just a little crazy.
But Hobo was potty trained. I'm like,
Still has hard work. Bill, that is so cool. That, it seems like, that you must be having a lot of fun with life right now. Yeah. What you do for work? Like, how do you save money? Oh, where'd you wait at?
I'm working at Black Angus. I worked in Virginia Beach. I waited tables at the seafood restaurant. I get in trouble a lot. I get in trouble a lot.
What do you get in trouble?
Make jokes while you're waiting. Yeah, people are rude or something. I just say, I was like afraid to say it. Sometimes I had to hit a racial couple one time. I go, this is plastic. We never go back. They laugh. They laugh. They laugh.
And that was at a Black Angus.
No, that was probably in a red lobster. That was some people, customers, they say something to me, they go, you're real weird.
You're not one of those wacky waiters that won't shut up, though, right? Comes to the table telling all the jokes, like, please just leave me alone.
I try to read the guests.
I love that. Bill, tell us something else exciting about you. You have a huge oversized cock or anything like that? Anything crazy about you? Any weird talents? You have a yo-yo on you?
I used to do it. That is crazy. In 1990, I was at ABC's America's Funniest People with $2,000. 1860 taxes. Wow, what'd you do? I did impressions. It was for Fred. Now they're so old. You can't do impressions over the air. What was your skill? Oh, I love it.
Oh, wow.
Can you do it? Can I say up? Can I say?
Well, you just listen. It's just my issue is
Wow. No wonder you know Josh Robert Thomas. That's so cool. That's smart. Very good, Bill. Oh, wow. Brian has a mediocre march that he's trying to shove into it. There you go. There you go. All right, guys. Well, Bill, you're fucking hilarious. Congratulations on this new life that you're living. You left everybody behind. You're in a new city. You and the dog. Hobo's having the time of his life, I'm sure. It's a lot more fun out here than Virginia.
A lot of dog parks.
That's great.
Would you like to do the Ice House Friday, Death Squad show, 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Boom. Then you're booked. Hey. That's the Ohio State Buckeye theme song there. Bill Russ, we're going to see you at the Ice House. You're going to do a real big spot at the oldest comedy club in the world on Friday night.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. It's because of you, people. Because of you.
Because of you, Bill. There he goes. Bill Russ, ladies and gentlemen. He's on Twitter at the Bill Russ. All right, the gig's canceled on Friday. Get out of here. He's on Twitter at the Bill Russ. Catch him at the Ice House Friday night. Death Squad show. It's exciting. Love those cool stories, man. I love it when people just go and chase the dream.
I hear that, so I'm like, so, oh my goodness. But.
There you go. There you go.
Thanks, Pat. Thanks for opening up. That was beautiful.
For those of you that missed it,
I would have heard from Pat and Jeremiah, everybody. And this guy, the drummer guy, too.
Pat acknowledging that open mics are tough. Pretty much at the same time sealing the fact that he will be at open mics forever.
No mercy. Their word is cruel. It's cruel. Anyways, nobody cares.
No, you're right. Open mics are very hard. You remember your open mic days, Jeff?
I do.
Did it get crazy? You remember?
Every night was crazy. Every night was like glory or death. It was heartbreaking. The old Triple N. They had like a juggler 1 hour before me. You could do whatever you wanted. Like an open mic. They had an accordion player. But anyway, I was bombing with those two main guys. Scary. That was a good one. The next one was terrible.
I thought something. I wonder if the oldest people that didn't show up were just scared to go show these
I've been so nice. They didn't even let me take a crack at that guy.
Really?
Yeah.
I did. Bill, you want to come back up here and get roasted by the Roastmaster General?
No, come on. It's not fair. Yeah, where have you been, Jeff? You've been like the ghost master up here. We'll see him at the high school.
I pulled another name out of the bucket. Kirsten Alberts, ladies and gentlemen. Kirsten Alberts.
But I do like helping people. Like, I get money from the homeless, but also with I've always struggled with having a really good hobby. I always wanted to buy a Barbie. So I taught my children now it's beautiful. My boyfriend is a huge Star Wars nerd. So I decided to surprise him tonight with some sexy roleplay. It's gonna be, Princess Leia from the waist up, Chewbacca from the waist down.
Kirsten Alberts, another very funny comedian. First time on the show, right?
Yes.
Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing it 5 years.
Where at?
I started in Phoenix and I just got here a year ago. Yeah, I've done a couple book shows.
Very funny.
Yeah.
You do a lot of spots, like a lot of open mics?
I kind of stick to just doing I do the haha a lot. Like I run the material there and I try to work in there and try to get book shows.
Had it right under the cell
What do you do
phone.
for a living?
I process health insurance claims during the day. Yeah.
The party started with your insurance claims, everybody.
It's not very exciting.
You write jokes at work when you're bored?
Yeah, I did. I write it down and post them.
Now your Twitter handle here says Dirty Hippie Comic. Is that true? Are you really a dirty hippie?
I don't know, yeah. My hair looks good because I just got it done today, but I showered.
I can't imagine what it looks like yesterday. Girl.
I know, I gotta work on it. I know.
Shower once a week. Why do you think that is?
I can't get myself to do it. It's just a lot of work.
Do you really have a boyfriend?
I do.
I mean, he doesn't care. He's like eating crumb cake.
No, he doesn't care.
How many crumb cake references are you gonna make tonight? Richie, do you have a crumb cake on the way here?
Yeah, he's 45, so he's happy to have us.
45. Wow, what does he do for work?
He does a bunch of different stuff. He does contract work, and then he also like promotes comedy shows and stuff. Still in Arizona.
Oh, he's still in Arizona.
No, he's not in Arizona. He does the promotions for Arizona.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. So you guys moved out here together a year ago?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Let's get back to the showering thing for a second. Something that that is weird. It's something that I've never understood because I can't even start my day without a shower. Like, just like coffee and everything else, it's something that I absolutely need.
But did you date little Esther for like 3 years?
No.
She's like the dirtiest.
No, I didn't. Nothing that you just said is true, Brian. Anyway,
Wow. We found Tony's weak spot.
He said I dated her for 3 years. We dated for 11 months, and it was literally 8 years ago, for those of you keeping track, Brian.
Yeah, but didn't she she never took a shower?
That's not true.
Shower on the floor in the kitchen.
Every single day. The stuff that you're talking about is just all funny stories that we've told.
But she did, you know.
Hey, did your downstairs look like crumb cake? Redman, you my boy!
Oh, God. Oh, dear Lord. Where are we?
Well, look at that homeless joke was really funny. He's all right, Mike.
Can we get him any more volume?
Yeah, I mean, it's on full blast, right?
Is it on full blast?
Yeah, I think where it starts going, yeah! You guys hear me in the back?
It's just not loud at all. We're here every single week. Is Josh here? Josh Martin?
I mean, we swap. Is it better?
Yeah, that's much better. Whatever that is,
turned it up really high.
That's what we need. It is really, really high. We needed it really, really high. Kirsten, tell us something else interesting about you.
I love Harry Potter. I've read the books like 7 times.
Wow. All that time you could have been showering.
I know.
And you're just sitting there, reading books, flipping pages. Do you think it would help you if they made waterproof books? That maybe
actually.
What is the part? Just explain to me concisely.
What is the pressure?
You're saying that it's work, but it doesn't seem like work at all. It's like
long hair.
Rub your body with soap.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's just you gotta exfoliate and then you gotta shave.
Yeah, but you also have to clean your butthole, you know? Like, after a couple days, you're leaving stains on
I shower
chairs.
like if I have to like impress somebody, but if there's like you guys aren't gonna see me later, you don't care.
People at work probably care. They
I
smell
work from home.
when you walk.
I work by myself in a chair.
The chair has the smell, so.
I know.
A stick follow the chair. What's the longest you've gone without showering?
Maybe like a week. But it's like I'm sorry. It's like a little bit of like depression, but like mostly I just like I do it like if I have to be like in close proximity with somebody.
Let me ask you this: you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Your boyfriend, who's 45, he goes down on you and you let him.
No, I make sure I shower.
Well, how do you know you're going to do sex?
That off.
Oh, I see.
He'll text her. He's like, "Hey, my wife's out of town. I'll see you on Saturday. Could you please, for the love of God, shower?"
Exfoliate, shave.
It's back on! He's like, "What's for dinner? Soap and water?"
Oh, man.
The sorting hat would put her in the bathtub.
So sort of going back to this swearing, which again is dirty hippie comic. I get the comic, I get the dirty. What makes you a hippie?
I just
It seems like you're not even quite sure that you want peace. Like you could turn villain any second.
She looked up the Wikipedia definition for hippie and it said, "I want peace and not bathing."
How long has it been since you've taken a shower?
Yeah, what are we at right now? If you had to guess.
Can Jeremiah smell?
I showered last month.
Whoa! Oh, Jesus Christ!
Can I smell you?
No.
Come on. Come on. It's the Postmaster General. Let him smell you.
No, it's okay. No, believe me, no means no when it comes to fucking.
Come on, don't put up a stink about it. Just let him.
She showers once a week, and that's Gash Wednesday.
Jesus.
Oh, what? Come on, my boy.
I love how you guys defend each other. Oh, shit. Well, that is an interesting thing. You have jokes about it? Do you ever talk about it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. How much material do you think you have overall? Because those are some really great jokes.
And how much is it stained with poop from not washing your butt?
All right. Butthole, poopy, Brian. There we go.
Crumb cake. So if somebody comes to see your stand-up show and afterwards they sexually stunk up the joint, you're not offended.
No, it doesn't affect me.
All right, well, it's good to have goals.
Do you have anything?
I'm not showering. That's my thing. That's my hook.
Yeah, that's my work.
You are one of the dirtiest comics. Really filthy material, and that's just what you're wearing.
I'm sorry if I've grossed you guys out.
You were great.
Yeah, absolutely great. It's always so relieving to find a great joke writer on this show.
I feel like you're going to be a big star one day. I can imagine Jimmy Fallon holding his nose while talking to you. You found your lane. It has to be outside, down the street.
Hopefully you get booked for Fallon on a Thursday and not a Tuesday. She showers on Wednesday.
Oh, she showers on Wednesday.
There you go. Great stuff.
What's your name?
Kristen Alberts, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. She's on Twitter at Dirty Hippie Comic. Dirty Hippie Comic.
She was Fiorello reference. Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going over there, man? Who's your drummer? Who is this guy? Joel Jimenez, right?
Joel Jimenez. Yeah.
How many times a day do you guys shower? Or a week, I guess. And do you guys shower every day?
Yeah.
Twice a day sometimes?
Yeah.
I'm a little grimy.
Yeah.
How many people here don't shower every day by round of applause?
Got some stanky pussy in the house tonight.
Fucking disgusting.
Smell alright.
All right, so it's not that weird, I guess.
No, there was just a few monsters here. It's just.
Some girl just said, it's the moisture.
It's the weave. It's the weave.
Looks like I pulled another new name out of this bucket. Put your hands together for Frank Ma.
So, I don't get what guys brag about having sex all night, because I never wanted to have sex for that long. I love sex as much as the other guy, but after I've just had it, I only kind of like sex. Second time sex to me is just But what's great after sex, to me, is sleep. And I think sleep after sex is the best thing in the world because I can do that all night. It doesn't matter how good the sex is. I could be having great sex with the woman that I love, and we're looking at each other's eyes, and we're together, and we'll lust, and I orgasm, she orgasms, and that's only the second best thing to happen to me that night. Because afterwards, I get to pass the fuck out. That's my good. Thank you.
Fuck yeah, Frank Ma. It's one of your first times doing stand-up comedy? When did you start? The beginning of the year. Yes, you're a few months in. Perfect. Frank Ma.
Was it a leap year?
Fresh out of medical school.
He doesn't even get jokes, let alone write them.
Yeah, you guys state a lot of just obvious things. I think we all get tired after sex.
Yeah.
No one else. Okay. I don't want to get exposed.
Frank, what?
You're. I wasn't as prepared as I could be.
It's like you're talking to your guys.
What ethnicity are you? Chinese all the way, 100%. You were born in China. How long have you been in America?
So you were the edgiest comic in China.
I wasn't there growing up, man. I was a straight edge Chinese person.
Wow. And then what happened? What's not straight edge about you anymore? That's it.
I don't smoke weed. I don't get that drug.
Watch out for the badass over here.
Rock and roll.
Japanese.
I think I'm dirty Chinese.
Straight edge is different. Straight edge is the phrase. It means you don't drink or have sex.
I pretty much don't drink or have sex.
Why don't you have sex? What's up with that?
It's not my choice.
Really?
It's not offered to me.
Do you ever go out?
Oh, keep yours.
I mean, I live at home.
You live at home with your parents?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Wait, how old are you?
There you go, Brian.
I
the
quit
king of the obvious.
That's what your act should be about. That would be funny. Yeah. Are you offended by the decor here?
Sushi.
Anyway, you had some fun ideas. I think you got to slow it down and think about it a little deeper. They're like good premises, premises that are pretty obvious to people, so they'll relate. But try to think of some, little deeper punchlines.
What do your parents do for work?
My dad is.
My mom's Are they disappointed in you because you quit and now you're doing comedy?
They know that. They know I quit my job.
So what was the job that you had before this?
Technical management consulting.
Consulting for what?
For like a big consulting. Like one of those Deloitte types.
Did you go into any other companies? Do anything interesting ever? Like what?
Interesting?
What recognizable company did you?
Well, I can't say.
How long have you been in America? Plan on telling him? Or
After I did some
so you're never going to tell him?
Do you think your parents have any idea what a podcast is? That's always really good. What part of LA do you guys live in? Chinatown? Orange. Yeah.
So kind of Chinatown.
Yeah, same thing. That's interesting. Do you have any siblings?
No.
You're the only child.
I was born in that generation.
Oh,
yeah. Boys only, dog. Yeah. Way to take a negative and flip it into a positive, Jeremiah.
Do you hate Koreans?
Man, we all hate Koreans. What you talking about?
How about your parents? What do your parents say? Do they ever talk about it out loud? It's all right.
They're pretty cool.
I know you're fucking lying right now. Come on. Who do your parents say? Black people?
As much as any other Chinese people.
So they hate black people is what you're saying. What a weird answer that was. Instead of throwing his parents under the bus, he throws his parents and every other Chinese person. Only as much as every other Chinese person do we hate black people.
What's your favorite category in porn?
Good question.
I know people are not going to believe me when I say I don't watch a lot of porn. I will say that with saying I jerk off a lot, but I don't watch a lot of porn.
How do you do it?
It's called
imagination, Red Band.
He said memory. He did just answer with the actual answer, memory. Oh, sorry. What are the memories that you have? What are those of?
Sex I've had before.
It's just like the wrong sound effect for that moment, clearly.
What's it like being a Chinese comedian? There's not role models. Like, what do you think about it? Do you feel like an outsider more?
No, I think I think it's one of your
Have you ever taken a girl back to your place?
my parents.
Yeah. Yeah. So when you have hooked up with girls, where have you done that at?
Well, I've only lived with my parents for the last 6 months.
Oh, you're living like sort of backwards here. You realize that a lot of people start living with their parents when they're born.
I had a real job before I did this comedy.
I've only lived with my parents the last 6 months, so you know. Baller. So you moved out when you're what? 18. You went to college where?
What a terrible choice.
You guys don't like Berkeley? Wow, what do you guys have against Berkeley?
Hey, what would happen if you brought home a black girl to your parents?
Yeah, what would happen? Give us an example of what you think would happen if you just walked, you walked straight into the... Oh, all right, well, let's start it off like a normal day. You pull into the driveway, you pull all the way through the living room wall, right? The car just goes straight through bushes and a window. You say, Mom, Dad, I'm home, what's up?
Hello, son.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
How's the professional job going?
You want some slim sushi?
Mom?
Goodness!
Mom?
Goodness, you're cleaning lady? Goodness!
How come your parents talk funny?
I'm Chinese!
Oh, okay. What that?
Goodness, is this your healthcare provider?
No, I'm his baby mama.
What?
That's right, I'm pregnant.
Seriously, Frank, if you got a black girl pregnant and she wanted to keep the baby, how would you tell your parents that? Like, can you give us an example? Just say into the mic, like, and pretend like they're in front of you at the...
What's the matter, boy?
Yeah, what?
Settle down. Speak out. I'm Papa son, Mama son. We worry. Right, Mama son?
Honestly, don't know how they would.
Come on, Frank, it's not how comedy works. You gotta roll with it. Explain to us how you would tell
We're not going to let you fail.
Mom, this is my girlfriend. Pregnant.
What is her name? See what happens when you just go for it? You get a laugh like that.
You're going to have a black baby? What?
No, son, you're not having the bracket of baby. Your mom is mad, but I am furious. No brother.
I mean, she's already pregnant. She's half black, half Asian.
Bring her to the karate dojo now.
We take her to my friend dry cleaner. I can get a finger.
Too soon for that? Too soon?
That's actually his mom's name.
Frank. So, that's amazing. Very fun stuff. It was very nice to meet you. Come back and do another minute sometime, okay? Frank Ma, everybody. There he goes. Nice to meet you, Frank. God. He's so Asian, he dresses like he's in medical school. We got to the part of the show where we're going to bring up your two regulars. These young ladies write and perform a brand new minute every single week. They do not get pulled out of the bucket. They have one of the hardest jobs in all of comedy, trying to keep up with writing a minute every single week of the year. This week's no different. Going first tonight, you know her as a Kill Tony regular and so many other great things. Put your hands together for Melissa Esslinger, everybody.
So not everything that you water will grow, because I've had water my whole life and I never made it past 11 years old. Either that or I'm just really dehydrated. Anyway, I almost jumped off a cliff when I was 3 years old. I think that's why I do stand up. I was chasing a lizard. We were at this national park called Natural Bridge, because that's what it is. It's a natural bridge, cliff. And Anyway, I was chasing a lizard, and apparently lizards can climb on the sides of things, but people can't. But I was wearing overalls, so my dad grabbed them, and that day Oshkosh saved my life. I wish that I fell off of it right now, but that's all I got.
There you go. A classic maneuver. Makes fun of herself on her way out. That's fun. So what do you mean by the tried to jump off a cliff? I think that's why you stand up into the microphone.
What did I mean by that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You should know you said it.
Oh, okay. Yes, I do know. Well, I was running, like, I guess I should have talked about this. I have the memory, like, in my head of, like, I can see my foot in my hand. I was literally flying, like, no regard to the edge. Drop. Okay, let's stand up. Feels like that.
Yeah. Got it there. When you say it like that, when you actually explain what you're saying, then you can get a big pop like that. How many times did you get up this week, or how many times do you usually get up every week?
Lately it's only been like 3, which is not bad.
Yeah, 3 a day maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, when you start off stand-up, I was doing 3 a day probably for years.
Yeah.
And you have to do that, or you're just going to lose it. And you're going to forget what you're talking about. Like, you pretty much said stuff that you didn't explain it to us. Like, it makes sense in your head, but it makes sense. Brian hates you. We've noticed this every single week. It's been a very running thing that he simply can't hide it all.
I did get my car back, and I'm just waiting to, so I have mobility again. Now I can't fill the tank, but I'm almost there. I'm getting there, and then I'll be back to doing as many spots as I would.
Jeff, is this the first time you've seen little Melissa? She has a nervous style, nervous delivery. Before she was shaking and apologizing once to get her words out. So last week she had a great set. This week, it's one of the hardest things, writing and performing a brand new minute every single week. It's on the record. But it was really good jokes and an interesting delivery. Any advice or anything? How many times have you done show talking?
I started in August.
Wow. Every week. That right there is a major accomplishment. Go back to the same moment, which is all time. Let's try it out. So, you're great. I don't know what the fuck you were talking about. At all. But it was brave and it was real and it was about you and your family and your experiences. So keep going down that. Eventually you're going to be able to climb up the side of things. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You definitely lead points and likability and delivery, but really, like you said, nothing really. Really love the top petty haircut too. Yeah. Has your nervous stylings affected your real life at any point this week or lately? Anything crazy happened lately?
I had an awkward moment with this guy that I see every time I walk past Saddle Range.
Homeless guy with a cup that changed.
No, it was this guy. I think he works at LA or something, but apparently he thought I worked at Starbucks, but I don't, and I was really confused. And I suck today. Well, he was like, "Do you have a twin?" And instead of saying like just no, because I don't, I was like, maybe.
This is why I ask these questions. It's because that is literally. Let's tease it. Next week you should tell a story about the awkward encounter you had that week. Yeah, I mean, your real life things like that, instead of trying to dig for these deep jokes that sound like jokes, with your delivery and your likability, you can totally just say things that really happen to you, and that's the reaction that you're always going to get. So, remind me of Janine Gromblue. Watch her stuff. Right? Yeah. Wait a second. How old are you? You should know Janine. She's got to look back a little bit, and that'll help you. You won't seal, but check it out. Get influenced by good comics. There you go, a little inspiration. There she goes, Melissa Esslinger. She's on Twitter, Melissa Esslinger. See her every week. Oh, shit. Put your hands together for your other regular. It's Vanessa Johnston, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, guys. It's crazy that we live in a first world country, and yet it's unhealthy to drink the tap water. That's insane to me. In Los Angeles, they discovered that when sunlight hits the LA water supply, it becomes about as toxic as 2,000 X-rays. So what they decided to do is just dump a million little flat plastic balls in the LA reservoir to try to block out the sunlight. And then they walked away like that was a solution. Like, yo, dude, cancel our tax money, go to like a giant Brita or something. Insane. And then, like, the CDC recently announced that there's large concentrations of rocket fuel and birth control hormones in the water supply, which explains the 10-legged blue homosexual frogs fucking outside my apartment. I don't know if they're gay. They look the same place still.
Vanessa Johnston. Talking about water. There's a lot there. There's a lot there.
My CDC reference.
Yeah, the CDC thing, that really stood out to me more than anything. Like, Center of Disease Control. Yeah.
Oh, right.
But, you know, it's like dropping that in there. You know, they say that all you have to say is they. You know what I mean? CDC people are like, what? Then,
Right.
you know, little things like that. But there's some stuff in there. You know, move the Brit up, move everything up. Same thing as always. Trim the fat, figure it out. Have you been doing spots regularly?
Yeah, I do like 2 times, 6 times a week.
That's great.
Maybe if you take that you have an eye for detail, you know, CDC, Brita, just these kind of words. If you make those, maybe kind of incorporate them into your punchline, have your setups be a little more easier to just flow into.
Digest.
And then the way you use the language is interesting, so maybe land on that stuff.
That's a great piece of advice right there.
Thank you. But I also could be wrong. Like if your thing is that, you would know better than I would.
Yeah, that's right.
Your thing, confidence.
Yeah, totally. Always tons of swagger with the great Vanessa Johnston. There she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Vanessa Johnston's on Twitter. Vanessa Johnston. Ryan J. Emelt's drawing is right here. Look what he did tonight. Is that crazy or what?
Wow.
Look at you, Jeff.
Oh my goodness.
It's me, you, Ryan, and the Horse of Truth. Made it all in there. I love Mangria. It's so delicious. So unbelievably good that I drink it all the time. Adam Carolla's Mangria. We love you, Adam. Reagan and Watkins, ladies and gentlemen, they did it. Josh Martin Paddock.
At Jeremiah stand-up, at Patty Reagan.
Joel Jimenez, Roast Battle, and Jeff Ross Roast with the Boston Police Department.
Roast Battle on the road, coming to Chicago, Austin, New York, and the Belly Room very soon.
Yep, check it out every Tuesday here at the Comedy Store, live or on Periscope. Fun episode for you long-time listeners here tonight. This one will go down for a little while, is that one.
Nashville, we'll see you this Sunday.
Thank you, live audience. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you so much.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the world famous Zany's Comedy Club in Nashville, Tennessee. At the Wild West Comedy Festival. A brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 3. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Oh my goodness. Nashville, Tennessee, what the fuck is up? Holy shit. Holy shit. Nashville is half-packed. Live on a Sunday afternoon. What are we doing? I love this. You guys ready for a fun fucking night or what? Unbelievable. The energy in this room, you can slice it with a plastic butter knife. I absolutely love Nashville. We've been here all weekend. We've had an absolute blast. We are fully recovered and vitamin enriched for this show right now. No hangovers whatsoever. We are at 100% full caliber blast. If at any point you seem to think, wow, these guys seem a little bit hungover, maybe we're only getting half a show, you're full of shit, all right? I'm at 1,000% right now. I was just doing dips in the green room. Yes, I was doing dips in the green room. Brian Redband, ladies and gentlemen, is the
Hi guys,
right?
how's it going?
You might have been thinking to yourself, is this one of Nashville's finest police officers? No, it's Brian Redband. Right. Sound effects and light lessons. And we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. I'm really excited. A bunch of people signed up. We did not bring our bucket from Los Angeles, so we have a world's best boss mug stuffed with names. Some people took the approach of keeping their names straight. Some people folded it halfway. One guy obviously blew his nose in one and balled it up. So I'm excited to see what the fuck happens here. We're so happy. Met a lot of you guys on your way in, and some people from Texas, from Kansas City, from a bunch of different places. Not many people from Nashville came to the show this afternoon, but we got a lot of people from around the country that made the long trip to be here. So, I don't know. What do you guys say we just bring up tonight's guests and get this fucking party started? This is Kill Tony live from the Wild West Comedy Festival, brought to you by, I don't know if you know this, but I'm friends with the people over at Netflix. I have a 1 hour special on Netflix. They're sponsoring this. Brian has a 1 hour special with Bud Light, who's also sponsoring this. So, let's get this fucking party started. Nashville, I love you, and I would never treat you less than any other show. That's why, just like with any other show of Kill Tony, I always bring two of the funniest comedians in the world to be my guests. Tonight is no different. Put your hands together for the stylings of Ralphie May and Ahmed Ahmed, everybody. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Oh my goodness. It's about to go down. Motherfucker. Na. Hi everybody, welcome. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. It's Ahmed Ahmed and Ralphie May.
Hi everybody, how are you?
How you doing?
Ralphie May cooked for us yesterday. He had this huge cookout. He cooked all the food all day. It was so delicious, and it made me take a 4-hour nap, an old man nap after it.
Yeah, it was just a food, not the big old fucking pile of weed.
Yeah,
Right?
it was
Awesome.
Yeah, that big pile of weed and keep had nothing to do with that sleepy time and all those beers.
I'm not going to say that I know anybody that has $10,000 worth of keep, because that'd be weird information to release about somebody. But if I was going to hint to it, I'd probably do it the exact way that I'm doing it right now.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I went to this barbecue at Ralphie's place yesterday, and I had lunch 6 times.
Yeah, 6 times.
I literally filled up. I was eating more than
He fucking eats, people. He fucking really eats. It shocks us all. But he
You should watch Ralphie cook. When he's chopping that meat, this motherfucker is broken.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, but, don't do that when you look at Ralphie when he's chopping, because then you'll see the ripples in my back. Looks like a stormy sea on that back. Look at that back.
Shipwreck. I love it. So, Ralphie, you've done this show before. We've talked to
Yes, multiple times. I love it.
We've talked to some comedians. Anything can happen. A bunch of people signed up tonight.
The Nashville comics are really good if you still like them.
I'm excited. Ahmed, this is your first time on the show.
This is my first time. I'm excited.
Yeah. We love Ahmed. He's the guy that I've been working with forever at the Comedy Store. Real store guy, just like me. Yeah. Drama.
Tony's one of the
Ahmed,
talented.
you got to tell him about that story yesterday, okay? Ahmed yesterday was relaying to somebody how he'd been a victim of post 9/11 stereotyping at the airport. And I go, not for nothing, Ahmed, you are the guy who played terrorist number 4 in a movie. So that might be how they spotted you. They go, hey, you look like that terrorist from that Kurt Russell movie. Hey, wait a minute, you are that terrorist from that Kurt Russell movie. Get over here, you son of a bitch.
No, you gotta roll into the airport with me. They always think I'm a pilot.
You?
Or scooter.
Yeah, flight attendant, more likely.
Son of a bitch. Show's canceled. I do not look like a flight attendant.
Hey, before you go into a meeting,
does anybody need a drink or a hot towel? So, what do you guys want to do? You want to get this motherfucking thing started? I got a mug full of names.
Oh, shit, mug full of names.
Comedians, you get 60 seconds uninterrupted. We're going to talk to you. You're going to be a guest on the show immediately after your set. You're going to stay here and talk to us after you do 60 seconds on stage. Comedians that signed up, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. You can do a little bit louder than that because they wouldn't be able to hear it. There you go. That's when you know your time's up. Wrap it up then. Don't run the light or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. We brought him with us. He actually flew first class.
Name is Larry.
He gets a rider and everything. He gets his own green room. We had to put him in the guest house across the street. And he has demands, but he's in the house. The West Hollywood Bear. So, you guys ready to do this or what? I'm going to pull a fucking name out of this mug right now. Anything can happen. Comedians, if you get pulled out of the bucket, be safe. Take your time. Don't fall. There's a staircase right over here. Just don't panic. All right? You guys ready to get this motherfucker started? Here we go. I pulled a name out of the bucket. The first name going up tonight, uninterrupted, is Moses James.
Oh, shit. Welcome to the stage, Moses James.
Here he comes.
Hurry the fuck up, Moses.
Yeah, when I say take your time, maybe not all of our time. Parents together for Moses James, everyone.
Wow. How you guys doing? So, we'll just get started. I was fucking this chick last night. What's that? There's still feathers in my Tinder, it's more like Tender, right? But you guys ever have a hookup so gross that immediately leaves you for freezing couch? And I mean couch because you do not measure because that was last night. Now that these guys like me, I'm going to let you know I do teach comedians. That's not a joke, so this is true. I was wondering, do blackout parents right before they have the kids play boggle, and then they set names like Lucretia. That one wasn't as funny as those bubbles. But I had a kid named Air Sean. His dad loved Air Jordan. So Air Sean, save all the trouble, basketball player, great. Air Sean, that's my last joke. Air Sean doesn't know his father.
Wow. One of the greatest closest I've ever seen on this show. He shut down the cat to let us know this was his last joke, followed by the line, I'm done. Moses James. Fuck yeah, you went for it, huh? Is this your first time doing talking to the microphone? Is this your first time doing stand-up comedy?
I've done open mics just for fun around here. I live here now. I should tell you, it's not me coming in down here. I'm arriving on Friday. Wasted.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I gave you one of those, and you probably put that away, so that's natural.
We just give it okay. Moses, relax. Before you, don't say the name of the band.
Don't say it, but I gotta do that while I'm here. I'm a musician, not a comedian.
You are? You look like a magician. look like a magician that doesn't have any magic tricks. That or like an amateur pro wrestler or a guy that works at some kind of the last blockbuster in Nashville.
Well, I'm from Pittsburgh, and I know you were playing Irish or something.
I love that you read my bio on the internet.
We played you. Basketball played you. You came to show me on the show, right, and I played you. You didn't play basketball. So after the game,
Well, you didn't play basketball. How do you know I was physically at the game?
all I'm doing is buying PlayStation.
No, there's no buying it, Moses. Stop talking. Ralphie, what do you think about this guy?
Man, go be a musician.
The horse of truth. Every time you hear that horse, that is a very honest statement has been said. There it is. Moses, what's your instrument?
Singer and guitar.
Can you give us a 10-second line of something you would sing in one of your songs? Just 10 seconds. Go ahead.
I don't know why I get so nervous. Some say I have an attitude, and I'm not breaking hearts on purpose.
Yeah, definitely.
Be a comedian. Be a comedian. Be a comedian.
Because most rock stars want to be comics, most comics want to be rock stars. So you're like right in the middle. I'm not quite sure.
You're not good at everything.
Hey, that means he should be a roadie.
Yeah.
Not quite a musician, not quite a comedian.
Maybe you should sing all your jokes off tune. I don't know why I'm so nervous, probably because I didn't prepare enough.
Speech Martin does that, doesn't he?
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the world famous Zany's Comedy Club in Nashville, Tennessee, at the Wild West Comedy Festival. My brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 3. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Nashville, Tennessee, what the fuck is up? Holy shit. Holy shit. Nashville is half packed. Live on a Sunday afternoon. What are we doing? I love this. You guys ready for a fun fucking night or what? Unbelievable. The energy in this room, you can slice it with a plastic butter knife. I absolutely love Nashville. We've been here all weekend. We've had an absolute blast. We are fully recovered and vitamin enriched for this show right now. No hangovers whatsoever. We are at 100% full caliber blast. If at any point you seem to think, wow, these guys seem a little bit hungover, maybe we're only getting half a show, you're full of shit, all right? I'm at 1,000% right now. I was just doing dips in the green room. Yes, I was doing dips in the green room. Brian Redband, ladies and gentlemen, is the
Hi guys,
right?
how's it going?
You might have been thinking to yourself, is this one of Nashville's finest police officers? No, it's Brian Redband.
That's right.
Sound effects and life lessons. And we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. I'm really excited. A bunch of people signed up. We did not bring our bucket from Los Angeles, so we have a world's best boss mug. Stuff with names. Some people took the approach of keeping their names straight. Some people folded it halfway. One guy obviously blew his nose in one and balled it up. So I'm excited to see what the fuck happens here. We're so happy. Met a lot of you guys on your way in, and some people from Texas, from Kansas City, from a bunch of different places. Not many people from Nashville came to the show this afternoon, but we got a lot of people from around the country that made the long trip to be here. So, I don't know. What do you guys say we just bring up tonight's guests and get this fucking party started? This is Kill Tony live from the Wild West Comedy Festival, brought to you by, I don't know if you know this, but I'm friends with the people over at Netflix. I have a 1-hour special on Netflix. They're sponsoring this. Brian has a 1-hour special with Bud Light, who's also sponsoring this. So, let's get this fucking party started. Nashville, I love you, and I would never treat you less than any other show. That's why, just like with any other show of Kill Tony, I always bring two of the funniest comedians in the world to be my guests. Tonight is no different. Put your hands together for the stylings of Ralphie May and Ahmed Ahmed, everybody. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Oh my goodness. It's about to go down. Motherfucker. Hi everybody, welcome. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. It's Ahmed Ahmed and Ralphie May.
Hi everybody, how are you?
How you doing?
Ralphie May cooked for us yesterday. He had this huge cookout. He cooked all the food all day. It was so delicious, and it made me take a 4-hour nap, old man nap after it.
Yeah, it was just a food, not the big old fucking pile of weed.
Yeah,
Right?
it was
That
both.
awesome.
Yeah, that big pile of weed and keep had nothing to do with that sleepy time and all those beers.
I'm not going to say that I know anybody that has $10,000 worth of keep, because that'd be weird information to release about somebody. But if I was going to into it, I'd probably do it the exact way that I'm doing it right now.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I went to this barbecue at Ralphie's place yesterday, and I had lunch 6 times.
Yeah, 6 times.
So I literally filled up. I was eating more than
He fucking
anybody.
eats, people. He fucking really eats. It shocks us all, but he
You should
does.
watch Ralphie cook when he's chopping that meat. This motherfucker is smoking.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, but you
Iron
know,
Chef.
don't do that when you look at Ralphie when he's chopping, because then you'll see the ripples in my back. You know, looks like a stormy sea on that back. Look at that back.
Shipwreck. I love it. So, Ralphie, you've done this show before. We've talked to
Yes, multiple times. I love it.
We've talked to some comedians. Anything can happen. A bunch of people signed up tonight.
Dude, the Nashville comics are really good. You're gonna like them.
I'm excited. Ahmed, this is your first time.
This is my first time. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, we love Ahmed. It's the guy that I've been working with forever at the Comedy Store. Real store guy, just like me. Yeah. Drama.
Man,
Tony's one of the
Ahmed, you gotta tell him about that story yesterday. Okay, Ahmed yesterday was relaying to somebody how he'd been a victim of post 9/11 stereotyping at the airport. And I go, not for nothing, Ahmed, you are the guy who played terrorist number 4 in a movie. So that might be how they spotted you. They go, hey, you look like that terrorist from that Kurt Russell movie. Hey, wait a minute, you are that terrorist from that Kurt Russell movie. Get over here, you son of a bitch.
Get the fuck over here. No, they,
You gotta roll into the airport with me. They always think I'm a pilot.
You?
or spirits.
Yeah, flight attendant, more likely.
Sons of bitches. Show's canceled. I do not look like a flight attendant.
Hey, before you go into
Does anybody need a drink or a hot towel?
Peanuts.
So, what do you guys want to do? You want to get this motherfucking thing started? I got a mug full of names.
Oh shit, mug full of names.
Comedians, you get 60 seconds uninterrupted. We're going to talk to you. You're going to be a guest on the show immediately after your set. You're going to stay here and talk to us after you do 60 seconds on stage. Comedians that signed up, you know your 60 seconds is up and you hear the sound of the kitty. Oh, you can do a little bit louder than that because they wouldn't be able to hear it. There you go. That's when you know your time's up. Wrap it up then. Don't run the light or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Yeah. We brought him with us. He actually flew first class.
Name is Larry.
He gets a rider and everything. He gets his own green room. We had to put him in the guest house across the street. And he has demands, but he's in the house. The West Hollywood Bear. So, you guys ready to do this or what? I'm going to pull a fucking name out of this mug right now. Anything can happen. Comedians, if you get pulled out of the bucket, be safe. Take your time. Don't fall. There's a staircase right over here. Just don't panic. All right? You guys ready to get this motherfucker started? Here we go. I pull the name out of the bucket. The first name going up tonight, uninterrupted, is Moses James.
Oh, shit! Look at this name, Moses James.
Here he comes.
All right.
Hurry the fuck up, Moses.
Yeah, when I say take your time, maybe not all of our time. Put your hands together for Moses James, everyone.
Wow. How you guys doing? So, we'll just get started. I was fucking this chick last night. What's that? There's still feathers in my bed. Tinder, it's more like tender, right? But you guys ever have a hookup so gross that immediately when she leaves, you freeze the couch? And I mean couch because you do not let her go. Now that you guys like me, I'm gonna let you know I do teach little kids. That's not a joke. So, this is true. I was wondering, blackout parents right before they have the kids, they bond, and then they decide to name it, they got Laquisha. That one wasn't as funny as it was. But I had a kid named Air Sean. His dad loved Air Jordan. So true. Air Sean, save all the troubles. Basketball player, great. Air Sean, that's my last joke. That's it. Air Sean doesn't know his father.
Wow. One of the greatest closes I've ever seen on this show. He shut down the cat to let us know this was his last joke, followed by the line, I'm done. Moses James. Fuck yeah, you went for it, huh? Is this your first time talking to the microphone? Is this your first time doing stand-up comedy?
I've done open mics. This is fun around here. I live here now. Actually, you talked to me coming in down here at the Ryman on Friday night. Wasted.
Yeah. Thank you.
Don't ever do that again.
Yeah.
I gave you one of those, and you probably threw that away, so that's a secret. But that's national.
We just give us okay. Moses, relax. Before you don't say the name of the band.
Don't say it, but I gotta do that while I'm here. I'm a musician, not a comedian.
You are? You look like a magician. You look like a magician that doesn't have any magic tricks. That or like an amateur pro wrestler or like a guy that works at some kind of the last Blockbuster in Nashville.
Well, I'm from Pittsburgh, and I know you were playing Irish or something.
I love that you read my bio on the internet.
We played you. Basketball played you. My team came to Youngstown, Ohio, and I played you. You didn't play basketball. You were at this game.
Well, you didn't play basketball. How do you know I was physically at the game?
All I'm doing is buying conversation.
No, there's no buying it, Moses. Stop talking. Ralphie, what do you think about this guy?
Man, go be a musician.
The horse of truth. Every time you hear that horse, that means a very honest statement has been said. There it is. Moses, what's your instrument?
Singer and guitar.
Can you give us a 10-second line of something you've been singing in one of your songs? Just 10 seconds. Go ahead.
I don't know why I get so nervous. Some say I have an attitude, and I'm not breaking hearts off.
Yeah, definitely.
Be a comedian. Be a comedian. Be a comedian.
Because most rock stars want to be comics, most comics want to be rock stars. So you're like right in the middle. I'm not quite sure.
You're not good at everything.
No.
And that means he should be a roadie.
Yeah.
Not quite a musician, not quite a comedian.
Maybe you should sing all your jokes off tune. I don't know why I'm so nervous, probably because I didn't prepare enough.
Well, Dimitri Martin does that, doesn't he?
Something like that. And you had your phone out the whole time. What was happening there? Was one of your bandmates texting you jokes during your set?
You're right. I didn't prepare. I put everything together while I was waiting for the show to start.
Wow, I love that.
So,
it's a real set.
Preparation.
So the name of your band, I will end up get into this. It's called the Blind Honeybees, and you're the lead singer.
I
Yeah.
You guys have 11 songs. That's 11 more jokes than you did tonight. One of the songs is called Caroline. Yeah, but this is no Sweet Caroline, I'm guessing.
No.
Now, what's that song about? Is that an ex of yours?
No, I just made it up. The truth is, one of my
That's where a lot of the best songs come from, they say. Is, you know, if you ask all the best musicians that have ever lived, they'll tell you all their songs come from a place of complete made-upness.
The story might be inappropriate, actually. It's about teaching.
Teaching? That's probably going to be your future job?
Music's not going anywhere, obviously.
Now, Moses.
I love your self-esteem.
Yeah.
Really up there. Can you tell us what Not Quite Right is about?
DMT and LSD.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I thought that should be the name of your next comedy album. Not Quite Right.
Moses, what do you do for work? How do you survive? Oh, you teach middle school. What are you teaching?
Probably shouldn't be saying that on a
That's what I'm thinking. I think
live podcast.
Not in Nashville. Not.
I love that.
Yeah, you fuckers are on it too.
So you were at the show that I did at the Ryman Theater on Friday, right?
It was fantastic.
How fantastic was it?
It was the best show I've seen in Nashville at the Ryman.
Okay, stop giving descriptors. You had me at best show. It started getting really creepy there. It's the best show I've seen in Nashville at the Ryman on that night.
That was comedy.
It seems like he has kind of like a man crush on you, I think.
I think they all do.
you're hilarious.
And I can't blame them. You know, they stay on Monday.
I don't.
I would call it boy crush.
Kiss Tony. Okay, very good. That was funny for that long. Moses, is stand-up really something that you could ever see yourself taking seriously?
I actually, truth is, I met you guys 2 years ago.
What is this shit that keeps going on here? Moses,
I met Brian behind the Comedy Store.
Okay.
And with Don Barris.
Gotcha.
And he brought me up on stage.
All right, Moses,
That explains everything, by the way. That explains everybody. You're hanging out with Don Barris.
I'm trying to tell you the truth.
Any other advice, closing advice for Moses James, guys?
I would say check out Tony's website.
Yeah.
Just book all your flights wherever he's going, because you know everything about him.
Yeah.
I would say, seriously, if you really want to do stand-up, get up as much as you can. Lose the phone. Don't look at your notes. And just commit.
And that hairdo, what are we talking? Is that like almost dreads? Like, are you trying to go for? Because right now you just look like the top half of a centaur.
My first joke ever was, this is what you get when Troy Polamalu fucks Yanni.
Yeah, mine is
when Troy Polamalu fucks Yanni. But this is Nashville, so no one can get that joke.
It's like if Troy Polamalu never used shampoo. He's a Head and Shoulders spokesman for those of you that aren't cracking up right now.
I can't tell if you're hipster or homeless. Like, what's the difference? But I like the penguin shirt. I would,
He light it on fire, and he would use that as the igniter for when he lights American flags on fire. Like he would use your penguin shirt as, what do they call that thing? The flint. All right, Moses, it was nice meeting you. You went for it. It seems like you're, sort of a little bit, slightly, somewhat serious, but there's a lot of people that are passionate about this shit. I don't know, if you don't go up every night, you don't love it, then thanks for coming out.
Thank you guys.
Moses James, everybody. He's on Twitter at Moses James Music. So if you want to go check out his music, well, I mean, you're the only one.
Can I download this? Because I don't have a CD player.
Yeah, we got you, Moses. Okay. Sure, we know.
I just need one. Just one is fine. Thanks.
We know what we download music that we actually listen to on.
You know what? This is a great coaster. Use it as a coaster. For now, I haven't unwrapped it.
I love that.
Was that bad? I'm sorry. That laugh was bad.
I pulled another name out of the bucket, guys. This will be fun. Put your hands together for Catherine Covinelli.
She came right up.
Hey guys, how we doing tonight, alright? Alright, by round of applause from the audience are dog people. Dog people, I see a man with a small dog, I view it as a four-legged neon sign that says, take him. Because you know he didn't buy that dog, right? You know his girlfriend or his wife made him get that dog. No self-respecting male has ever walked into his sit down and been like, nah, bruh, that's that bull. However, this Bichon-free Shih Tzu mix, bro, that is my jam! That sentence has never been said. Which, P.S., gentlemen in the audience who genuinely do want a chick magnet, try flocking a bottle of Jack Daniels. I'll stop every time. I'll come running right up to it going, oh my god, is this yours? He's adorable!
Yeah. Catherine Povinelli, everybody. 60 seconds of thunder and lightning. A lot of energy on you. A lot of energy on you. You're like if Amy Winehouse didn't do heroin.
Thank you.
You're a spunky little one, huh? That's fun. How long you been stand-up?
About 5 years.
All here in Nashville?
No, London, England for 1, and then Chicago for 4.
Gotcha.
You guys are lovely, by the way.
What do you do for work?
I work for a bank.
So, like a teller?
No.
Oh, you laughed like a villain there, dude. You laughed like the bank doesn't even know that you work for them. Some good old bank music.
By the way, I have to completely disagree with your material. I own a small Shih Tzu. I bought it. I rescued it from the second floor of this mall, and you know what's awesome about small dogs? Small poops, and
there you go.
Small boners.
You know what? But you know what also has small poops? Get like a hamster. That is small poops.
Yeah, that's true. Ryan also, though, does walk a bottle of Jack Daniels along with his dog, so you have the best of both worlds with him. Catherine, you drink a lot, is that true?
That is true. How do you know that?
Jack Daniels, you drink.
Oh, I did, didn't I?
That was the whole build-up punchline to what you were talking about, was the bottle of Jack. That was all the payoff.
Your definition of a lot might be different from mine.
Well, how much is a lot? How much